Chapter 1726. Corpses littered the ground. Every corpse had been stripped of flesh and blood. They were dried corpses, their expressions filled with pain and fear. One of Swallow Mountain's 10 sword sects, the incomparably powerful Icy Frost sword sect, had turned into a living hell. Han Xingyang licked his lips, his blood-red eyes surging like a sea of blood. He laughed. I just finished eating them and you came here on your own initiative. The sword cultivators of the present world are too considerate. This wasn't a simple demonic transformation. There were 2 reasons for this conclusion. First, the Icy Frost sword sect had turned into a living hell, and second, Han Xingyang's aura was terrifyingly strong. His blood-red eyes shrouded everyone. The Sword Master Guild and the elders of the sword sects felt their hearts tighten. They instantly believed most of Qin Yu's words. Let's suppress Han Xingyang first and then continue to investigate the truth. Xie Chungang spoke and was the first to attack. He lifted his hand and slashed out. Wind rose up between the mountains. It was warm and gentle, without any sharp aura at all. There was only endless lingering energy. The rain was like silk, coming with the wind. The sword cultivators present all had dignified expressions. The so-called silent spring wind and rain was the highest realm of the spring wind sword sect. Xie Chuangang's sword seemed ordinary, but he had completely fused his sword arts into it. No one dared to hold back. The East Mountain Sword Master had a dignified expression. Sword energy boiled around him, condensing into a single point. It was like a towering mountain had descended, pressing down. The sword potential was boundless. The other sword masters and sword sect powerhouses also attacked at the same time. The Icy Frost sword sect had turned into a sea of sword aura. Many different sword auras filled every inch of the world. Without a doubt, this was the strongest sword attack displayed by the strongest sword cultivators in the world. This was the most dazzling and powerful scene that a sword cultivator of the present world could erupt with. The entire Yanran mountain region could clearly feel the terrifying sword aura that had suddenly erupted. Countless sword cultivators subconsciously widened their eyes. They looked towards the direction of the Icy Frost sword sect, waves surging in their hearts. Just what had happened? This was the first time Qin Yu had seen the strength of the sword masters of Swallow Mountain. They were indeed extremely powerful. This was especially true for Xie Chungang of the Spring Wind sword sect. His Spring Wind Rain sword breath was extremely exquisite, not any weaker than Hu Fu's heaven-splitting sword. In a life-and-death battle, his chances of winning were even higher. If it were not for the Mountain Sea Sword, he would not have had any chance of winning even if he could summon a miniature world. This was the strength of a sword cultivator. With a single slash of the sword, everything could be broken. There was no chance for one to use their advantage to fight. But even so, Qin Yu wasn't optimistic about this battle. The most direct reason was that Midi had asked him to turn the tide and become the savior of Swallow Ran Mountain. This already indicated her true attitude, and Qin Yu had no reason to doubt little Midi's judgment. Also, looking at the current Han Xingyang, Qin Yu couldn't help but tremble in the depths of his heart. This was a kind of uncontrollable fear that came from the depths of his soul as he faced the abyss of destruction. Although he hadn't seen Han Xingyang in action with his own eyes, he had obtained by Feifei's severed arm. Qin Yu even suspected that the current Han Xingyang could be regarded as an existence close to the Emperor Realm sword cultivator. Not bad, not bad. Your sword auras taste wonderful. Swallowing you will surely be a great pleasure. Han Xingyang's blood-red eyes boiled. He laughed and a blood-red sword appeared in his hand. The moment this sword appeared, the spring winds between the heavens and earth came to a sudden stop. The sprinkling rain turned the color of blood. Then, the rain became boundless, turning into a rain of blood that covered everyone. The sword formed a domain, and this was a realm that the sword cultivators of the present world had never touched upon before. It was a technique that only the legendary Emperor Realm sword cultivators possessed. In that instant, all the sword cultivators of Swallow Ran Mountain were suppressed. Every drop of blood rain was a tyrannical sword aura, filled with endless killing intent. As it fell down, it seemed as if it would tear them to pieces. Just a moment ago, the sword cultivators of Swallow Ran Mountain had joined forces to exterminate this demon. But in the blink of an eye, it had turned into a rain of blood that covered the skies and suppressed this holy land of the sword. Xie complexion changed. He shouted without hesitation, "Sect Master Qin, please help us." Mei Xinglin fully agreed with Xie words. Who would have thought that the current Han Jingyang would be so strong? An Emperor Realm sword cultivator. This was the common dream of all the sword cultivators of Swallow Ran Mountain. There was no need to explain the terror of an Emperor Realm sword cultivator. The scene before him was the best explanation. As for why Mei Xinglin felt that Qin Yu was qualified to help, it was very simple. At this moment, where the chilling frost sword sect was, the blood rain was boundless in the sky, covering everything between heaven and earth. But Qin Yu's position was empty. Not a single drop of blood rain fell within 30 feet of him. Not only that, even the blood rain that had fallen to the ground flowed in all directions, not daring to approach Qin Yu. Was there a need to say this? Gulp, Mei Xinglin swallowed. He looked at Qin Yu beside him, his eyes subconsciously revealing deep awe. He suddenly realized that his sect master was a truly smart person. With the matter of protecting the disciples of the heaven-splitting sword sect, their relationship was naturally close. And in the future, even an idiot would know that the heaven-splitting sword sect would become one of the largest sects of Swallow Ran Mountain. In fact, the word "one of" might even be removed from the latter part. Sect Master. Seeing no response from Qin Yu, Mei Xinglin couldn't help but speak up. If he waited any longer, it would be hard to say what would happen to the sword cultivators in the Blood Rain domain. Gu Bai's expression was calm and indifferent. What's the rush? Since Sect Master Qin has appeared here, you must have made a decision. Qin Yu sighed inwardly. Sect Master Gu really did not forget to maintain his image as a master. Not to mention anything else, this persistence was admirable. Hearing this, he smiled faintly. Sect Master Gu, I just feel that I have no reason to act. When the heaven-splitting sword sect was destroyed, no one present helped us in the slightest. Not to mention that my heaven-splitting sword sect has reopened, but we have not obtained a single item from back then. Wei Heng took a deep breath. Sect Master Qin, my South Sea Sword Sect has nothing to do with what happened back then. In Sword Prison, you saved Su Jing and the others. I am extremely grateful. Please help us again. The South Sea Sword Sect will not forget this great favor. Qin Yu sneered. He didn't reply, but this cold sneer was enough to vividly express his attitude. Did they really think he was blind? He still hadn't settled the South Sea Sword Sect's rotten debt. Did they think that he couldn't see through their wishful thinking and blame it on the heaven-splitting sword sect? Wei Heng's face flushed red. He clenched his teeth and said, Everything that happened before was my fault. I ask Lord Sect Master Qin to be magnanimous. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Qin Yu. Apologies, I cannot. His eyes swept over the people in the Blood Rain domain who were bitterly holding on. Sect Master Gu, I suddenly have a thought. If everyone here perishes here, what changes do you think will occur in Swallow Run Mountain? Gu Bai's calm face stiffened. He coughed. Sect Master Qin, you really know how to joke. Qin Yu lightly said, I can say that I'm not joking. Xie Chungang took a deep breath and said in a loud voice, Sect Master Qin, I will first apologize to you for losing control of Sword Prison. We were foolish and misunderstood the heaven-splitting sword sect. Moreover, with the destruction of the Frigid Frost sword sect today, the heaven-splitting sword sect can directly become one of the 10 sword sects and replace them in the Sword Master Guild. I believe that the fellow Taoists will not have any objections to these matters. Sect Master Xie is right. The primordial chaos sword sect agrees. The purple illusory sword sect agrees. Our void-penetrating sword sect has no objections. The heaven-splitting sword sect can return to being one of the 10 sword sects and enter the Sword Master Guild. This is the wish of everyone. There was a chorus of agreement. As expected, our generation of sword cultivators didn't disappoint Qin Yu. He cursed inwardly. These thick-skinned old foxes. They weren't like this before. Humph. But today's opportunity was rare. If they missed it, there wouldn't be another. Qin Yu wouldn't be polite with them. That's all? These words caused Mei Xinglin's face to twitch. He thought that Sect Master Qin's appetite was quite good. Gubai, relax. It was good that Sect Master Qin was willing to accept the price. As for demanding an exorbitant price, that wasn't surprising. If it were him, he wouldn't easily let go of such a good opportunity either. With his own strength, he had forced the Sword Master Guild to bow their heads. Sect Master Qin's heroic actions today had truly opened the floodgates for the entire Swallow Mountain. I, Gubai, don't know if I will ever have the chance to reach such heights in my life. At this moment, Sect Master Gu made a decision. He wanted to be friends with Qin Yu, a close friend, a true friend. As the saying went, those close to vermilion would be dyed red. As long as he mixed together with Qin Yu, would he need to worry that in the future, he wouldn't have the chance to brush against him? That's right, starting from today, I, Old Gu, will be Sect Master Qin's best friend. Thinking this, Gubai coughed. Fellow sword masters, in the past, the heaven-splitting sword sect had many businesses in Swallow Mountain. Xie Chungang didn't hesitate. Return everything, leave nothing behind. Gubai said, but returning everything is lacking in sincerity. Xie Chungang nodded. Sect Master Gu is right. The Spring Wind Sword Sect will return everything double as repayment for Sect Master Qin's assistance. Gubai said, but what about the output of these past years? It's not good to borrow a chicken to lay eggs. Xie Chuangang's lips twitched. He looked deeply at Gubai. Sect Master Gu is truly someone who values friends. I will also return double the output of the Spring Wind Sword Sect. Gubai nodded, his expression calm. Sect Master Qin, I think Sect Master Xie is very sincere. Qin Yu couldn't figure out what medicine Gubai had taken. Was he really not afraid of being investigated afterwards? He actually had so much confidence in him. However, this situation wasn't bad at all. He had to be the savior of the world, but he had to grasp both sides, and both sides had to be firm. I am very satisfied with Sect Master Xie's sincerity. I just wonder if the others. Wei Heng loudly said, Sect Master Qin, I am willing to add an additional 30% to Sect Master Xie's sincerity to express my apologies. With this said, who dared to object? Compared to worldly possessions, preserving one's life was far more important. Qin Yu was extremely satisfied. As for these people in front of him, they would regret it later. Humph. He wasn't afraid at all. Han Jingyang had obtained by Feifei's severed hand, so his strength was clear to see. As long as Xie Chungang and the others weren't idiots, they would know that clenching their teeth and enduring this extortion was the best choice. Otherwise, Qin Yu wouldn't mind making a move and adding 1 or 2 more vacancies to the 10-sword sect. Gubai wasn't bad. It wasn't impossible to give him the position of Sword Master. Sect Master Gu, all of you wait here and don't move around. As Qin Yu spoke, he lifted his hand and drew a circle on the ground with his fingers. Then, he stepped into the blood rain. Gubai stared at the circle on the ground. He was overjoyed at his previous decision. When it came to the Clear Wind Realm, Sect Master Qin had hidden his depths. He still needed to learn more. The blood rain was like a torrential downpour, instantly submerging Qin Yu's figure. No one could see where he had gone. Han Jingyang had an annoyed expression. His blood-red eyes shined with anger. When combined with his current appearance, goosebumps rose all over Qin Yu's body. He endured it again and again. With difficulty he said, "Big Sister Fei Fei, this is Meaty's meaning. She wants you to stop before you go too far. After all, Swallow Mountain's sword cultivators will still be useful in the future. Let's stop here today." "Qin Yu, I suddenly discovered that you little brat, you are just too hateful right now," Han Jingyang said in a charming woman's voice. "I've already drawn my sword, so how can I return empty-handed? No, I have to eat one. This is my bottom line." Qin Yu frowned. "Big Sister Fei Fei, this really won't do. Listen to me just now. I already promised them, so I can't go back on my word. How about this? I promise you that I will give you double the compensation in the future. A man's mouth is nothing but a liar. Where is the future you speak of? I can't see it. Today, don't think you can muddle your way out of this. I want to eat a sword cultivator, so you can choose now. Let me tell you, don't go too far, otherwise if Big Sister gets angry, you will also suffer." Han Jingyang's expression was stubborn. Qin Yu clenched his teeth. Just as he was about to say something, a meaty voice suddenly sounded out. "By Fei Fei's sword will never return empty-handed. This is indeed her rule." Han Jingyang laughed. "Big Sister is right. Little fellow, why don't you hurry up and do as I say?" Qin Yu raised a hand to rub his face. "Fine." The blood rain suddenly lessened, and the pressure on everyone lessened. Then, Qin Yu's figure appeared in front of everyone. As for Han Jingyang, he had already disappeared. It ended? It ended just like that? If it weren't for the terrifying sword aura still lingering in the air that had yet to dissipate, one would really suspect that it was just an illusion. Xie Chungang cupped his hands together. "Many thanks for Sect Master Qin's help." Qin Yu raised a hand. "Wait a moment. Don't be in a hurry to thank me. Things have changed." His eyes swept over everyone in front of him. He lightly said, "Han Jingyang has suffered the consequences of his own actions. His soul has already dispersed, but the sealed artifact that he released refused to give in so easily. I negotiated with it again and again, and the sealed artifact raised a condition. If you want it to stop and no longer wreak havoc on Swallow Mountain, then you must hand over one person as compensation for the sealed artifact." The complexions of the sword cultivators on Swallow Mountain changed. Handing over one person as compensation? After seeing the corpses of the Frigid Frost sword sect, they knew what this meant. Xie Chungang frowned. "Sect Master Qin Yu interrupted him. "There is no way to discuss this matter. My sect is only temporarily suppressing the sealed artifact. Everyone, you had best make a decision as soon as possible." "Ridiculous." Sword Master Ting Shan paled. "Everyone, do you really want to believe such an absurd matter? I suspect that there is no sealed artifact at all, and that all of this is a plot of the heaven-splitting sword sect. Even the Frigid Frost sword sects ending today is because of them." Book Reading Room. Chapter 1727. Qin Yu didn't give these Sword Path elders a chance to hesitate or struggle. He looked at Sword Master Ting Shan and pointed a finger. "Then I'll choose you." The expression of the Ting Mountain Sword Master changed drastically. In the next moment, before he could react, the space he was in shattered. "Ah!" With a tragic cry, the Ting Shan sword head was swept in and disappeared in front of everyone. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, so fast that the crowd was unable to react in time. One of the members of the Sword Master Guild, the extremely powerful Ting Shan Sword Master, was killed in the blink of an eye. A chill surged from the bottom of their hearts and instantly swept through their bodies, causing the bodies of the Sword Dao experts to stiffen slightly. It was simple. If Qin Yu had chosen one of them, the result would have been the same. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Time passed quietly. There was no movement from the Ting Shan Sword Master. The outcome was predictable. Xie Chungang of the Spring Wind Swordsmanship Sect said in a deep voice. Han Jingyang, the main force of the Tingshan Sword Sect, unfortunately passed away after becoming possessed in battle. He shall be buried with the courtesy of the Sword Sect. In an instant, everyone came to their senses. All the big shots of the Sword Dao nodded silently. Qin Yu cupped his hands together. Thank you, Sect Master, for your consideration. He turned and left, turning into a sword phantom that instantly vanished without a trace. Gu Bai had a calm expression. Everyone, I will also go first. With a flick of his sleeves, he brought Mei Xinglin with him and activated all of his equipment. His speed was even faster than when Qin Yu left. He didn't have Qin Yu's strength to suppress everyone else. If he didn't hurry up and run away, wouldn't he be looking for trouble for himself? The 9 sword masters and a small number of big sword sects experts fell into silence. Today's matter will be as I said before. I do not plan to do anything else. I hope that everyone can understand. Xie Chungang spoke slowly as his gaze swept across the crowd. The East Mountain Sword Master took a deep breath. In the future. Let's talk about the future in the future. Wei Heng's face darkened. My sect has already decided to be on good terms with the Heaven-Splitting Sword Sect. If you have any other thoughts, then forgive me for not accompanying you. He took a step forward and instantly disappeared into the distance. The expressions of the remaining people changed slightly. With these words, they could not stay any longer. Otherwise, once this news reached Qin Yu's ears, who knew what sort of thoughts he might have in his heart? Thinking about the Sword Master of Ting Mountain, that's the deal. Everyone leave. In addition, to avoid panic, our sect will temporarily conceal the scene before us. We'll deal with it later. As soon as Xie Chungang finished speaking, he cupped his hands and flicked his sleeve. Instantly, a spring breeze and drizzle scattered down, covering the Frost Sword Sect. Thank you for your consideration, Sect Master. Farewell. I'll make a move first. Shwa shwa sword shadows soared into the sky. Although the crowd did not interact much, all the big shots sword cultivators present today were aware of one thing. The skies of Yen Ran Mountain were about to change. Qin Yu said that he had resealed the sealed artifact, but no one knew the truth. Just now, he had raised his finger and said a few words to decide the life and death of the Tingshan Sword Master. That scene had a psychological impact on them like a hurricane. Who wouldn't be afraid? Who wouldn't be afraid? Xie Chungang took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. He glanced at the Frost Sword Sect one last time, a bitter smile on his face. Of the 10 sword sects, the Frost Sword Sect and the Spring Wind Sword Sect had always been the strongest. Thus, the two sides had always been fighting openly and secretly, all for the sake of having a greater influence over the Sword Master and establishing their prestige and status as the #1 sword sect on Yen Ran Mountain. Now, the Frost Sword Sect had been destroyed. With the matter of Han Jingyang joining the demonic path, it was impossible for the sect to recover. This should have been the best chance for the Spring Wind Sword Sect to achieve their long-cherished wish. But now, Xie Chungang no longer had any hope for this. Turmoil was coming. For the Spring Wind Sword Sect to maintain its current status was an extravagant hope. With a deep sigh, Xie Chungang soared into the sky. He was the last to leave, but he didn't touch anything in the Frost Sword Sect. In this battle, the one who would decide victory or defeat was Qin Yu. He would naturally become the one who reaped the greatest benefit. Xie Chungang would never make such a stupid decision in such a matter. Heaven-Splitting Sword Sect. Shwa, the sword shadows vanished, revealing Qin Yu's figure. His face was pale and his eyes were dim. Hu Jiming, who had been anxiously waiting outside, hurried out to greet him. Sect Master, what is the current situation? What happened in the Frost Sword Sect hadn't spread out yet. It was a secret that only a small number of people knew of. Qin Yu glanced at him and waved his hand. It's fine. As he spoke, he strode into the sect. I will go into seclusion for a period of time. During this time, if there are any problems, please ask the Great Elder. No one is to disturb me. With several flashes, Qin Yu's figure vanished from sight, leaving behind Hu Jiming. His eyes widened and his face filled with bewilderment. He had never imagined that he would receive such an answer. It was fine? What was fine? Sect Master, did you not know what you had done? You had provoked the Sword Master Guild, and you had done it in front of countless sword cultivators. Let alone the matter of sword prison going out of control, it hadn't even been brought to light yet. Even if it was a beautiful day, this matter still wouldn't pass. If he couldn't deal with the heaven-splitting sword sect, then what prestige would the Sword Master have in Swallow Ran Mountain in the future? Looking at the direction that Qin Yu left in, Hu Jiming rubbed his face. He had already begun to consider whether or not he should run away. He felt that the current heaven-splitting sword sect was sitting atop a volcano. At any moment, it would be burned to ashes by the eruption of magma. But before he could turn his thoughts into action, there was a loud rumble and the sect's great protective array opened, isolating the inside from the outside. Hu Jiming's face paled. Was he preparing to stubbornly resist to the bitter end? He really wanted to lift his hand and slap himself. What were you doing standing there in a daze just now? It wasn't good to just leave like that. But now he looked up at the sect's great protective array that was already operating. After thinking for a moment, he decisively gave up on asking the Great Elder to help and reopen the sword array. That was simply seeking death. With a long face, Hu Jiming turned and walked back. With things having come to this point, what else could he do? He could only resign himself to fate. Stop! It was the Great Elder. Hu Jiming cupped his hands together. Great Elder, please give me your orders. Midi's voice sounded out in his ears. You stay here. No matter who comes, block them outside. After a brief pause, he continued to say, Tell them that before the great array is unsealed, they must fulfill the conditions. After speaking, his aura vanished. Hu Jiming looked up, a blank look on his face. What was going on here? Sword Peak. The silver moon hung high in the sky. The monkeys that usually liked to pester Qin Yu the most seemed to sense some terrifying aura. They all fled without a trace. The entire Sword Peak was deathly silent, without the least bit of sound coming from it. Qin Yu staggered and nearly tripped. He clenched his teeth and said, Midi, what is going on? Shuar Midi appeared out of thin air. She glanced at him and said, There is no need to be nervous. Bai Feifei's severed hand is currently parasitizing you. Parasitizing? This wasn't a good word. Qin Yu's eyes widened. He thought, you wouldn't even scheme against me, right? Normally he wouldn't think like this, but this time he had been frightened by the example of the Icy Frost sword sect. Midi coldly sneered. She clenched her teeth and said, If I wanted to harm you, would I need to go through so much trouble? I could just open my mouth and swallow you up. Don't overestimate yourself. Her complexion was foul and unkind. Qin Yu cupped his hands together. I was wrong. He had to admit his mistakes quickly and decisively. Then, he quickly changed the topic. What is this parasitism? I don't feel very good right now. I'm incomparably weak, and she is currently swallowing my strength. Humph! You stinky brat, if I really wanted to open my mouth and swallow you up, I could turn you into a dried corpse in the blink of an eye. Bai Feifei appeared in front of him. She was still sealed away, wearing the same incomparably cool clothes. Her entire body was a dazzling white. Midi frowned. Bai Feifei waved her hand, and a pure white gown appeared on her body, concealing her alluring white flesh. She had a wronged expression. Big sister, I'm naturally afraid of the heat. How can you care about this? Her coquettish voice carried a hint of complaint. Midi's face was expressionless. From now on, just wear this. If you're afraid of the heat, I can help you. Bai Feifei's complexion changed. She waved her hands again and again. I wouldn't dare to trouble big sister. She looked at Qin Yu and blinked. Little fellow, the parasitism is on my hand. It will temporarily fuse into your hand. During this process, it will need to absorb some of your strength, which is why you feel so weak and uneasy. Don't be afraid. It will be over soon. Then you will know just how good Big Sister's hand is, humph humph, but I'm warning you. Don't even think about using this hand to do any repetitive exercises, otherwise I will crush it until it explodes. Qin Yu's lips twitched. He looked up. Meaty nodded. Only then did he relax. This woman by Feifei, he didn't dare to believe a single word she said. If only Meaty was here, otherwise he would have died long ago. You can go back now, Meaty lightly said. Bai Feifei pouted. Don't. As soon as I go back, I will fall into a deep sleep. I don't know when I will wake up. Meaty looked at her, not saying anything. Bai Feifei took a step back and vanished from sight. The speed at which this woman admitted defeat was no slower than Qin Yu's. Tsk, from the looks of it, she had suffered quite a bit in the past. Qin Yu said, Meaty, Bai Feifei's severed hand, what use is it to me? He spent a great deal of time and effort. According to little Meaty's words, she wanted him to obtain the title of Swallow Ran Mountain's savior first before slowly plotting his next move. But Qin Yu was sure that this severed hand was her true goal. Meaty flicked her sleeves and swept Qin Yu into the pool. Bai Feifei's severed hand can allow you to truly display the might of the mountain and river sword. After a brief pause she continued, I will help you as soon as possible. I will prepare a side method that will allow you to have the strength to fight with an emperor realm. In the pool, Qin Yu's complexion changed. He stared at her face. Don't look at me. I'm fine for now, but in my current state, I cannot stay here forever. I will have to leave. Meaty's tone was calm. Qin Yu asked, Will there be any danger? Meaty shook her head. That is a matter for the future. It is too early to speak of it now. She turned and left the mystic realm of the Sword Peak. Beneath the silver moon, the only one left in the pool was Qin Yu. He frowned, a dignified look on his face. Meaty wanted to leave. Although she had said that this was a matter for the future, just hearing these words, Qin Yu couldn't help but feel a trace of panic in his heart. By now, he was already used to having Meaty by his side. He didn't need to worry about anything. The road ahead had already been arranged. As long as he followed the prescribed order, he could easily achieve his goal. Once Meaty left, what would he do? His face was cloudy and uncertain. After a long time, Qin Yu took a deep breath and let out a long breath. In truth, he had already expected this day, hadn't he? Meaty's existence was similar to a cheating method. For her to accompany him until now was already a miracle. When a cultivator walked between the heavens and earth, the only one they could rely on was themselves. Thinking of this, Qin Yu's heart shook. His panic began to slowly disperse. In the past, he had also been alone and forced his way to where he was today. When his cultivation was weak, he hadn't been afraid of traveling alone. How could he be afraid now? Qin Yu closed his eyes and began to cultivate. He needed to become stronger as soon as possible. Reading Room. Chapter 1728. Hu Jiming felt like he was dreaming. He counted how many people he had rejected these days. Wei Hing of the South Sea Sword Sect had the most, 6 times. Then it was the East Mountain Sword Sect. Zhou Kai, who never liked to show his face and even gave his junior brother his position in the Swordmaster Guild, came 4 times. Xie Chungang of the Spring Wind Sword Sect came 3 times. The Hunyuan Sword Sect came twice. The Purple Illusory Sword Sect came twice. The Void Sword Sect came once. Hu Jiming did not need to count to know that besides the Cold Frost Sword Sect and the Ting Mountain Sword Sect, he had visited all the other 10 sword sects. Apart from the 10 sword sects, several famous great sword sects of Yanran Mountain also came to visit. He still remembered the first time Wei Hing of the South Sea Sword Sect came to visit. Hu Jiming braced himself and refused him at the door. At that time, he was extremely nervous, afraid that sect master Wei would fall out with him. After all, Wei Heng, one of the 10 sword sects and a member of the Swordmaster Guild, had come to visit in person. Even when the heaven-splitting sword sect was at its peak, it had to open the sect's grand array and have the sect master welcome him in person. Stopping him from entering was no different from spitting in his face. But in the end, nothing happened. Wei Hing, who had been refused at the door, smiled even brighter than before. He repeatedly said that there was no problem. Since sect master Qin was cultivating in seclusion, he would come again in the future. After that, Hu Jiming slowly got used to it. Bit by bit, he became numb to it. But Hu Jiming was very clear that the sect master was not bragging. The troubles of the heaven-splitting sword sect had all been resolved. Of course, Hu didn't know how to read people's expressions. The lineup and frequency of the visits, plus the smiling face after being refused, could only be missed by a blind and deaf person. And all of this had happened that day. After the sect master left alone, there was no other explanation. Sect master, you're so damn awesome. Hu Jiming looked back at the still sparsely populated mountain gate of the heaven-splitting sword sect. He was in high spirit. He grinned from ear to ear. He felt that joining the heaven-splitting sword sect was the best decision he had ever made in his life. At the same time, outside the heaven-splitting sword sect, everyone's attention on the aftermath of the sword prison's loss of control gradually changed as time passed. It was obvious that the heaven-splitting sword sect was still unscathed. There was no need to say what this meant. With the death of the Ting Mountain Sword Master, the Chilling Frost sword sect was isolated by the sword aura of spring wind and rain. In addition, there were all kinds of rumors from the other sword sections. The sword cultivators in Yanran Mountain gradually fell silent. But there was one thought that became clearer and clearer in their minds: the heaven-splitting sword sect was really coming back. Jin Clan, a family of swordsmen. Ancestral Shrine. Ancestor Jin frowned and his face darkened. He never thought that things would develop to this point. There were many spies planted by the Jin family in Yanran Mountain. Some of them had even climbed to quite a high position in the various sword sections. So, everything that occurred on Swallow Mountain and the subsequent changes were quickly found out by the Jin clan. The sect master of the Chilling Frost sword sect, Han Jingyang, had fallen into a demonic state. The Ting Mountain sword master had died in battle. The sect master of the heaven-splitting sword sect, Qin Yu, had turned the tide and exposed his identity as the guardian of Swallow Mountain's seal. News after news struck Ancestor Jin's nerves, causing his expression to become increasingly ugly. Originally, he had wanted to watch from the sidelines and wait for the Chilling Frost sword sect to make a move first. Then, he would seize the opportunity to slowly plot against them. Unexpectedly, things took a turn for the better, and the situation suddenly changed. After today, the heaven-splitting sword sect had gained a firm foothold in the Swallow Mountain. It would not be so easy to touch them again. Moreover, according to the intelligence, the sect master of the heaven-splitting sword sect, Qin Yu, was likely in possession of that sealed artifact. His strength was unfathomable. Ancestor? Patriarch Jin inquired. Ancestor Jin said in a low voice, "Send a message to them. Tell them that Swallow Mountain has suffered a crushing defeat. They won't be able to do anything for the time being. Tell them to prepare early." Patriarch Jin stood up and bowed. "I will go now." He left in a hurry. Ancestor Jin waved his hand, allowing everyone to leave. He stood up and took several steps. His eyes fell on the Heaven Splitter sword in front of the memorial tablet, a thoughtful look on his face. Thinking for a moment, Ancestor Jin stepped forwards. In the next moment, his figure appeared in the clan's mystic cultivation realm, sword tempering pagoda. Across from him, the pale-faced Jin Gung's heart stirred. He opened his eyes and hurriedly bowed. "Grandson greets ancestor." Ancestor Jin had a calm expression. "Before long, a lucky chance will descend upon you. If you can take another step forward in breaking and establishing, you will have the qualifications to fight for it. He paused for a moment and continued, if you can obtain this lucky chance, the position of patriarch of the Jin clan will be yours. I will even pass on the Heaven Splitter sword to you. Jin Gung's eyes widened. He kowtowed to the ground. Thank you, Ancestor. I will do my best and not disappoint you. Ancestor Jin stepped forwards. The ground split apart and a bottomless black hole appeared, leading straight into the depths of Sword Tempering Pagoda. Breaking and establishing cannot be done with words alone. This hole leads straight to the deepest level of Sword Tempering Pagoda. Do you want to go? Jin Gung took a deep breath, his expression firm. I do. He leapt in. Ancestor Jin revealed a look of satisfaction. If Jin Gung had hesitated just now, he would have lost this chance. To achieve great things, being ruthless to oneself was the most basic requirement. If one didn't even have this much courage, what future achievements could they have? The hole disappeared. Ancestor Jin turned and left. He would not interfere with what happened in the deepest level of Sword Tempering Pagoda. If Jin Gung could come out alive, he would be a new him, even stronger than before. Otherwise, he could only die inside. Bai Feifei's parasitic amputation was not a simple matter, nor was it as she had said. It had already been many days, and Qin Yu had been in a weakened state, his strength constantly being sucked away. Women, especially women like Bai Feifei, who were outrageously beautiful and liked to show off her skin. Not a single word she said could be trusted. Little Meaty did not appear to stop her, which meant that this was normal. Qin Yu could only endure. Fortunately, he had the pool in the mystic realm of Sword Peak to help him recover. Otherwise, he would have already fainted. However, compared to the expected rewards in the future, this little bit of suffering was nothing. Heaven-splitting sword sect, Great Elder Sword Peak where Little Meaty lived. Main hall. She was curled up in a chair, her eyes slightly closed. She was sleeping soundly. Even though she was sleeping soundly, her brows were slightly furrowed, revealing a trace of exhaustion. Suddenly, Little Meaty opened her eyes. She sat up straight and looked outside the mountain gate. She took a deep breath, and the trace of exhaustion on her face disappeared. Her eyes glowed with vigor. He really came. Hu Jiming was certain that he had never seen this old Taoist before. This meant that he was not a great figure of Swallow Mountain. He was very sure of this. After all, if he wanted to be a free and unfettered wandering cultivator, he had to know who he could not afford to offend. Only by minimizing trouble would he be able to live longer. I'll have to trouble Sword Immortal to pass on a message. I would like to pay a visit to the heaven-splitting sword sect Master Qin. The old Taoist's voice was gentle and there was a smile on his face, giving off an extremely amiable feeling. Hu Jiming had done this sort of thing far too many times. Even when the Spring Wind Sword Sect's Xie Chungang came over recently, he was able to keep a calm expression on his face and refuse him at the door. But for some unknown reason, facing this old Taoist, he felt his heart pound like a drum and an inexplicable awe rose in him. To protector who had recently become increasingly spirited and upright, this was an extremely rare sight. After a moment of hesitation, Hu Jiming cupped his hands together. Old mister, I must apologize. My sect master is in seclusion and the mountain gate is temporarily closed. I ask that you come visit another day. The old Taoist thought for a moment and said, I see. Then I can also pay a visit to the Great Elder. Hu Jiming braced himself. The Great Elder is also halfway through his words, his voice trembled. He suddenly discovered that at some unknown time, a cold sweat had appeared on his forehead. Luckily, he didn't need to say the second half. Schwa, space twisted and meaty appeared from thin air. She looked at the old Taoist standing outside the sect's array formation and lightly said, Lord Imperial Scholar, please enter. A gap quietly appeared in the array formation. A sharp light flashed in the old Taoist's eyes. He stepped in, a smile on his face. Great Elder, it hasn't been long since we parted ways at the Jade Gate Pass. I hope that you don't blame me for suddenly visiting. Meaty shook her head. She looked at Hu Jiming. No one is allowed to mention this matter. Ah, yes, please rest assured, Great Elder, Hu Jiming said, cold sweat dripping down his back. Imperial scholar, which imperial scholar? Where did this imperial scholar come from? Although he was a wandering cultivator, he was still considered a top figure in Swallow Ran Mountain. He had the qualifications to know some matters of the Central Wasteland Divine Continent. In the Central Wasteland there was only a single empire, and that was the Great Qin Empire. And those who had the qualifications to be called Imperial Scholar were naturally the Imperial Scholar of the Great Qin Empire. In the legends, the Lord Imperial Scholar was said to be skilled in refining puppets. His cultivation was unfathomably deep, and his methods were strange and cruel. As he thought about how he had chatted with him for so long just now, Hu Jiming's face paled. After the two left, he hurriedly reached out a hand and carefully touched his body. He didn't sense anything wrong. His complexion relaxed and he immediately sat down cross-legged, his divine sense carefully sensing the state of his body. I'm fine. At this moment, Hu Jiming suddenly felt as if he had just narrowly escaped death. Ha, little fellow, did you really think that you would be able to detect me so easily? The Imperial Scholar's voice sounded out in his mind. Hu Jiming's complexion instantly paled, without the slightest trace of blood. Don't be afraid. I still have to give face to your Great Elder. Remember, don't speak too much. Those who speak too much usually don't live long. Junior will obey. Junior will not speak too much. Imperial Scholar, please rest assured. Hu Jiming slapped his chest and shouted, almost making a vow. After several breaths of time, there was no more sound. Then, he sat down on the ground, gasping for breath. As for why the Great Qin Imperial Scholar knew the Great Elder, and why he had come to the heaven-opening sword sect, he didn't dare to think about these things. What nonsense, he wasn't tired of living. Even if he wanted to die early, he should find a more comfortable method. If he provoked the Imperial Scholar, then he would be refined into a living puppet. Just thinking about it made his scalp tingle with numbness. Little Meaty glanced at the old Taoist. The Imperial Scholar faintly smiled. That boy's thoughts are quite lively. I just wanted to give him a warning. That's all. He looked at Little Meaty. Senior's perception is truly sharp. I admire you. Little Meaty said, I don't like this title. The Imperial Scholar readily agreed. Of course, Great Elder has the final say. Little Meaty said, Imperial Scholar, just speak frankly. The Imperial Scholar said, I came to tell Great Elder some things. For instance, the Freezing Frost Sword Sect is the partner that clan has chosen to cooperate with, the Ting Mountain Sword Sect is also, the Fong Mountain Jin family is also. Speaking up to here, he smiled. Sometimes, this old man quite admires the desperation of that clan. They are already bones in the grave, but they still struggle like this. Why can't they just obediently put their heads on the chopping board and let His Majesty chop them off with a kacha? Then everyone will be happy. How great is that? Little Meaty frowned. Thank you for the reminder, Imperial Scholar. Have you come to my sword sect today for the matter of that clan? The Imperial Scholar nodded. That's right. He stamped his foot. In the past, our Great Qin knew of the seal on Swallow Run Mountain. The reason we didn't act was out of respect for the senior who set up the seal. But now that the seal has been broken, I wonder if the Heaven-Splitting Sword Sect is willing to trade the sealed artifact? As long as Great Elder agrees, I can represent His Majesty and give the Heaven-Splitting Sword Sect a promise. Within 1,000 years, they will become the #1 sword sect on Swallow Run Mountain. Henceforth, they will be protected by the Great Qin Empire, and their inheritance will continue to be passed down as long as the Empire To a sword sect, these conditions were extremely tempting. Little Meaty shook her head, refusing without hesitation. The sealed artifact has been resealed. We cannot fulfill the Imperial Scholar's request. The Imperial Scholar smiled. Will you not seriously consider it? Little Meaty said, There is no need. The Imperial Scholar sighed. If you don't want to, then forget it. A melon that is forcefully picked won't be sweet. It's not good to force someone against their will. If there comes a day in the future when Great Elder changes his mind, you can come find me at any time. Today's transaction is still valid. He changed the topic. To answer Great Elder's question, I came today to make a deal with the Heaven-Splitting Sword sect. We will join forces to eradicate that clan. What does Great Elder think? Little Meaty nodded. How? The Imperial Scholar smiled. Great Elder is truly straightforward. 2 hours later, the Imperial Scholar left the Heaven-Splitting Sword sect. He faintly smiled at Hu Jiming, and then with a deathly pale face, he vanished from sight. In the skies above Swallow Run Mountain, atop a white cloud, the Imperial Scholar appeared out of nowhere. Across from him, Great General Zhao Yuan, who guarded Jade Gate Pass, slowly opened his eyes. Imperial Scholar, is the Heaven-Splitting Sword sect really worth it for you to personally make this trip? The Imperial Scholar faintly smiled. The sealed object beneath Swallow Run Mountain is no ordinary object. Even His Majesty wants it, but unfortunately he can't do it. Now, the sealed object has fallen into the hands of the Heaven-Splitting Sword sect. Just this alone is enough for me to make a trip. Zhao Yuan furrowed his eyebrows. You succeeded? The Imperial Scholar shook his head. No, I wouldn't have agreed either. What a pity. As he spoke, it was clear he wanted to say something. Zhao Yuan fell silent. The Imperial Scholar glanced at him. He smiled and shook his head. For the sake of that old fart from your Zhao family, I will remind you not to think about opening the Heaven-Splitting Sword sect, otherwise there will be trouble. Of course, whether you believe me or not is up to you. I will only say this once. Zhao Yuan cupped his hands together. Thank you, Lord Imperial Scholar. He decisively gave up on his thoughts. No wonder that old thing Zhao likes you so much. I also think that you are quite smart. Thank you for your praise, Imperial Scholar. But I will report this to the old ancestor. As you wish. You can curse him a few times, I'm not afraid. The Imperial Scholar laughed. Let's go. With a flick of his sleeves, the white cloud flew far away. Chapter 1729. After the 13th day, Qin Yu finally let out a sigh of relief. He relaxed and fell asleep. In the mystic realm of the Sword Peak, the silvery white pool at the summit was much dimmer now. At this moment the water rippled. His left hand moved on its own, constantly stroking some parts of his body. If this scene was seen by someone who didn't know what was going on, they would probably roll their eyes and snort disdainfully, calling him a pervert. Luckily, besides Meaty, there was no audience. The pool rippled and Bai Feifei's figure appeared. She had a lazy expression and narrowed her eyes. Big sister, I'm really curious. What is so special about this boy that you care so much about him? We are good sisters, and from now on we are comrades in the same trench. Can you reveal some heavenly secrets? Meaty was expressionless. I also want to know the answer. Bai Feifei didn't believe her. Really? Meaty frowned. Her hand that was reaching for Qin Yu's lower body suddenly stopped. Bai Feifei said coquettishly, Sorry big sister, I'm used to it. I didn't do it on purpose. Meaty's frown did not relax. You know my personality. Everything is fine if I cooperate. Otherwise, if I could seal you in the past, I could do the same now. Bai Feifei shrank back, a bitter expression on her face. Big sister, I already apologize. Why are you still scaring me? Meaty said, You better be serious and remember these words in your heart. She flicked her sleeves and the pool water exploded. Bai Feifei's figure disappeared. Looking down at Qin Yu, Meaty thought for a moment, then turned and sat down by the pool. 2 days later, as the water rippled, Qin Yu slowly opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was Meaty sitting by the pool. "Since you're awake, come out with me. There's something to do." Meaty stood up, grabbing Qin Yu and pulling him out of the mystic realm of the Sword Peak. Qin Yu's vision blurred and he felt a little dizzy. He swayed for a moment before steadying himself. He rubbed his temples. "What's the rush?" With a thought, mist rose from his body and his robes became clean and fresh. Meaty said, "That clan is in trouble." Qin Yu's eyes brightened. "Tell me in detail." Yen Ranshan was just a transit point. He had not forgotten his goal in coming to the central wilderness. Little Meaty said, "When the severed hand was parasitized, the great Qin state preceptor came." A moment later, the hall fell silent. Qin Yu had a thoughtful expression as he digested the information he obtained from Little Meaty. He finally realized some things. First of all, that tribe wasn't having an easy time in the central desolate divine province. In order to shift the blame onto the Nyo family, he made a move against the Nyo family. The 4 sects and 4 families were wary of the Nyo clan's rise to power, but that clan also added fuel to the fire. Their goal was to push out a delicious prey and temporarily satisfy the desires of all the covetous people. Of course, the scale of the plan was huge. Attacking Nyo Daodu was only the beginning, and also the most crucial step of the entire plan. However, it was a pity that the entire plan had gotten off to a bad start. The first step had been foiled, causing the subsequent steps to be unable to be carried out. The Nyo family avoided a calamity. This was the reason why Nyo Dingtian had chosen to work with Little Meat. After that, the unforeseen event that occurred in Swallow Mountain was also that clan's self-preservation. Firstly, destroying the heaven-splitting swordsmanship sect was in line with their interests. Secondly, they wanted to obtain by Feifei's severed hand and raise an Emperor Realm sword cultivator. Once they succeeded, they would have an Emperor Realm sword cultivator with strength comparable to a true emperor. It would be enough to suppress everyone and stabilize the situation, buying precious time for that clan. For this reason, that clan had made many preparations in the past. The Frosty Frost sword sect was their first choice, and the Ting Shan sword sect was their backup. This also explained why the Ting Shan sword master was the first to rise in revolt when Qin Yu had suggested that Bai Feifei wanted to eat people. He had tried to incite everyone to join forces against Qin Yu. Unfortunately, the Ting Shan sword master had misjudged the situation. He had died before he could succeed, becoming cannon fodder without a sense of existence. In addition, the Fang Shan Jin family, the family of swordsmen that Jin Gung came from, was the clan's other backup. They had made ample preparations, but unfortunately, they had encountered Little Meaty, an existence that was almost like a loophole. Their attempts at self-preservation had failed once more. Successive defeats, and in addition to the failure of their scheme against the Nyo family, the repercussions were being released. That clan's situation rapidly worsened. Nyo Dingtian didn't directly attack that clan, but his revenge didn't stop. Those that felt the pressure from Nyo Dingtian focused all their anger on that clan. Because of this situation, that clan had no choice but to cut off an arm in order to survive. They had taken the initiative to give up a piece of their own benefit. And this was the most crucial point that Little Meaty had mentioned just now. Qin Yu looked up. He slowly said, "In other words, besides the Nyo family, the Qin Empire is also our partner." "The Nyo family is, but the Qin Empire is not." Little Meaty had a calm expression. "Qin Yu, you must understand that any cooperation must be based on equality. We can only use the Qin Empire, we cannot trust them. If there are more benefits in the future, the Lord Imperial Scholar will sell us out without hesitation." Qin Yu nodded. "You are right," Little Meaty said, "so we must do this quietly. Once we reach a certain stage, we will have the Qin Empire participate. As long as there are benefits, the Qin Empire will naturally help us." Qin Yu said, "There is one thing I don't understand. Why does the Qin Empire want to deal with that clan? It is the irresistible trend of the times. The Qin Empire is only taking advantage of the situation, and that clan has occupied a position, but they haven't achieved their desired results. Emperor Qin wants to change a candidate. Little Meaty's lips curled up, revealing a trace of ridicule. That Emperor Qin of Xianyang is truly a great strategist. Qin Yu frowned. Little Meaty waved her hand, her expression earnest. You don't need to worry about these things. Prepare yourself and give them a pleasant surprise. After this matter, if everything went smoothly, Qin Yu would have the strength to protect himself. To reach the Emperor realm in 30 years was far, far too difficult. Even if he learned the toad art, even if Little Meaty helped him, he still didn't have much confidence. So, from the very start, Little Meaty had prepared another path for Qin Yu. He wouldn't reach the Emperor realm, but he would have the strength to fight with one ahead of time. At that time, even if the worst situation occurred, he would still be able to preserve his life. The central desolate immortal land was located on the 13th floor. This was a maxim that had spread throughout the central desolate immortal land. Even children could recite it. No one disagreed with this. This was the status of the 13th floor. It transcended the 4 sects and 4 families, and stood on equal footing with the great Qin Empire. As for the white jade capital in the sky beyond heavens, it was a legendary existence that hadn't descended upon the world for tens of thousands of years. Mingzhe, Mount Skyfall is about to open to the public. You've accumulated strength in the 3 sky realm for a long time. It's time for a breakthrough. Mingzhe bowed. Many thanks, honored master. After a moment of hesitation, he said, This disciple has heard that the 13th floor has 6 slots for this time's Mount Skyfall. Honored master, could you inform me in advance so that I can prepare? On the other side, the 6th floor master spoke of 6 names in a calm tone. Mingzhe bowed, turned, and left respectfully without further instructions. After leaving the honored master's cultivation area, Mingzhe raised his head, a smile on his face. Li Ruhua. This junior sister Li was quite famous in the 13th floor. This time, she actually had the qualifications to go with him. It seemed that just as the honored master said, this woman's destiny was extraordinary. Mount Skyfall was a great secret that ordinary cultivators couldn't approach. But to the cultivators of the 13th floor, it wasn't mysterious at all. In terms of the lucky chances within, cultivation was secondary. Luck was the key. Thinking of this, Mingzhe's eyes flashed. He turned his feet and changed directions. Mount Skyfall is about to open. I have a feeling that this lucky chance is related to Baiji. Have her prepare and hurry over as soon as possible. Within the Infinite Temple, a calm voice sounded out from the temple master's seclusion area. Yes. The young Taoist standing guard outside turned and left. The next day, old Taoist Chen left the Infinite Temple with Baiji as a protector and boarded a ferry. Black Marsh. Miao Ye, for Mount Skyfall to reappear in the world is a great lucky chance. I have helped you obtain a slot. You must grasp it well. This time, if you can obtain something, you can easily touch the threshold of the sky realm. In fact, it might even be possible for you to step into it. Miao Ye respectfully knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Thank you, honored master. Rippling Cloud Peak. On this day, a youth walked out. He wore dark green robes and his face was like a crown of jade. He looked back at the mountain summit and respectfully knelt to the ground. Then, he stood up and soared into the skies. Beneath the black scholar tree, Venerable Sky was expressionless, but a sharp light surged in his eyes. In Samsara, the sun and moon that he inherited had been seized by others. This had broken an important pillar of support for his future great Tao. If he wanted to repair it, he had to obtain the essence of another great Tao and refine it to make up for it. And this time, it was the best opportunity. A complete Tao. If they weren't forced to do so, that clan would never be willing to pay such a price. This also meant that this was a great lucky chance, a good fortune, that had never appeared in the central desolate divine continent for the last 10,000 years. He had to obtain it. Half a month later, the latest Sword Master Conference ended in a less grand atmosphere. As a new member of the Sword Master Conference, Qin Yu attended for the first time as a Sword Master. He sat down in the seat that the Cold Frost Sword Sect had previously occupied. Across from him was the Spring Wind Sword Sect. From start to finish, the smile on Xie Chuangong's face never faded. What made the various sword masters relax a little was that the heaven-splitting sword sect didn't take advantage of this opportunity to make any other requests. After completing the transaction, although it hurt their hearts, compared to their expectations, this was already a good result. They all reluctantly felt happy. The old sword cultivator Iron Forest had brought 30 young sword cultivators from his hometown. According to his words, the sect master and great elder could arrange them as they saw fit. Even if they were to become the lowest level janitor of the sword sect, it would still be a good fortune for them. Little Miao was disinclined to pay attention to this matter. Qin Yu didn't have the time, so he handed it over to Hu Jiming, whose face was glowing with health. After several more days, Qin Yu announced that he would go into seclusion once more. Everyone in the heaven-splitting sword sect was already used to their sect master's diligent cultivation style. They didn't find it strange at all, and this matter caused the various great sword sects on Swallow Run Mountain to let out a sigh of relief. At the same time, they secretly guessed and envied him. Qin Yu's seclusion was definitely to refine and master the sealed artifact in the core of Sword Prison. Once he emerged, his strength would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. At that time, the situation on Swallow Run Mountain would likely be turbulent once more. The only one who felt disappointed was Sect Master Gu of the Sword Crafting Sect. He had come to the Heaven-Splitting Sword Sect several times, but had never been able to see Qin Yu. This naturally made Sect Master Gu, who was eager to become good friends with Qin Yu, unhappy. On a long-distance ferry, 9 suns were setting in the west in the sky. The afterglow shone on the deck, making it seem as if it had been painted with a layer of resplendent gold. Niu Daodu's eyes widened as she looked at the person in front of her. "Sir, have we met before?" The black-robed, ordinary-looking young man frowned slightly and shook his head. "Miss, you've mistaken me for someone else." He turned around and left, a layer of sweat already appearing on his forehead. Didn't they say that not even Emperor Realm cultivators would be able to detect a complete change in appearance? Little Miao's words were a little too exaggerated. Chapter 1730. Miss knows this person? Beside her, a robust middle-aged man dressed in a white robe frowned. He didn't seem like a romantic person at all. Niu Daodu was lost. She hesitated for a moment and shook her head. "Uncle Niu, I don't know him. I mistook him for someone else." She subconsciously looked up at the departing figure. Uncle Niu's eyes flashed. He nodded. "Miss, there are many people on deck. Let's return to our room." "Ah, good. Then let's go." This evening, Niu Daodu ate 2 bowls less than usual. She even ate 3 bowls of corn soup yesterday. Today, she only ate half a bowl before saying she had no appetite. Uncle Niu waved his hand. The maid sent by the ferry swiftly removed the dishes, cleaned them up, and brewed some tea. Then, she respectfully bowed and left. "Miss, are you feeling unwell? There are doctors accompanying you on the ferry. Call them over to check on you." Niu Daodu waved her hands. "No need, no need. I don't have much appetite today. I'll be fine tomorrow." She drank several mouthfuls of tea. Uncle Niu chatted with her for a while and then bid his farewells. "Miss, rest early today." Niu Daodu stood up to send him off. "Take care. I've troubled you on this trip." Uncle Niu smiled. "Miss, what are you saying? I'm happy that I can accompany you out. There's no point in staying in the garden." He turned and closed the door. Uncle Niu's smile faded away. The honest and amiable man from before was now surrounded by a murderous aura. "Mr. Niu." The fairy steward had already been waiting outside. As he saw Uncle Nyo come out, he hurriedly bowed. His voice was respectful, but there was a bit of nervousness in it. "I heard that Miss has a bad appetite today. Is there something in the kitchen that doesn't suit your taste?" Uncle Nyo had no expression. "It has nothing to do with you." Nyo Daodu's mind was elsewhere. He was well aware of the reason. After a moment of thought, his eyes fell on the steward. "I am looking for someone on this ferry." He lifted a hand. The air twisted and a face appeared. The steward's heart tightened. He hurriedly said, "If Mr. Nyo has any orders, we will obey. As long as that person is still on the ferry, we will definitely find him." "It's just that." He looked troubled. Uncle Nyo glanced at him. "I won't do anything to him. There's no proof." How could we dare to believe such a simple sentence? But being stared at by Uncle Nyo, the ferry manager felt as if he had died in a furnace. How could he dare to say anything else? He braced himself and said, "Mr. Nyo, please wait a moment. I will help you find it by tomorrow at the latest." Although it was said to be tomorrow, it actually didn't need to be that long. The manager was just taking precautions and leaving enough time. He summoned the people in charge of the guest rooms on the ferry and showed them the face that Uncle Nyo had given him. "Steward, I remember this person. He is a guest from Area D." A ferry cultivator stood up and said. The manager's eyes lit up. "Are you sure?" The man nodded. "Yes." The manager tapped the table with his finger and thought for a moment before saying, "Tomorrow morning, send someone to deliver a fruit platter to all the guest rooms in Area D." It was a quiet night. When there was a knock on the door, Chin Yu was in the middle of cultivating. He didn't want to open the door, but the other party was extremely patient. He opened his eyes and let out a deep breath. He stood up and went to open the door. Outside the door was a maid on the ferry. She had a smile on her face. "Guest, the ferry encountered a flock of wild geese yesterday. When we were trying to avoid them, there was some turbulence, and we may have disturbed you. This fruit platter is a free gift from us to express our apologies." Wild geese? Chin Yu had a faint impression of this. Yesterday, because of the urgent need to avoid the flock of wild geese, he had gone to the deck while the ferry was inspecting the structure of the hull. As a result, he had encountered Nyo Daodu on the deck. Thinking of this, he was left speechless. He wasn't in the mood to look at this beautiful ferry cultivator in front of him. He casually nodded and received the fruit platter. Closing the door, Chin Yu sat down at the table. He looked at the clean and fresh fruit. Then, he picked one up and bit down, causing juice to splash out. The taste wasn't bad. No wonder Meaty liked to eat it. After several bites, Chin Yu picked up another one. As he was eating, the female cultivator who had delivered the fruit platter hurried into a room. She bowed to the ferry steward and said, "Elder, it is indeed him." The steward relaxed. No matter what, he had to find the person first. As for what that Mr. Nyo wanted to do, as the saying goes, a fellow Taoist's death is better than mine. In this current situation, he couldn't worry about that for now. Keep an eye on that guest room. If there is any movement, immediately report back. With an order, the steward stood up and left. Uncle Nyo was speaking with the miss. Suddenly, his thoughts stirred. He said a few more words and then stood up with a smile. "Miss, I suddenly remembered something. I will go and deal with it. First, try the desserts that the ferry delivered. I think they taste quite good." As he left the door, his eyes fell on the ferry steward. "Have you found them?" The steward respectfully bowed. "Yes, the person has been determined. They are currently in the room." "Bring me there." The steward clenched his teeth and nodded. One in front, one behind the other, the two entered the guest room area. Chin Yu, who was eating a fruit in his room, sighed and set it down. Sure enough, there was no free lunch in this world. Fruits were the same. The person who followed Nyo Daodu, and in this situation, was clearly trusted by Nyo Dingtian. From this point of view, The two sides were on the same side. But the key was that Qin Yu was not Qin Yu. He chose to act secretly. He hid it from the state of Qin and Niu Dingtian. Forget it. Since things had come to this, he could only deal with it as it came. Soon, there was a knock on the door. Qin Yu raised his hand and rubbed his face. What now? His tone was a little impatient. From this moment on, he had entered the state of acting. When he opened the door and saw the steward outside, Qin Yu was startled. He showed his astonishment and surprise. Sorry, you are? Hello, guest. I am the fairy steward, Shi Liang. A guest wants to see you. After saying that, he retreated to the side. Uncle Niu walked to the door and smiled. Little brother, we meet again. Qin Yu frowned. It's you. He frowned. We met on the deck yesterday. You don't know me, right? Uncle Niu's smile didn't diminish. I didn't know you yesterday, but I know you today. What's wrong? Little brother doesn't want to come in and sit? Qin Yu hesitated. He looked at the fairy steward and reached out his hand. Please come in. Shi Liang said, I won't be going in. You two can slowly chat. Closing the door, Qin Yu looked at the table and the messy fruit platter. He revealed an awkward expression. Sorry. There's nothing to entertain me with. If you have something to say, just say it. Uncle Niu sat down. He glanced at the table and smiled. Yesterday, my family's miss called out to little brother. Since then, she has been a bit restless. I was a bit worried, so I came to see her. I hope little brother doesn't mind. Qin Yu was startled. So it's like that. It's fine. But I really don't know your family's miss. Uncle Niu nodded. I also think so. Little brother, you are an honest person. You definitely aren't lying. His smile became brighter. He suddenly lifted his hand and snapped his fingers. The room suddenly fell silent. Uncle Niu restrained his smile. He took out an incense box from his sleeve and opened it. He looked at Qin Yu without expression. I ask, you answer. Across from him, Qin Yu nodded in a daze. A moment later, Uncle Niu pushed open the door and left. The anxious Shi Liang hurried forwards. Mr. Niu, the guest in the room, Uncle Niu said, he's fine. There's no need to pay attention to him in the future. He turned and left. There wasn't a problem with this person. He had fallen into the trap of the soulless fragrance without any precaution. With his cultivation, it was impossible for him to lie. But for the sake of insurance, Uncle Niu had left behind a strong psychological suggestion in this person's heart. In the future, he would unconsciously avoid the miss and not appear in front of her on his own initiative. In the room, the dazed Qin Yu suddenly blinked, a helpless look on his face. This Mr. Niu was quite cautious, and he was truly loyal and devoted to the Niu family. Yesterday, Niu Daodu had only called out to him. There hadn't been any contact between the two sides, but this person had actually come knocking on his door. However, this result wasn't too bad. This person's methods were relatively gentle. He didn't attack or interrogate him. Otherwise, Qin Yu would have had no other choice but to expose his identity. As for this Mr. Niu, the psychological suggestion he left in his heart, there was no effect, but Qin Yu didn't mind following it. Niu Daodu, it was best to stay away from her in the future. He didn't know what Niu Dingtian was thinking. After what happened last time, he still allowed her to go out. But without a doubt, Niu Daodu was a massive unstable factor. She definitely had a backup plan that Niu Dingtian had prepared ahead of time. There was no doubt about this. But others didn't. If something really happened, whoever was close to Niu Daodu would suffer misfortune. Change fairies. He had to change fairies. When he arrived at the next pier, he would look around to see if there was a fairy he could use. For the next several days, the fairy was calm and tranquil. Qin Yu stayed in his room to cultivate. The toting skill was good in every aspect, but it was too loud. It wasn't suited to be used on the fairy because it would easily arouse the vigilance of others. In particular, there was a great monster at the half-emperor realm on this ferry. The Nyo family had actually raised an ox spirit, and Nyo Daodu even called him Uncle Nyo Hihi. This was quite a messy form of address. Luckily, Meidi had prepared ahead of time. She had also given Qin Yu a cultivation method that he could cultivate on the way. Compared to the toting skill, the efficiency was far inferior. But if other cultivators were to learn of this, their eyes would turn red with envy. At the same time, Qin Yu was constantly adapting to Bai Feifei's parasite hand. When he rested, he would take out the sword whetstone and temper the mountain river sword. His progress was relatively slow, but Qin Yu could clearly feel that as the sword whetstone was slowly nibbled away, the aura of the mountain river sword became increasingly swift and fierce. 7 days later, the ferry docked at the pier. This was the first time Qin Yu left his room. He planned to take a stroll around the pier and find a ferry to escape on. But the result left Qin Yu helpless. Let alone the ferry that went straight to the Long Mountain region, even the nearby ferries were all filled to the brim. It was difficult to obtain a ticket. He disembarked from the ferry and walked around the pier. 7 or 8 cultivators came over and asked him if he was willing to sell a ticket. They were willing to pay a high price. He asked again and received the same reply. Qin Yu sighed and returned to the ferry. But this allowed Qin Yu to confirm one thing. The news of that clan giving up Skyfall Mountain had already spread throughout the central desolate region. Otherwise, how could it be so difficult to obtain a ticket? Unless he was prepared to escape, there was no way he would be able to get a ticket. What to do? Forget it. If worst comes to worst, I'll just hide in the cabin and not come out. Whoever wants to do what they want. There's less than a month left. I'll just have to endure it. Qin Yu had a good plan. But how could everything in this world be done according to one's will? He met another acquaintance. Not the ferry steward Shi Liang, who was so excited that he nearly fainted. Rather, it was the people across from him. The cultivators of the 13th floor. Qin Yu's heart chilled. Since he had come to the central desolate region, he had to do as the Romans do. He naturally understood the background of the powers here. The 4 sects and 4 families were strong enough, right? But compared to the 13th floor, they were still far too lacking. The central desolate region's immortal lands were all on the 13th floor. Just listening to these words, they were filled with a domineering aura. The one leading them was a blue-clothed old man. He had a calm expression and the aura of a great master was revealed, another half-emperor. Qin Yu couldn't help but sigh inwardly. No wonder the central desolate region called itself the Divine Continent. There were far too many powerhouses. Of course, for 2 half-emperors to appear on the same ferry was also a stroke of fate. The reason was Skyfall Mountain. And the acquaintance Qin Yu saw was one of the young disciples standing behind this half-emperor of the 13th floor. Li Ruhua. Chen Shangulf. He was surprised to see the former, but he could more or less understand. After all, the Li family was one of the 4 families. For a direct descendant to enter the 13th floor was normal. But for Chen Shangulf, he could only think that Li Ruhua had brought him to the central desolate region and had even brought him into the 13th floor. This was a bit unexpected. As Qin Yu was thinking, he was startled. He deliberately revealed an expression of envy and awe, as well as a burning heat that couldn't be concealed in the depths of his eyes. Li Ruhua furrowed her eyebrows. She couldn't help but glance at the black-clothed youth in the crowd, a bit of doubt in her heart. Qin Yu couldn't help but groan inwardly. Did all the women in this world have such sharp senses? He really couldn't stay on this ferry any longer. But even though he groaned, he still had to stay. Running to the Long Mountain region wasn't realistic at all. Luckily, Li Ruhua only glanced at him several times and didn't take any further action. Qin Yu withdrew from the crowd and prepared to return to his room. He had already decided that before the ferry reached the Long Mountain region, he wouldn't take a single step out of his room. But at this time, Qin Yu suddenly frowned. Another gaze fell on him. Without batting an eyelid, he didn't even turn his head to look back. He continued forwards. As he turned a corner, he glanced around. He found him. The handsome young man in dark green robes watched Qin Yu leave. The corners of his lips curved up in a smile, and a trace of heat appeared deep in his eyes. "Junior apprentice sister, did you meet a friend?" Mingzhe asked in a low voice. Li Ruhua shook her head. "I mistook him for someone else." Mingzhe smiled and nodded. Chapter 1731. Trouble had come knocking. Hearing the knocking sounds, Qin Yu frowned, a helpless look on his face. All he wanted was to safely enter Skyfall Mountain. But just this wish had been filled with so many twists and turns. Life was too difficult. Qin Yu looked up at the door that kept knocking on it and sighed. Wasn't it good to live? Finally, the knocking stopped. In the next moment, there was a light cracking sound and the latch fell to the ground. The light of the spell surged before it was instantly extinguished. The door was pushed open from the outside. "Fellow Taoist, why keep me at a distance of 1,000 miles? I came here today to make a transaction with you." As he spoke, a person stepped in. It was the dark green robe that Qin Yu had seen yesterday on the deck. A smile appeared on his handsome face. He cupped his hands together and bowed. "My name is Sun Chongqing. If I have offended you, I ask for fellow Taoists' forgiveness." Qin Yu had no expression. "Fellow Taoist Sun, if you damage the ferry, you must compensate me accordingly." Sun Chongqing's smile didn't diminish. He looked at the latch that had fallen to the ground. "Of course, fellow Taoist can rest assured that I will take responsibility." He walked forwards and took out a wooden staff. "This is something I obtained a long time ago. It comes from a 10,000-year-old divine tree. Afterwards, it was tempered by a great master until it reached its current state. After you pour your cultivation into this treasure, it can transform into a 100,000-foot tall tree that can block out the sun. It is incomparably powerful. I can guarantee that this wooden staff is the most precious item in my possession. As long as fellow Taoist is willing to make a transaction with me, it will be yours." Qin Yu glanced at the wooden staff that flowed with light. He could tell at a glance that it wasn't ordinary. That was a very sincere way of doing things. "What does fellow Taoist Sun want?" Sun Chongqing's eyes brightened. "To tell the truth, I haven't decided yet. I just feel that there is something on fellow Taoist's body that I need." He lightly coughed and placed the wooden staff on the table. He reached out a hand. "But I only need to hold fellow Taoist's hand and I will know what it is in a moment." Qin Yu maintained his composure. He leaned back in his chair. "I haven't agreed to make a transaction with fellow Taoist Sunday," Sun Chongqing said. "With the wooden stick here, fellow Taoist, you must consider it carefully. After all, the Heavenfall Mountain is not a safe place. With another treasure in hand, perhaps you will be more confident." His body leaned forward, a smile still on his face, but his eyes were silent, without the slightest fluctuation of emotion. Footsteps sounded, and two fairy cultivators appeared at the door. "Sir, may I ask what happened?" Qin Yu said. "This fellow Taoist Sun Chongqing has intruded into my room for no reason. Please take him away." Sun Chongqing frowned. "Fellow Taoist Zhou, aren't you being too unreasonable by doing this?" Qin Yu picked up the teacup and took a sip. Sun Chongqing pushed the chair away, picked up the wooden stick, and turned to walk out. From behind, Qin Yu suddenly said, "Fellow Taoist Sun, don't forget the repair fee for the door." Sun Chongqing smiled. "Of course." The two cultivators on the ferry apologized to Qin Yu and followed behind him. He closed the door and sat back down at the table. He looked at where Sun Chongqing had just been and rubbed his eyebrows. Although today was over, his intuition told him that the other party would not give up so easily. Make a deal? And he would know by shaking hands? What a joke! There were far too many secrets on Qin Yu's body. It was impossible for him to agree to such a request. He put down his hand and gently tapped the table. He began to consider whether or not he should take the initiative to kill him. But soon, he suppressed this thought. There were 2 half-emperors on the ferry. Did he really think they were blind? Killing Sun Chongqing wouldn't be difficult, but once he drew their attention, especially the half-emperor realm ox monster beside Niu Daodu, they would definitely grow suspicious. At that time, things would only become more troublesome. Whatever, he would ignore it for now. It was best if this Sun Chongqing knew how to retreat. If he tried anything else, he would just have to deal with it as it came. In the worst-case scenario, he would just scare him a little and make him retreat. Fellow Daoist son, please take care. Watching the dark green robe leave, Steward Shi Liang lifted a hand and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his complexion pale. Sweeping Cloud Peak. He didn't dare to ask anything else. The other party had only revealed his identity, and he had instantly cowered. He had no choice but to cower. What sort of place was Sweeping Cloud Peak? That Taoist Master Sky-High was a transcendent supreme elder that could shake the heavens. It was said that he was only a step away from the true Emperor realm and could step into it at any time. Elder, how should we explain this matter to the guest from Area D? A sect disciple had a distressed expression. Shi Liang waved his hand in annoyance. Explain what? If he asks, just say that this matter is beyond the scope of the ferry's management. If there is a dispute between the 2 sides, then go outside and resolve it. Just as he finished speaking, Shi Liang furrowed his eyebrows. Wait. The guest from Area D, go and find out who it is. Soon, he saw the result. Shi Liang's heart tightened. He was lucky that he had been a little more cautious, otherwise he would have made a mess of things. This person was the one that Mr. Ox had been looking for before. Although nothing had happened and Mr. Ox had told him that there was no need to pay attention to it anymore, but Shi Liang didn't dare to take it seriously. In particular, the people from Sweeping Cloud Peak had also found this person. If it was said to be a coincidence and there was nothing else, he wouldn't believe it even if he twisted his head off. There was a problem, there was definitely a problem. Shi Liang paced back and forth. He took a deep breath and said, Go personally and apologize to that guest surnamed Zhou. Have a good attitude and clearly explain our difficulties. When immortals fought, mortals suffered. Their Cloud Sea sect couldn't afford to provoke any one of these people. Just as he sent someone away, a sect disciple came in to report, Elder, there is an honored guest on the 13th floor who has come to see you. Shi Liang jumped up. Where is he? Fool! If an honored guest is here, just directly welcome him in. How can he wait outside? As he spoke, he hurriedly rushed out. The disciple that was reprimanded had a helpless expression. He thought to himself that it was you who said to watch the door and that no one was allowed to come in. But there was no need to explain himself, and even if he did, no one would listen. Shi Liang rushed out the door and respectfully bowed. This sect disciple was disrespectful first. I ask that honored guest not be angry. Across from him, Li Ruhua had a calm expression. She lightly said, It's fine. Her eyes swept around. Shi Liang hurriedly said, If you have free time, please come in and talk. After entering the door, Shi Liang personally poured tea for her and said respectfully, Honored guest, if you have something to say, please say it. As long as we can do it, the Yun Hai sect will not refuse. Li Ruhua nodded and directly said, I came here to ask you to help me find someone on the ferry. Find someone? Find someone again? It can't be. Shi Liang's heart skipped a beat. He swallowed his saliva and forced his voice to not tremble. May I ask who you are looking for? Li Ruhua raised her hand and the air twisted. A face appeared. It really was him. This time, Shi Liang tried to endure, but he still had a strange expression on his face. Li Ruhua frowned. Do you know this person? Shi Liang took a deep breath and cupped his hands. Yes, this guest is currently living in the D area. Li Ruhua said, There are many guests on the ferry. The D area is an ordinary area. Steward Sure, you must have a photographic memory. You actually remember this person. There was a hidden meaning in his words. Shi Liang's heart tightened and he smiled bitterly. Honored guest, you must be joking. I don't have a photographic memory. He gritted his teeth and lowered his voice. The reason why I have an impression of you is because of two things that happened before. At that moment, he told Sun Chongqing about the Niu clan. His eyes were filled with a pleading look. Esteemed guest, please keep this a secret. Otherwise, if other guests blame us, my Cloud Ocean sect won't be able to bear the consequences. Li Ruhua stood up. Thank you, Steward Sure. I will keep this matter a secret, but I hope that you won't tell anyone about our conversation today. Shi Liang's forehead was instantly covered in cold sweat, and he nodded repeatedly. Mingzhi knocked on the door. After several breaths of time, the door opened. Chen Shangul respectfully bowed. Greetings, Senior Apprentice Brother Ming. Junior Sister is not here. Chen Shanglu replied, Yes, Miss has just gone out. If Senior Brother Ming has something to say, I can report it on her behalf. Mingzhi smiled faintly. Nothing much. Since Junior Sister isn't here, I'll take my leave first. He cupped his hands, and Chen Shangul hurriedly lowered his head to return the gesture. Senior Apprentice Brother Ming. A voice rang out from behind him. Mingzhi smiled and turned. Junior Apprentice Sister, you've returned. Chen Shanglu bowed and returned to his room on his own initiative. Li Ruhua said, Senior Apprentice Brother Ming, please enter. The two sat down. Mingzhi directly said, When I was young, I did some research on Skyfall Mountain. I was on the way here, so it wasn't convenient for me to tell Junior Apprentice Sister. If Junior Apprentice Sister doesn't mind, then I can tell you some things you need to pay attention to once you enter. Li Ruhua bowed. Thank you, Senior Apprentice Brother. An hour later, Mingzhi finished explaining everything he knew about the Research Institute. He didn't stay any longer. He stood up and said, Junior Apprentice Sister, I won't disturb your peace any longer. Farewell. Li Ruhua stood up. I will see Senior Apprentice Brother out. Mingzhi smiled and nodded. After seeing her out the door, Mingzhi waved his hand for her to stay. He turned and left. Have you found anything? Reporting to young master, Li Ruhua just left the cabin to see a Cloud Ocean sect elder, the current ferry steward Shi Liang. Behind him, a servant hesitated for a moment before continuing, As for the specific reason, in order to avoid being discovered, I didn't dare to make a decision on my own. Mingzhi lightly said, Let's stop here. Don't investigate this matter any further. A sharp light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Sun Chongqing returned to his dwelling. There was a smile on his lips, but his eyes were cold to the extreme. What he said before was true. He really didn't know what Qin Yu had on him. But there was one thing he was certain of, that item was incomparably important to him. If it weren't for this, Sun Chongqing wouldn't have so impatiently rushed to Qin Yu's door just before Skyfall Mountain arrived. Today's failure was unexpected, but it was also reasonable. How could something that could cause such a reaction in his heart be ordinary? It seemed that Zhou Huan had already sensed something. But what he fancied absolutely couldn't run away. It was just that he had to spend a bit more effort. Sun Chongqing lowered his head and thought for a moment. Then, his lips curved up in a smile. He lifted his hand and took out a wooden stick. He raised his hand and pointed at it. It landed on the ground and shook a few times before actually coming to life. Some roots and tender branches drilled out and swayed like a strange snake. Then, it quietly slipped into the ferry and disappeared. 2 days later, Shi Liang finally managed to catch his breath. As he heard the sect disciples report back to him, he nearly fainted on the spot. The ferry had been stolen, and the one who had lost the item was that drifting Cloud Peak disciple, Sun Chongqing. Elder, are you all right? Several disciples rushed up and quickly supported him. Shi Liang took several deep breaths. Where is he? Where is Sun Chongqing? Steward Shi, I am here waiting for your Cloud Sea sect to give me an explanation. Sun Chongqing sneered and stepped in. At this time, his complexion was gloomy and a cold light surged in his eyes. This time, I was ordered by the Peak Master to go down the mountain to gain experience. Before I left, I was granted a treasure, but now it was actually stolen from the ferry. Shi Liang paled. Son, fellow Taoist son, you should properly protect the treasure in your hands. Our Cloud Sea sect's ferry. Before he could finish, he was interrupted. Sun Chongqing said without expression, Steward Shi, are you saying that I lost the treasure because of bad luck and that it has nothing to do with your ferry? He took a step forward, looking down from above. Today I will make things clear. This treasure was specially granted to me by the Peak Master to ensure that I can obtain a harvest in Skyfall Mountain. If I can't find the treasure, I will be severely punished by the Peak Master. But your Cloud Sea sect can also forget about staying out of this. Puff, this time, several people weren't able to stop Shi Liang. He slid to the ground like a pile of noodles. Elder! The disciples of the Cloud Sea sect were now panicking. The drifting Cloud Peak Master was a legendary existence that was only a step away from becoming a true sovereign. He was a formidable existence that stood at the peak of the heavens. Once he was enraged, no matter how many heads the Cloud Sea sect had, it wouldn't be enough to cut off. Fellow Taoist son, I beg you to be magnanimous. That's right, after the treasure was stolen, it must still be on the ferry. As long as we search carefully, we will definitely be able to find it. Shi Liang finally regained his composure. He crawled up and shouted. Sun Chongqing sneered. Steward Shi, are you certain that the person who stole the treasure is still on the ferry? Shi Liang desperately nodded. I am certain. My Sky Sea sect's ferry is protected by an exquisite array formation. No one can leave without a sound. And these past 2 days, the ferry hasn't docked at the pier, so the thief must be on board. Sun Chongqing said, Good. As long as we can find the treasure, not only will the Cloud Sea sect be innocent, but I will also report this to the Peak Master and remember this favor. Chapter 1732. The search began. Shi Liang didn't care whether or not he would disturb the other guests or cause trouble for the Yunhai sect. The fire was burning his eyebrows, so he had to get through the next hurdle first. Of course, it was said that he wanted to thoroughly search every corner of the ferry, but Shi Liang would not seek death, and Sun Chongqing would not allow him to do so. There were some rooms where both sides had a tacit understanding and didn't send anyone to, such as the Ox family's courtyard and the residences of the cultivators on the 13th floor. Elder, I feel like something's wrong. Sun Chongqing lost such an important treasure. How could he be so calm and composed? Said a disciple of the Yunhai sect. His face was filled with doubt. That's right. Just as he finished speaking, he felt a light slap on the back of his head. Shi Liang's face was full of anger. You think you're the only smart one? You think you can do it? He looked around and didn't notice anything wrong, so he lowered his voice. Are your suspicions important? The disciple glared at him, but before he could speak, he was slapped again. You don't eat much every day, you just don't have any brains. What kind of person is Sun Chongqing, and what kind of reputation does Drifting Cloud Peak have? If they insist on losing their treasures, what can we do? After being slapped twice in a row, the Yunhai sect disciple shrank his neck and said with a bitter face, Elder, you've been suspicious for a long time. However, this Sun Chongqing has caused such a huge commotion. What is he planning to do? Don't be so curious, you'll die. Shi Liang glared at him. Sun Chongqing must have had something to ask of him. This made him think of the guest from the D area, whose surname was Zhou. He took a deep breath and gave up on that thought. Who cared who Sun Chongqing was after? As long as he didn't make things difficult for the Yunhai sect. According to the size of the rooms and the different living conditions, the ferry was divided into 4 zones, A, B, C, and D. Of course, there were different standards for the fees. The reason Qin Yu chose the D rank was because it would be easier for him to hide in the crowd. Secondly, his current identity was that of a nameless wandering cultivator. Living in Area D was the only way to fit his identity. Originally, after encountering Niu Daodu and Li Ruhua, Qin Yu felt that his choice was the right one. The two of them were far away from here, so they wouldn't be able to come over if they had nothing to do. At least it was safer. But Sun Chongqing's appearance completely ruined Qin Yu's happiness. He opened his eyes and helplessly sighed. This part of the journey was really too troublesome. Looking down at his feet, Qin Yu was a bit speechless. He thought that with such a crude framing, just who was this surnamed Sun looking down on? As his thoughts raced, Qin Yu sneered. He decided to teach this fellow a lesson so that he wouldn't endlessly tangle with him in the future. With a stomp, a green light burst forth from the ground, and a few emerald green leaves sprouted from the ground. Qin Yu squatted down and reached out his left hand. The wooden stick that was desperately struggling to escape instantly calmed down and was easily grasped by him. Patting his palm, Qin Yu lightly coughed and knocked his forehead. After several breaths of time, a strange scene appeared. A vortex appeared between his eyebrows, spinning silently. As soon as the wooden stick approached, it was devoured and disappeared. In the guest room of Area A, the expression of Sun Chongqing, who was quietly drinking tea and waiting, suddenly changed drastically. Pa! The teacup in his hand instantly turned into powder, and a burst of steam rose. Shuar Sun Chongqing howled out, heading straight for Area D. His complexion paled and anger surged in his eyes. He had lost contact with the wooden stick. How was this possible? Disregarding the fact that this object was personally refined by his master, who in the world could instantly and silently seal it. Moreover, there was an inseparable connection between him and this wooden stick. Even if they were separated by 10,000 miles, both sides could still clearly sense each other. With a thought, he could even take it back. And this was also the fundamental reason why Sun Chongqing hadn't hesitated to take out the wooden stick and make a deal with Qin Yu. But it was also because of this that he became increasingly angry. He didn't care about arousing suspicion and directly attacked. Senior Sun. In Area D, the Cloud Sea sect disciples responsible for searching for the thief hurriedly bowed. Sun Chongqing flicked his sleeves. I can sense the aura emitted by a treasure. Follow me. He flew straight to the guest room Qin Yu was in and pointed. It's here. As he arrived and sensed the aura in the room, Sun Chongqing's angry heart suddenly calmed down. He didn't know what method this person had used to seal the wooden stick. But as long as this person was still here, there was nothing to fear. Rather, he could take advantage of this opportunity to make this matter a reality. The complexions of the Cloud Sea sect disciples that followed him changed. In Area D's guest room, there was a mysterious guest that they couldn't afford to provoke. They certainly knew about this. Moreover, many of them knew that Sun Chongqing had come here to cause trouble in the past. Now he insisted that the guest in the room had stolen something. Wasn't he evil? 2F** King Evil. This surnamed Sun was really nothing. After Shi Liang obtained the news, he hurriedly ran away with a pale face. He looked at the tightly shut door and groaned inwardly. Good things never came true, but bad things did. It really was like this. Even now, he still hadn't been able to determine just who this guest called Zhou Huan was. But without a doubt, this person wasn't ordinary at all. If such a guest were to bear a grudge against the Cloud Sea sect because of this, would there be any good results? Steward Shi, I've already found the thief. What are you waiting for? Sun Chongqing expressionlessly pressed. Shi Liang's mouth was so bitter it was like he had eaten a bitter pill. But as soon as he saw Qin Yu's eyes, he panicked. He clenched his teeth and squeezed out a smile. Fellow Daoist son, please wait a moment. I will go up and ask a few questions. Please be patient to avoid any misunderstandings. He took several steps forwards, took a deep breath, and knocked on the door. Creak, the door opened. Qin Yu furrowed his eyebrows. Steward Sure, your fairy seems to be quite lively. What's going on today for you to personally knock on the door? Shi Liang cupped his hands together. Fellow Taoist Zhou, please forgive us. It is true that the fairy hasn't been too peaceful recently. If we have offended you in any way, please forgive us. Our Yunhai sect is only maintaining a fairy, that's all. We have our own difficulties. Qin Yu waved his hand. Let's get down to business. With such a large lineup, if I didn't know, I would think you were trying to catch a thief. Sun Chongqing coldly sneered. Fellow Taoist Zhou, you're confessing yourself. Qin Yu glanced at him. Fellow Taoist Sun? What does today's matter have to do with you? I already said that I'm not interested in your proposal. It's best if you give up on it as soon as possible. Sun Chongqing reached out a hand. Return the treasure and I will leave immediately. Seeing that a conflict was about to break out, Shi Liang hurriedly said, Fellow Taoist Zhou, fellow Taoist Sun is blaming the fairy for losing an important treasure. My Cloud Sea sect is currently cooperating with the investigation. Just now, fellow Taoist Sun sensed the aura of a treasure. He said it was in your room, so I had no choice but to disturb you. Qin Yu lightly said, if he says it's here, then it's here. Steward Sure, your Cloud Sea sect's fairy is a bit too childish. Shi Liang bitterly smiled. For better or worse, he was still a ruler. Normally, when he was on the ferry, he was a man of his word. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't afford to provoke the two of them, why would he have to bow and scrape? The treasure isn't here. Hurry up and leave. Qin Yu turned to leave. Sun Chongqing sneered. He took a step forward. If you say it's not here, then it's not here. Do you think my sweeping cloud peak is made of paper? It wasn't common for the fairy to search for thieves. In addition, the Cloud Sea sect intended to shift the blame to others, so no matter who asked, they would tell the truth. As soon as they heard this, they knew it involved sweeping Cloud Peak. This was a colossus that couldn't be easily provoked, who had eaten a bear's heart and leopard's gall to actually steal from the people of sweeping Cloud Peak. They were truly tired of living. The attention that this matter attracted soon spread throughout the ferry. Even those in the guest rooms in Area A that hadn't been disturbed too much heard of it. Soon, more news came back. It was said that the people of Sweeping Cloud Peak had used their auras to find the location of the thief. This caused many people to immediately become excited. They had long heard of Sweeping Cloud Peak's methods. Perhaps they would be able to see it with their own eyes today. In the future, this would be a great topic to talk about. But just like that, everyone ran over to watch. It was fine for the others, but the guests in Area A were more or less self-conscious. Luckily, this small problem was quickly resolved. It was unknown who had condensed a curtain of water in the air above the guest rooms in Area A, but it was able to project what was happening in Area D in real time. Niu Daodu saw it. Li Ruhua's heart stirred. She also saw it when she came out. The two of them had a clear goal and the same goal. They immediately saw Qin Yu, who was surrounded by a crowd. It's him. Niu Daodu's complexion changed. After a moment of thought, she stood up and walked out. Miss, where are you going? Uncle Niu chased after her. I'm going to watch the fun. As she spoke, her feet flew forwards. Uncle Niu frowned inwardly. He thought that boy Zhou Huan really didn't know the miss. But looking at the situation, could it be that the miss had taken a liking to this boy? No. What kind of background did their family's miss come from? Even if she wanted to find a husband, she would choose from the most outstanding boys in the Central Desolate. If such a little wandering cultivator dared to encroach on the miss, he would definitely be skinned alive when he returned. Everyone knew how much their family's old ancestor doted on and valued the miss. Uncle Niu no longer spoke. He lowered his head and followed behind, grinding his teeth. He had been too careless, too careless. He should have made a move earlier and broken that brat's neck. If he died, everything would have been over, and today's matter wouldn't have happened. Fortunately, it wasn't too late now. Today was only the second time Miss had seen this brat, so there definitely wouldn't be any substantial progress. Once this matter was over, he would quietly go over and slap him to death, then destroy his corpse to get rid of all evidence. Even though he had been cultivating in the garden for the past few years, it had been a long time since he had personally handled such matters. However, even if another 10,000 years had passed, it was impossible for him to abandon his old profession. "Miss, where are you going?" Chen Shang looked surprised. This was the second time he had seen the young miss do something out of character. After entering the 13th floor, Li Ruhua focused on her own cultivation and paid no attention to the matters of the outside world. Even though she had been included in the list of 6 and obtained the right to enter the Skyfall Mountain, she did not slack off in her cultivation. But now she actually wanted to join in the fun. This was clearly not right. Li Ruhua said faintly, "This person, I want to see for myself." Chen Shanglu bowed. "I'll go with you." Li Ruhua nodded. The two of them headed straight for District D. Sun Chongqing had already decided that he would no longer care about face. He would directly kill this person and take away his lucky chance. In any case, something like reputation was something that the disciples of Sweeping Cloud Peak never had. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Sun Chongqing's aura stirred and he shouted out, "Stop!" Niu Daoda had arrived. Behind her was a gloomy Uncle Niu, who emitted a dangerous aura. Sun Chongqing decisively took a step back. He cupped his hands together and bowed. "Sweeping Cloud Peak's Sun Chongqing greets Miss Niu and Mr. Niu." Niu Daoda glanced at Qin Yu. After making sure he was fine, she said with dissatisfaction, "How can you be like this? You want to kill someone so casually." Sun Chongqing didn't refute her. This was indeed what he was thinking just now. Miss Niu might not know, but this person stole the precious treasure that my peak master bestowed upon me before he left. After I discovered it, he refused to admit it no matter what, so I had no choice but to act. Uncle Niu said in a low voice, "Miss, since it's like this, let's not interfere. Attack now. Hurry up and slaughter this boy so he doesn't have to waste his time." Uncle Niu, how could he steal something? As Niu Daodu spoke, she felt her words weren't convincing enough. She hesitated for a moment. In any case, it's impossible for him to be a thief. Surname Sun, don't be a scoundrel. Hurry up and leave. Sun Chongqing took a deep breath. He said, "Miss Niu, everything I say is true. The treasure is in this person's hands. I don't want to listen." Niu Daodu waved her hand. "Hurry up and leave." Sun Chongqing. The Sweeping Cloud Peak that had always been known for being unreasonable and overbearing had finally encountered someone even more unreasonable than them. In particular, this person's fist was even bigger. Not only was he a backer, but he also couldn't provoke Uncle Niu. The expressions of the onlookers suddenly became much more interesting. They thought that they would actually be able to see someone from Sweeping Cloud Peak suffer a setback. This was a great topic of conversation. "Miss Niu, my family's peak master and senior Niu are friends in the past. No matter why you are helping this person today, please reconsider your actions." Niu Daodu coldly sneered. "There is no need to reconsider. My family's old ancestor listens to me. Are you going to leave or not?" Sun Chongqing nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. But he definitely couldn't leave. His eyes darkened and he clenched his teeth. "As long as this person hands over the treasure that the peak master bestowed upon me, I will turn around and leave immediately. I will not pursue this matter any further." It was clear that Zhou Huan and Niu Daodu were related. It was impossible for him to achieve his goal today. Sun Chongqing felt depressed in his heart. But soon, he discovered that this was only the beginning of his depression. Niu Daodu was a bit hesitant. In particular, Uncle Niu, who was behind him, quietly glanced at him. At this step, This surnamed son had been forced to lower his head and say these words. This was the same as admitting defeat. There was no need for him to lie any further. She looked at Qin Yu. While she relaxed, she was also a bit disappointed. How could he steal from others? Qin Yu had a calm expression. He didn't feel the least bit ashamed because of her gaze. Steal what? I relied on my own ability to steal something, so why should I return it? He shook his head, confidently saying, I didn't take it. Chapter 1733. Niu Daodu's eyes lit up. She turned her head and stared at Sun Chongqing. He said he didn't take it. You must have made a mistake. Hurry up and leave. Sun Chongqing almost went crazy with anger. He said he didn't take it, so he didn't take it. What I said, you treat it as fart, right? He had personally delivered the wooden stick to Qin Yu's room and then suddenly lost contact. It was impossible to say that this had nothing to do with him. He took a deep breath, his face ashen. Miss Niu, for your sake, I have retreated again and again. But the wooden staff was given to me by the Peak Lord, so I absolutely cannot lose it. He clenched his teeth and raised his hand. Today, Sun Chongqing swears upon his life that the treasure I lost is in Zhou Huan's possession. Qin Yu interrupted him. Fellow Taoist son comes from Sweeping Cloud Peak, right? Sun Chongqing's voice was icy cold. That's right. If fellow Taoist Zhou wishes to change your mind, there is still time. Qin Yu shook his head. Fellow Taoist son has misunderstood. I just think that the oaths of the disciples of Sweeping Cloud Peak aren't worth anything at all. Although the reputation of the Rippling Cloud Peak had always been in a sorry state, everyone was well aware of this. However, no one dared to say it out loud even though they were clear about it. Moreover, it was done in front of the people of the Cloud Sweeping Peak. This was a direct slap in the face. Sun Chongqing's face instantly flushed red. He exploded with anger and shame. Zhou Huan, how dare you insult my Sweeping Cloud Peak? You are courting death. However, this aura only lasted for less than a second before it was forced to retreat. Uncle Niu took a step forward unwillingly. He couldn't go against his mistress's wishes. At this moment, he felt very uncomfortable. He cursed inwardly. The brats of Drifting Cloud Peak were getting worse with each generation. Their guts were too small. No matter how good their mouth was, what use was it? Just do it. My reaction was a little slower, and I was caught off guard, allowing you to kill that brat Zhou Huan. After that, this old man would kill you. Wouldn't that be a happy ending? Everyone would be satisfied. Sun Chongqing noticed the disappointment in Uncle Niu's eyes, and his face almost turned green. He thought to himself, you rotten old man, you're really evil. You want me to die? Where was the aloofness and pride of a senior expert? Bear with it, you have to bear with it. You can't be impulsive today. The old man in front of him was waiting for an opportunity to give him a fatal blow. Sun Chongqing's aura deflated and his heart trembled. He took a step back, clenched his teeth and shouted, if I don't take back the wooden staff today, I will not give up. When it came to fishing, there was no reason to lose the bait. Moreover, the situation with the wooden stick was basically the same as what he said. If he really did lose it, he would have lost the upper hand in the Tianluo Mountain. He would have failed in his mission and lost the treasure. The Peak Master would definitely punish him. Uncle Niu frowned. He glanced at Qin Yu and said in a low voice, Zhou Huan, let me remind you that it is not easy to take advantage of Sweeping Cloud Peak. You must consider this carefully. The current situation was already clear. Sun Chongqing had indeed lost his treasure. Disregarding the process of losing, there was a high chance it was in Qin Yu's hands. And the reason Uncle Niu didn't like this was because he felt that Qin Yu was using him and Niu Daodu as helpers that he could use to forcefully seize the treasure. With such a character, he still wants to get close to our miss? Dream on. In Uncle Niu's heart, he had already sentenced him to death. Of course, he also selectively forgot some things. For instance, it seemed that Nyo Daodu was the one who had chased after him on her own initiative. Uncle Nyo. Nyo Daodu pouted, a look of dissatisfaction on her face. What are you saying? Zhou Huan already said that I didn't take anything from him. Uncle Nyo's lips twitched. Miss, I was only reminding little friend Zhou. I didn't mean anything else. He put on a fake smile. I believe that little friend Zhou should have already considered this carefully. Old Nyo, what do you mean by this? Do you think I'm going to lower my head? Qin Yu sneered inwardly. As his thoughts raced, Meaty's voice suddenly sounded out in his mind, let him come find me. Qin Yu frowned. He certainly didn't doubt Meaty's concealing methods. But if he let Sun Chongqing come find him, what if No, perhaps this was Meaty's chess move to begin with. He had no idea what she was planning. Qin Yu coughed and said, Sun Chongqing, I cannot trust the oaths of your sweeping cloud peak. He waved his hand, not giving him a chance to continue. Let's change the agreement. Didn't you say that the treasure was on me? Fine, I will let you search it yourself. But, the premise is that you must compensate me. Nyo Daodu immediately nodded. That makes sense. You said that Zhou Huan is a thief. If you make a mistake and lose such a great reputation, you will definitely need to compensate him at a high price. Sun Chongqing coldly sneered. Good. He cupped his hands together. I ask Mr. Nyo and everyone present to bear witness to today's matter. If I cannot find any treasure, then I am willing to give this bag of golden jade scholar rice to Zhou Huan as compensation. He flipped his hand and took out a palm-sized bag. He opened it to reveal a golden translucent grain of rice. Exposed beneath the great sun, each grain reflected an incomparably dazzling halo of light. Golden jade scholar rice. Nyo Daodu stared straight at it. With a gulp, she subconsciously gulped. Uncle Nyo's lips twitched. He wished he could cover his face with his hands. Manners, did our families mislack this sort of food? Coughing lightly, he reached out and took the cloth bag. Weighing it in his hand, he looked at the quality and said, Not bad, this is top-notch golden jade locust rice. Only the 10,000-year-old ancient black locust tree on Cloud's sweeping peak can produce it. It is an excellent nutritional treasure. He looked at Qin Yu. Zhou Huan, if you are searched then you can obtain this bag of golden jade scholar rice. You won't suffer a loss. Qin Yu nodded. If Mr. Nyo says I won't suffer a loss, then I definitely won't. I agree. He looked over. Fellow Daoist son, how do you want to search me? It's not like you want me to take out everything for you. Sun Chongqing sneered. There is no need to go through so much trouble. As long as I hold your hand, I will naturally be able to find the treasure. He stepped forwards and grabbed onto Qin Yu. After several breaths of time, his complexion changed and his entire body began to shiver. No. Impossible! It is clearly on your body. Sun Chongqing's eyes widened in disbelief. Qin Yu drew back his hand. He lightly said, Fellow Daoist son, if you don't feel at ease then you can search my room. I don't mind. Sun Chongqing clenched his teeth and rushed into the room. After a loud rumbling sound, he walked out in a daze. There was an uproar. There was no need to say anything. Sun Chongqing's expression had already explained everything. Uncle Nyo frowned. The scene in front of him was unexpected. He looked at Qin Yu, his eyes deep. He suddenly felt as if he had underestimated this boy before. If so, then he might have been a bit more cautious about his initial judgment of him. Nyo Daodu clapped her hands, a look of joy on her face. No, the thing isn't here. Zhou Huan really was wrongly accused. I knew it. My eyesight is too good to be wrong. Qin Yu was a bit helpless. In truth, this wasn't his original plan. He originally only wanted to secretly warn Sun Chongqing not to provoke him again. Now, it seemed as if he had obtained a complete victory, but he had also exposed himself. As a matter of fact, the way that old bull looked at him now was very strange. It was clear that he was suspicious of him. Moreover, Li Ruhua had also come. The only comforting thing was that she had chosen to stand behind the crowd and watch the show without doing anything else. Otherwise, that would have been a real headache. With Li Ruhua's status, would she personally come to watch the fun just because of such a small matter? That was clearly impossible. So, she was most likely thinking the same as Niu Daodu. She was currently muttering to herself. This caused Qin Yu to lose even more confidence in his so-called flawless identity that even a true sovereign wouldn't be able to detect. Impossible. The wooden staff was in your hands, Sun Chongqing's screams came to an abrupt stop. His face was a mix of purple and blue. He couldn't admit that he was the one who had delivered the wooden staff to Qin Yu on his own initiative to frame him. One could be shameless, but they couldn't show it in the open. Qin Yu lightly said, "The truth has already come to light. I advise fellow Daoist Sun to leave as soon as possible and look for the lost treasure. If you delay any longer, it might really be gone." There were only 3 words in these words that weren't wrong. It's really gone. If you can still find the wooden staff, do you believe me when I walk away with my head down? Uncle Niu had no expression. Sun Chongqing, you can leave now. Deep in his heart, he was disappointed. He was already cursing out loud. This matter couldn't even be considered a strong start but a weak finish. This was nothing more than a farce. What the hell was this? Zhou Huan, return the wooden staff to me and we can let bygones be bygones. I am also willing to give you the golden jade scholar rice. Sun Chongqing clenched his teeth, trying his best to maintain his calm. Otherwise, I guarantee that you will become the enemy of Sweeping Cloud Peak. Qin Yu reached out a hand. Thank you, Mr. Niu. Uncle Niu's lips twitched. He tossed away the rice bag. This surname Zhobrat, he was quite bold. Sun Chongqing's face twisted. He struggled for a moment and then flicked his sleeves and left. He could turn hostile, but if he lost the title of Lost Owner today, he wouldn't have the courage to cause trouble. If Niu Daodu interfered, he could only suffer a loss. But even if he left today, that didn't mean he really had to swallow his pride. Zhou Huan, this matter, we aren't finished. He had to take back the wooden staff. Not just that, but he also wanted this brat's life. Li Ruhua turned around and left. Chen Shangov lowered his head and followed behind. He didn't look back, but he had already memorized that face in his heart. Zhou Huan. It was a very unfamiliar name, and the face was even more unfamiliar. He could be sure that this person had never appeared in Li Ruhua's world before. But why did Li Ruhua care so much about this person? This made Chen Shangov feel uneasy from the depths of his heart. After entering the 13th floor, he was sure that he was lucky to be able to follow Li Ruhua and be her attendant. His cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds, and his horizons had broadened. At the same time, Chen Shangov made up his mind to hold on to Li Ruhua's thigh tightly. As for taking things a step further and winning over the beauty, he had indeed thought about it. But that would require time to plan things out bit by bit. Chen Shangov believed that as long as he had enough patience, this day would eventually come. But today, the future he had imagined suddenly encountered a severe challenge. Zhou Huan. This person had to be thoroughly investigated. Uncle Niu glanced at Li Ruhua's departing back and furrowed his eyebrows. He cupped his hands together and said, "Miss, we should go." Niu Daodu nodded. She turned around, but then she suddenly turned back and walked in front of Qin Yu. "Zhou Huan, are you sure we've never met before?" Being stared at by her eyes, Qin Yu shook his head without hesitation. "No." Niu Daodu's eyes dimmed. "Is that so? I always thought you looked familiar, as if you were a friend I hadn't seen in a long time." She smiled and waved her hand. "My name is Niu Daodu. I'm leaving." Qin Yu thought for a moment and called out to her. "This bag of golden jade locust rice, I'll give it to Miss Niu. Thank you for helping me today." Niu Daodu didn't decline. She took it and smiled. I've been craving it for a long time. Thank you, Zhou Huan. Carrying the rice, she turned and left. Uncle Nyo's eyes were indifferent. He deeply looked at Qin Yu. His gaze was thoughtful, but it was also a silent warning. Qin Yu's expression was calm. He cupped his hands together and bowed. Nyo Dao to stop joking around. Whoever wanted to provoke her could do so. In any case, he wouldn't. With that Nyo Dingtian, her father Nyo Dingshan, and all the other strong men in the clan, whoever married her would suffer misfortune. Well, calling it misfortune was a bit too much, but they would never be able to stand tall in front of her for the rest of their lives. Shi Liang rushed over to apologize. He said a bunch of good words and also expressed that he could help Qin Yu enter the first-class residential area for free. Qin Yu rejected him without hesitation. He didn't even have time to hide right now, so why would he run to the first-class residential area? That would be forcing that old bull to act. He repeatedly expressed that he didn't care. After driving away Shi Liang and the others, Qin Yu turned and returned to his room. Finally, peace and quiet returned. He rubbed his temples and said, I still think that today's matter wasn't handled well. After waiting for several breaths of time, there was no response. Qin Yu bitterly smiled. He knew that she didn't want to explain. Forget it. As the saying goes, lice don't itch when there are too many of them. What was drifting Cloud Peak? Could it be stronger than that clan? Qin Yu calmed his mind and continued to cultivate. In a first-class residential room, Sun Chongqing angrily stormed back. His eyes surged with a cruel light. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Before this matter began, he never imagined that things would develop to this step. Meat buns were thrown at a dog, and there would be no return. Wouldn't stick. Thinking of this, he felt as if a knife were cutting into his heart. He felt even more resentment towards Qin Yu. Brat, you're dead. You're dead. He poured himself a cup of tea and drank it in 2 gulps. Then, he smashed the teacup to pieces and gasped for breath. Sun Chongqing swore to himself that once he reached Skyfall Mountain, as long as he found a chance, he would dismember Qin Yu without hesitation. Suddenly, his complexion changed. He hurriedly knelt on the ground, his face twisting in pain. A twisted green light flew out from between his eyebrows, spreading out to form a blurry figure. Greetings, master. Sun Chongqing's forehead touched the ground. After entering Skyfall Mountain, I will send down a projection to help you kill Zhou Huan. A faint voice echoed out from the phantom. Sun Chongqing was startled at first and then overjoyed. Thank you, master. Shwar, the figure dissipated, turning into a green light that flew back between his eyebrows. Sun Chongqing gasped for breath for a long time. Then, he crawled up from the ground. His face was pale and his eyes were dim. The Peak Master's consciousness had descended, causing a tremendous amount of pressure on him. Luckily, it wouldn't take too long. At this time, Sun Chongqing furrowed his eyebrows, a look of bewilderment on his face. Entering Skyfall Mountain involved completing the Peak Master's Great Tao. There couldn't be the slightest mistake. But now, the Peak Master wanted to send down a projection to kill Zhou Huan. This was clearly causing problems. There had to be another reason. What was it? Chapter 1734. Greetings, Senior Apprentice Brother Ming. May I ask why you called me here? Chen Shanglu respectfully bowed. Mingzhe smiled. There is no need to stand on ceremony. Sit. After he sat down, he hesitated for a moment and said, I shouldn't have said anything about today's matters, but Junior Apprentice Sister's behavior is abnormal. This isn't a good thing. Chen Shanglu said, Senior Apprentice Brother Ming's meaning is? Mingzhe waved his hand. I don't mean anything. I just hope that you can remind Junior Apprentice Sister that Skyfall Mountain is about to arrive and it is best not to cause any trouble. Chen Shanglu thought for a moment and earnestly nodded. I thank Senior Apprentice Brother Ming for the reminder. I understand. Mingzhe faintly smiled. I hope junior apprentice sister doesn't blame me for being meddlesome. I won't keep you any longer. Chen Shanglu stood up and bid his farewells. The attendant frowned, a puzzled look on his face. Young master, if you want to remind Li Ruhua, just tell her directly. There is no need for Chen Shanglu to tell her. Mingzhi said, You are wrong. I am not reminding Li Ruhua, but Chen Shanglu, of course, I will tell him directly. After leaving Mingzhi's residence, Chen Shanglu told Li Ruhua everything he said without reservation. Miss, what is so special about Zhou Huan that you view him in such a different light? Li Ruhua had a calm expression. Don't ask about things that you shouldn't know. I will remember senior apprentice Brother Ming's words. You may go. Yes. Chen Shanglu bowed and drew back. After closing the door, his face darkened. He wanted revenge, and to stand above all others in the world. The 13th floor was the best and only path to the heavens. Even Mingzhi could see that Li Ruhua valued Zhou Huan. As he thought of her reply just now, his heart tightened. After a long time, Chen Shanglu took a deep breath and made a decision. No matter what, he could not allow anyone to threaten his current status. In particular, at this critical juncture, he had some thoughts about Skyfall Mountain. Although the chances weren't high, what if? But on that day, he had personally seen Niu Daodu protect Zhou Huan. He couldn't fight on the ferry, otherwise if the Niu family interfered and he wasn't a true disciple of the 13th floor, he would surely suffer a loss. The following journey was incomparably smooth. After Niu Daodu appeared and forced son Chongqing to retreat, Qin Yu's ears finally quieted down. 24 days later, minus the 2 ferry stops along the way, they arrived at the destination of the route ahead of schedule. They arrived at a dock in the Changshan district. Shi Liang, an elder of the Yunhai sect, who had lost a lot of weight in less than a month, finally let out a long sigh of relief. He was really scared. Although the previous incidents were more daunting than dangerous, who knew when the lightning would suddenly explode and blow them to pieces? It was better to hurry up and send away this group of great-grandfathers whom he couldn't afford to provoke. Of course, Shi Liang didn't dare to reveal his thoughts in the slightest. He stood respectfully on the deck and sent off the guests from Area A. For example, the immortals of the 13th floor, the young lady of the Niu family, the disciple of the rippling cloud peak. Fortunately, nothing unexpected happened during this process. Shi Liang let out a sigh of relief, and also felt a burst of pride. After the ferry arrived at the pier, he had ordered people to respectfully send Qin Yu off in advance. He said that this was to ensure the safety of the guests and to avoid any accidents. Otherwise, if the two sides of the conflict were to meet on the deck, it would be hard to say what the consequences would be. So, when everyone left the ferry, Qin Yu was already walking on the dock. He could guess what the Yunhai sect was thinking, but he didn't oppose it. He was happy to avoid trouble. Beneath the ferry, Niu Daodu looked around, her steps slow. Uncle Niu secretly frowned. Miss, there are too many people on the dock. In order to avoid any accidents, we should hurry. Ah, okay, let's go. Niu Daodu nodded, a trace of disappointment on her face. She didn't see Zhou Huan. This person gave her a strange feeling. She didn't know why, but seeing him made her feel at ease. But the world was far too vast. It was so vast that after meeting by chance, they would never see each other again. Li Ruhua had a calm expression. She walked through the crowd, not looking for anything. It wasn't that she didn't have any clues in her heart, but she had a strong intuition that they would meet again. Zhou Huan, there was some kind of connection between her and this person. It was an indescribable feeling. It was illusory, but it truly existed. She wanted to solve this riddle. The Long Mountain region was once the base of one of the 4 families. Within the central wasteland divine continent, it could be considered prosperous. And now, news of Skyfall Mountain had spread out, causing all the influences to send their disciples to rush over. This caused the current Long Mountain region to be like a pot of boiling porridge. There was a restless aura everywhere. In the overcrowded inn, Qin Yu's luck was quite good. He managed to obtain the last room. He didn't need to be picky about the environment. As long as it was a place to stay, it was fine. It was better than sleeping on the street. He followed the servant to the room. Although it was clean, he could smell a bit of mold. As he looked around the room, he concluded that this should have been a storeroom. Now, it had been temporarily taken out by the innkeeper to earn a considerable amount of room fees. Qin Yu didn't express any dissatisfaction. He sent the servant away and swept his divine sense through the room. After finding nothing wrong, he sat down. He poured himself a cup of tea and drank several mouthfuls. Then, he let out a deep breath, a bit of emotion on his face. How many years had it been? Finally, he had arrived at the lair of that clan. His revenge would begin now. Skyfall Mountain was only the first step of his plan. If everything went smoothly, then the death knell of that clan would ring. Region Master Mansion. The nominal master of the Long Mountain region, the one who wielded the highest authority, respectfully knelt on the ground. Nameless greets Elder. In front of him, space shook and a figure walked out. This figure had white sideburns and a simple face. Rise. How is the progress? Thank you, Elder. The Long Mountain region master stood up. The basic arrangements have been made. I ask Elder to inspect. The person nodded. Lead the way. The Long Mountain region master gestured. Elder, please follow me. Along the way, they didn't encounter anyone. They entered a grand hall within the mansion, passed through a secret compartment, and went downwards. After passing through several layers of array formations, they finally arrived 1,000 meters underground. There was an artificially open space. The area was extremely large, over 10 miles long and wide. It was only because it was beneath the City Lord Mansion that it could be concealed without anyone noticing. There were 24 giant stone statues scattered everywhere. Besides that, there was nothing else. The Long Mountain region master stopped. He respectfully said, Elder, please. The person stepped into the underground space. His footsteps didn't seem fast, but in a short period of time he had measured every inch of this place. He carefully inspected every stone statue to make sure he hadn't overlooked anything. Very good. The elder nodded, a satisfied expression on his face. Nameless, if this matter succeeds, I promise you that the Emperor realm is within reach. The Long Mountain region master was overjoyed. Thank you, Elder. He bowed respectfully. I will wait for you in the hall. He turned and walked out. The only person left in the underground space was the nameless elder. He looked at the 24 stone statues with an expression of anticipation. The Heavenfall Mountain was a lucky chance that could shake the entire world. If anyone could refine it, they could immediately become a true emperor. Unfortunately, even though they had controlled Skyfall Mountain for so long, they still hadn't been able to unravel its secret. This time, they had no choice but to take it out. It was true that the clan wanted to save themselves and buy more time, but they still had to give it a try. And these 24 stone statues were the key to their success. Now, he would personally take action and open their eyes. The elder revealed a solemn expression. He flipped his hand and took out a jade box. He opened it to reveal a crimson, viscous liquid. Bubbles constantly emerged from it and burst, and on the surface of every bubble, there were countless hideous and terrifying faces. Mournful howls sounded out, piercing into the ears and releasing despair and brutality. Humph! The elder coldly sneered. He lifted a hand and pointed at the jade box. With a series of crackling sounds, countless arcs of lightning exploded, wrapping around the entire jade box. The howls immediately weakened, replaced by painful struggles. His figure flickered and he appeared in front of a stone statue. The elder flicked his sleeves and 2 balls of crimson liquid flew out, falling into the eyes of the stone statue. The liquid touched the eyes of the stone statue and melted into them. In the next moment, the stone statue opened its crimson eyes. They stared at the elder with greed in their eyes. But very quickly, it retracted the emotions in its eyes and closed them again. Blood-red lines drilled out from its eyes, extending to its entire head and spreading to its entire body. A dangerous and terrifying aura was released from its body, as if it was slowly coming back to life. 13 days later. In an inn, in a room that smelled of mold, Qin Yu's eyes flashed open, a sharp light surging within them. It's here. Although Skyfall Mountain was controlled by that clan, it still roamed the great void and would only descend at a specific time. Now, in the skies above the main city of the Long Mountain region, the skies had turned black. It was like a boundless sea that rumbled and roiled. A vast and majestic aura emitted from within, as if the world itself was overturned and everything was suppressed within. Countless cultivators flew into the skies. They looked up at this scene, their minds shaking. Their eyes were filled with excitement and anticipation. Suddenly, there was a heaven-shaking explosion. The black skies shattered and a towering mountain flew out, entering everyone's eyes. Skyfall Mountain, this was Skyfall Mountain. But it did not directly descend into the world. Instead, half of the mountain entered while the other half remained outside, making it impossible for people to see its full appearance. In the surrounding distorted space, golden divine runes appeared. They rippled and spread out like waves of water, isolating the inside from the outside and forming an impregnable defense. Only those with permission could enter and seek out lucky chances within the mountain. In the rumors, there was a great Tao hidden within this mountain. If one obtained it, they could immediately become a true sovereign. At this time, the Long Mountain region was seething with excitement. Countless cultivators had blazing eyes. Close your eyes. Meaty's voice sounded out in his mind. Qin Yu closed his eyes. Open them. Shwa. At this time, the Skyfall Mountain in front of him was completely different. Golden light shined like a vast sun. It floated above his head, illuminating the heavens and earth. So this is Skyfall Mountain. Qin Yu whispered. Meaty said, Wrong, this is a great Tao. At this time, the spiritual strength between the heavens and earth began to seethe and roar. Like raging waves, it gathered towards a single point. Go. In a breath of time, it turned into a towering figure. Its body was 100,000 feet tall, supporting the heavens and earth. Its eyes were like the sun and moon, and it lifted its hand to pluck down the stars. Qin Yu fiercely closed his eyes. He felt incomparably sore and tears streamed down his cheek. If Skyfall Mountain could be said to be like a great sun shining in the skies, then this figure was like an erupting magma that could instantly burn away all. Meaty's voice slowly echoed out. Be a good boy and close your eyes. Otherwise, if you go blind, don't blame me for not reminding you. She was doing this on purpose, she was doing this on purpose. Qin Yu bitterly smiled. He guessed that it was because she had encountered Niu Daodu and Li Ruhua that she was dissatisfied with. But, he couldn't be blamed for these things, right? But while this was the truth, Qin Yu didn't expect that Meaty would be able to reason with her. She was an unreasonable person to begin with. Haha. Young Master Qin is truly intelligent. You have a deep understanding of me. Meaty's cold laughter continued to ring out. Qin Yu decisively restrained his thoughts. He closed his eyes and emptied his mind. Humph. And at this time, the figure in the world slowly spoke. His voice was like a thunderclap billowing through the world. Today, Skyfall Mountain has arrived. Those who are fated may enter. However, before entering, you must sign a contract with my clan. Those who do not comply will leave on their own. Those who trespass will die. As the last word left his mouth, the world suddenly darkened. Strong winds howled. With a single thought, the world changed. Coupled with the stabbing pain in his eyes, Qin Yu was certain that this figure was a true Emperor Realm cultivator. That clan really did have a true emperor overseeing it. Although he had deduced this before, He still felt stifled when he saw it with his own eyes today. True Emperor, this was a true Emperor, the peak of all known cultivation realms, the strongest existence in the world. More importantly, this true Emperor was a powerful enemy that he could not avoid. If he wanted to destroy that clan, he had to kill this person first. Killing an emperor, just thinking about it made him feel a mountain of pressure. At this moment, all living things in the Long Mountain region were silent, all prostrating themselves before the might of a true emperor. After a long time, when the figure had completely disappeared, some people let out a heavy sigh. Their eyes burned even hotter. True Emperor, this was a true Emperor, the strongest existence in the cultivation world. And now, a chance to directly enter the true Emperor realm was placed in front of them, a Skyfall Mountain. A raging flame burned in their hearts. Qin Yu opened his eyes. His eyes were red and there were still traces of tears at the corners. He wiped them away and bitterly smiled. Ro, give me an answer. Is there a problem or not? The true emperor of that clan had arrived and was standing guard outside Skyfall Mountain. If there was the slightest flaw in his identity, he would die without a doubt. After experiencing Niu Daodu and Li Ruhua, it would be a lie to say that Qin Yu was not flustered. Don't worry, I won't send you to your death. But from now on, in order to avoid any accidents, I will temporarily lie low. With that, her voice faded away. Qin Yu rubbed his face. He clenched his teeth. Fight. He had already come this far. He couldn't retreat now. Whoosh, 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 or there was the sound of breaking air. Cultivators in the city turned into beams of light that shot into the sky, heading straight for Skyfall Mountain. Qin Yu stepped forward. His sword hummed and turned into a sword shadow that howled forward. At this time, all the cultivators that had gathered in the Long Mountain region were using their various supernatural abilities to hurry along. Miss, with your talent, if you can obtain the great Tao of Skyfall Mountain, becoming a true emperor is just around the corner. Uncle Nyo's eyes brightened, revealing awe and envy. He was a great monster. To be able to become a half-emperor was already a stroke of good fortune. It was impossible for him to make any further breakthroughs. Niu Daodu nodded. The previous assassination had made her realize just how dangerous the world was. Only by becoming a true emperor could she freely roam the world and taste all delicacies. All of you go. I will stay outside Skyfall Mountain and wait for your return. An elder of the 13th Tower calmly said. At this time, his heart was also stirred and depressed. Within Skyfall Mountain was a complete Great Tao that could allow one to become a true emperor. Now that the Great Tao was here and the true emperor was nowhere to be found, there was only one explanation: the true emperor had perished. When would the path of cultivation in this world come to an end? After all, even a true emperor could die. Perhaps in the highest heavens, in that immortal land of the White Jade capital, the true answer was hidden. Yes, Elder. Mingzhe, Li Ruhua, and the other disciples all bowed. According to the rules of the 13th Tower, the attendants were equal to their shadows and they also had the qualifications to enter Skyfall Mountain. In other words, they had obtained 12 spots to enter. This was the status of the 13th Tower. Chen Shanglu lowered his head, a burning heat flashing deep in his eyes. Skyfall Mountain, the black-clothed man slowly said, his eyes firm and determined. This was a chance that they could not miss. Thus, even if they had to take the risk, they had still come here. If we can obtain this great Tao, our clan's situation will be much better. Yes, my intuition tells me that this mountain's great Tao is fated with me. The black-clothed man turned and glanced at the two. Let's go. Shua, the three of them shot into the skies. Chapter 1735. In front of Skyfall Mountain, the pressure was like a sea. Even from several hundred miles away, one could feel a suffocating pressure. All the cultivators that approached had no choice but to land ahead of time. This was the first round of screening. Skyfall Mountain had descended. That clan had released the spell, revealing it to the world. but only those that were fated could enter. The word fated could be understood to mean that one's cultivation had to reach a certain degree. When Qin Yu was around 500 miles away, he landed. He looked up at Skyfall Mountain and then hurried forwards. Flying over wasn't difficult, but before he entered Skyfall Mountain, he didn't want to attract attention. He had to quietly seize that clan's lucky chance. After all, this matter was too important. If even the tiniest bit of it was leaked out, he would fall into a perilous situation. Rumble, 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 above his head, rumbling sounds echoed out from time to time. Space violently shook, forming terrifying waves. One could faintly make out figures within. Countless eyes were drawn over, revealing envy and awe. For them to be able to fly through the air and resist the suppression of Skyfall Mountain was in itself a display of their powerful cultivations. But in truth, these cultivators weren't deliberately showing off, but were instead natural movements as they resisted the suppression of Skyfall Mountain. Although taking a step ahead didn't necessarily mean they would obtain any harvests, they at least had the initiative, and sometimes, this initiative could determine who a lucky chance belonged to. Qin Yu wasn't worried. When it came to Skyfall Mountain, no one understood it better than he did. When he opened his eyes and saw its true nature, he had already made the first move. In this aspect, no one could compare with him. So above his head, whether it was the cultivators with astonishing momentum or the cultivators rushing around him, none of them were on the same starting line as him. Ah! With a miserable scream, a middle-aged cultivator suddenly tumbled to the ground, blood gushing out of his nose and mouth as if he had suffered a heavy blow. He struggled to get up, but as soon as he moved, he spat out several more mouthfuls of blood and fell to the ground. "I don't accept this! I don't accept this!" With a roar, this person was rapidly pulled away. One could only faintly hear his sorrowful cries. It was clear that this cultivator had already been screened out and eliminated. Qin Yu glanced at him and continued on his way. He was the first cultivator to be eliminated, but he definitely wouldn't be the last. Everyone wanted heaven-shaking lucky chances, but that also depended on whether or not they had the qualifications to grasp them. If one wasn't strong enough, even if the fortuitous opportunity was right in front of them, they could only shrink back. A second person was eliminated, followed by a third and a fourth. The area around Qin Yu suddenly became empty. He frowned slightly and glanced at the black shadow on his left. A glint of light flashed in the depths of his eyes. He knew this person. When he first came to the Central Desolate, he made an agreement with Yang Fanshan. On the ferry to Duota Mountain, he had fought with others over their accommodations. There was no real conflict between the two of them. They merely exchanged a few glances before the other took the initiative to retreat. And this person was one of the three people who faced them. Because he was able to incarnate as the heavens of his own small world, Qin Yu's perception was extremely sharp. Although he had only seen this person for a brief moment, he still remembered their aura. But now he was a completely different person, and his aura was completely different. It was dark and gloomy, like layers of dark clouds in the gloomy sky that could erupt with thousands of lightning bolts at any moment. Very strong. Qin Yu's mind stirred. He turned his eyes away and continued on his way. In the next moment, the black-clothed man turned his head and his eyes fell on him. A few breaths later, he retracted his gaze. What keen perception! It seemed that there were some problems with this person. But thinking about it, if he could change his appearance and come to Skyfall Mountain, there was no reason others couldn't. What sort of lucky chance was Skyfall Mountain? Since it was made public to the world, it was normal for there to be a mix of good and bad people. But looking at it from another angle, the more chaotic the situation was, the more advantageous it was for him. Now that everyone was trying to fish in muddy waters, it would depend on their own abilities. There were people in front of him. They were cultivators from that race. Qin Yu didn't need to look. He could feel this even with his eyes closed. What reassured him was that this person clearly didn't sense anything wrong. He smiled and cupped his hands together. Congratulations to everyone for passing Skyfall Mountain's test and obtaining the qualifications to enter. Please sign this contract and you will be allowed to enter and seek out the lucky chances of the Great Tao. Everyone, including Qin Yu, received a jade archive. They probed it with their divine sense and looked through the contents of the mark. There were no tricks hidden in the contract. That race had taken out Skyfall Mountain in order to protect themselves, so they wouldn't make a mistake in something like this. In summary, there was only one important point. No matter where a cultivator came from, if they could obtain the great Tao of Skyfall Mountain, they would automatically become worshipped by that race for 300 years. During this time, they would protect their race and not be disturbed by the outside world. This was the core key to protect themselves. Skyfall Mountain wasn't something that race took out for free. Whoever obtained a lucky chance of the Great Tao and reached the true sovereign realm would have to become their worship. And in a situation where that race already had a true sovereign, if they added another true sovereign to serve them, they would be able to suppress the world and ensure the stability of their race, temporarily stabilizing the situation. The person from that race smiled and said, "Everyone, rest assured that the contract in everyone's hands is the same. But I must remind you that this contract was personally drawn up by my race's true sovereign. Once you sign it, there is no possibility of reneging. If you cannot accept it, my race will not blame you. You may return the way you came." The black-clothed man was the first. He dripped a drop of blood onto the jade archive and signed the contract. The jade archive that absorbed the blood trembled and vanished. Following it was the black-clothed man who had just been in front of them. The person from that race said, "This fellow Taoist has already entered Skyfall Mountain." With someone taking the lead, the others weren't willing to fall behind. Moreover, this contract wasn't too much of a problem. If one could become a true sovereign, what did it matter if they were worshipped for 300 years? Moreover, with the strength of that race, if they added in the strength of a true sovereign, it would be more than enough to stabilize the situation. There wouldn't be too much danger. The jade archives absorbed the blood. The person who signed the contract vanished from sight. Qin Yu took a deep breath. He flicked his finger and watched as a drop of blood fell onto the jade archive, instantly fusing into it. His heart tightened at this moment. Unlike the others, the jade archive didn't immediately tremble. Rather, there was a brief pause, as if it were hesitating. Qin Yu was expressionless, but his body was tense. Luckily, he heard a humming sound in the next moment. The strength of teleportation covered him and he vanished from sight. The person from that race frowned. But he had already been warned that there would be someone hidden when Skyfall Mountain opened, and there might be some abnormalities in the Jade Archive contract. But as long as they could smoothly sign the contract, they could be allowed to enter. This time, all that race wanted was a true sovereign realm exalted. As for the other party's background, that was actually secondary. Everything in front of him darkened. In the next moment, light bloomed and Qin Yu appeared in Skyfall Mountain. The moment his feet touched the ground, he understood what Little Meaty had said before: Skyfall Mountain itself was the Great Tao. In other words, he didn't need to perceive it nor did he need to search for it. The Great Tao was beneath his feet. All that mattered was whether or not he could obtain the method and find the turning point to refine it. And in order to refine the Great Tao, one first had to clearly see it. Some people were filled with enthusiasm before they entered the mountain, but they didn't know that if they didn't see anything at first glance, they were doomed to have no fate with the Great Tao. Qin Yu was one such person. He originally had no fate with Skyfall Mountain, but because of Little Meaty's existence, he could see a dazzling golden light every time he opened his eyes. In his eyes, the entire Skyfall Mountain was like a great sun in the vault of heaven. Now that he was within it, he could clearly see strands of golden light interweaving beneath his feet. Looking more closely, these golden halos intertwined with each other, turning into chains. Layer after layer stacked together, forming a powerful seal. Although the great Tao existed, its master had already perished, thus it had sealed itself here. If he wanted to obtain the great Tao, he needed to unravel it. Qin Yu took a deep breath. He slowly exhaled, a smile on his face. No matter how complicated or powerful a seal was, as long as he could see it clearly, he could slowly unravel it from the beginning. It was only a matter of time. Moreover, little Meaty was here. He always felt that she had more cards up her sleeves than just opening a back door for him. The moment that Qin Yu stepped into Skyfall Mountain, all changes quietly occurred. After the 6 people from the 13th floor entered Skyfall Mountain, they all split up. Li Ruhua suddenly stopped. She furrowed her eyebrows and looked around. She could see motes of golden light scattering around her. Her heartbeat began to accelerate. Although she had maintained a calm demeanor after obtaining a spot to enter Skyfall Mountain, it would be a lie to say that she didn't have any expectations in her heart. After all, what lay in front of her was a heaven-piercing great Tao. If she could obtain it, she could become a true sovereign. With a single leap, she could become the most formidable existence between the heavens and earth. And now, this great Tao was right in front of her. Chen Shanglu, Li Ruhua shouted. Mississippi, I want to go into seclusion here. Stand guard for me. Without further explanation, Li Ruhua sat down cross-legged, sensing the world with rapt attention. Chen Shanglu was startled. His eyes subconsciously widened and then filled with ecstasy. Right now, he shared both honor and disgrace with Li Ruhua. If she could obtain the great Tao, her status would naturally rise with him. There was even a chance that she could become an official disciple of the 13th floor. Niu Daodu's eyes widened. She blinked and blinked again. This wasn't an illusion. The world in front of her really was emitting golden light, and in her eyes, she could faintly make out a heaven-piercing great Tao. She cried out and clenched her fist. This great Tao is fated with me. She swept her eyes around. After not noticing anything wrong, Niu Daodu took out a flag and thrust it into the ground. The flag emitted a brilliant light that instantly covered her surroundings, hiding her figure within. Baiji followed behind them. She suddenly paused for a moment but soon continued forwards, not the least bit of emotion on her face. Half a day later, she found a chance to separate from them. She stepped forwards and shot into the skies. Now, the Skyfall Mountain beneath her feet was emitting motes of golden light. Miao Ya's eyes widened, her face filled with disbelief. She had never hoped that she could obtain the great Tao of Skyfall Mountain. But now, it seemed that this lucky chance had truly fallen into her lap. Long Mountain Region Main City. Beneath the City Lord Mansion, 24 stone statues roared out together. The blood-red runes that covered their bodies emitted a rich blood-red light. The elder guarding this place widened his eyes. He revealed a look of shock that soon turned into ecstasy. Patriarch, Patriarch! He shouted out loud. Space trembled and a deep voice sounded out. I already know. The elder was excited. Patriarch, my clan's juniors have already formed a connection with the great Tao of Skyfall Mountain. This great Tao must belong to my clan. I ask that you help buy time for my clan's juniors. We cannot allow others to reach it first. Chapter 1736. Qin Yu opened his eyes, his face filled with shock. He finally knew just what tricks Little Meaty had played in order to seize Skyfall Mountain's great Tao. He had originally thought that by closing his eyes and opening them again, he had already gained the upper hand when he saw the true nature of Mount Tianluo. He had never thought that Little Meat had been scheming for a long time. At this moment, Qin Yu could clearly sense that the connection between him and Skyfall Mountain was rapidly deepening. However, this had nothing to do with him. Instead, it was external forces that were helping to push the matter forward. It was as if he was sitting on a boat and someone had jumped into the water and pushed him with all their might. Even without oars, the boat could still run very fast. That was because it wasn't just one or two people who had jumped into the water. In fact, you could even faintly sense the positions and auras of these people. The first one was also the one with the clearest aura, Li Ruhua. This was beyond Yu's expectations. It also made him even more certain that in the golden millet realm of Nank, when he no longer had any memories, something must have happened between the two of them. Second, Yu. Although he wasn't here, Yu was at Skyfall Mountain. He could clearly sense the aura of this great Tao. Instinctively, it helped Yu decipher and absorb them. There were still many left. For example, there were actually a total of 24 people from that clan. Right now, they were gathered together, trying to unseal the great Tao. Among them, there were several auras that Yu felt were familiar. 327. 418-8. He had no name or surname, only a code name. Back in the southwestern wasteland's shattered world, they had fought many times over the inheritance left behind by the sovereign. From this, it could be seen that even though that clan had handed over Heavenfall Mountain, they hadn't truly accepted their fate. They were still trying to go all out today. But if they knew that everything they were doing right now was to help Yu speed up the process of unsealing Skyfall Mountain, just what sort of mood would they have? In addition, there was Nyo Daodu Baiji Miaoya, as well as a sword cultivator. Their auras were swift and fierce to the extreme, and they gave off a strange feeling. But, for some unknown reason, they were also pushing a boat in the water. Taking a deep breath, Yu smiled. He knew that from this moment on, the result was already decided. Skyfall Mountain's great Tao would be his. The death knell of that clan had already rung. Yu frowned, surprise in his eyes. He could clearly see that Skyfall Mountain's aura had instantly turned chaotic. It was like dropping a few drops of boiling oil into a pot of cold water. Although it was unable to stir the bottom of the pot, it caused the water surface to boil instantly. Rumble, at this moment, thunder rumbled in the sky above Mount Heavenfall, and the wind and clouds changed. Yu took a step forwards and flew into the air. The place where he was just standing suddenly collapsed as countless fissures appeared in the earth. Dense golden light immediately shot out from it and rushed into the sky, turning into a golden cloud. This was the aura of the great Tao. A sharp light flashed in Yu's eyes. He focused his senses and sensed the location of the 24 clansmen. He coldly sneered. Indeed, this matter was done by that clan. His goal was to interrupt the process of others comprehending their Tao and buy precious time for the 24 people of that clan in the Tianluo Mountain. Without a doubt, they had achieved their goal. Because of the sudden chaos, apart from Yu and the 24 members of that clan, the rest of the people who were comprehending the Tao were all affected. But what a pity, because of Yu's existence, that clan's painstaking efforts were doomed to be futile. That clan desperately tried to unravel their Tao, but in the end, they still managed to help Yu obtain this great Tao. He already began to look forward to when things finally came to an end. That clan had racked their brains, but in the end all their efforts were for naught. What sort of expression would they have? He hoped that their hearts were strong enough so that they wouldn't suddenly die. Glancing at the cracks in the earth that were still spewing out golden light, Yu's figure flickered and he quickly left. This golden light was only the aura of the great Tao itself. It wasn't worth mentioning at all. But this was only for Yu. When the other cultivators that entered Skyfall Mountain couldn't clearly see the great Tao, this golden light was enough to drive them crazy. As long as that clan guided them a little and connected this golden light to the great Tao, they could do so. And indeed, not long after Yu turned and left, a deep and low voice echoed out in the skies above Skyfall Mountain, containing endless majesty. Skyfall Mountain's great Tao vibrates on its own, releasing its Tao accumulation to choose its master. Once this phenomenon appears, the great Tao will surely emerge. Everyone, whoever can grasp this turning point and soar into the heavens, will have to rely on their own methods to compete. The one who can obtain the most Tao accumulation will become the master of the great Tao. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The voice was like thunder, echoing through the entire Skyfall mountain. At this moment, countless cultivators on the mountain looked up, their eyes blazing hot. The golden light that spews out from the cracks in the earth is Tao accumulation. This phenomenon of the great Tao must have arisen because of me. Whoever dares to compete with me, die. Outside a golden fog, over a dozen cultivators raced over. After hearing the voice's warning in the skies, they began to slaughter without hesitation. Rumble, rumble. They attacked with all their strength. Powerful fluctuations of strength swept out, leaving one's mind shaking. This involved the ownership of the great Tao and the turning point to become a true sovereign. Let alone friends and fellow disciples, even father and son brothers might fall out with each other. Now, no one would hold back, because the warning given by that clan was clear. The one who could seize the most Tao accumulation would obtain the approval of the great Tao and become its master. Then what was there to hesitate about? Kill. Everyone in front of him was a competitor. If he could kill them all, then the last one to survive would naturally become the new master of the great Tao. Qin Yu looked at them from afar and then turned to leave without hesitation. That clan's plot had succeeded. By now, Skyfall Mountain had become a giant purgatory. He absolutely could not fall into it. But soon, Qin Yu discovered that he had underestimated the schemes of that clan. Their schemes were far more sinister and ruthless than he had imagined. This was because the golden fog that spewed out into the air, which was also the Tao accumulation that clan spoke of, wasn't completely motionless. It was like fog drifting in the wind. As it moved, it constantly approached Qin Yu. After changing directions several times, Qin Yu was able to confirm this point. His complexion turned dignified. He took the initiative to avoid it, not wanting to fall into the slaughter of the golden fog. But the Tao accumulation aura locked onto him and gathered from all directions. With more and more of them gathering, he would eventually be exposed. At that time, he would become the target of public criticism. Facing the cultivators from all over who wanted to fight for the great Tao, unless Mimi attacked, there was absolutely no way he could resist. And once Mimi attacked, that meant his identity would be exposed. At that time, the true sovereign of that clan would stop at nothing to kill him here. Qin Yu's complexion darkened. As he rapidly moved to avoid being discovered that he was attracting the Tao accumulation, his thoughts raced. Soon, his eyes brightened. That clan didn't know his identity, so this plot wasn't just aimed at him. In other words, other people who could see the great Tao and were constantly unsealing also had the ability to passively attract the Tao accumulation. As for Qin Yu, as long as he could find one of these people, or even several of them, he could hide himself within and become unremarkable. Even if he were to be besieged in the end, he wouldn't need to bear the risk alone. Moreover, besides this, there was another thought in Qin Yu's mind. That clan. If 24 people gathered together and worked together to unravel the great Tao, just how many Tao accumulation would they be able to attract? If others were to see this scene, especially when everyone was forced to stop unraveling the great Tao because of the changes at Skyfall Mountain, and yet they were still continuing, humph, that scene would be wonderful. Qin Yu didn't mind adding pressure and trouble to that clan as much as he could. Having made up his mind, he stepped forward and his figure whistled away. Qin Yu's first target was Niu Dao. Before, he thought that he would be implicated and fall into danger if he got close to her. But the current situation was already very dangerous. Walking together with Niu Dao was actually a good choice, because even an idiot would know that Niu Dao had a trump card that Niu Dingtian had given her. In addition, with her identity, no one would dare to attack her. At least she could buy some time. Perhaps by then, her unraveling would have been completed. Of course, Nyo Doubt's special treatment of him was also an important reason why Qin Yu chose her. There was a high chance that she wouldn't be rejected. Doing this was a bit like trying to divert the trouble to someone else and finding a shield. But since she had saved his life, collecting some interest shouldn't be a big deal, right? At worst, he would give Nyo Doubtu more compensation in the future. Having found a way out, Qin Yu felt at ease. Skyfall Mountain was named after a mountain, and the outside world indeed saw it as a divine mountain that descended from the heavens. But in fact, after entering it, one would understand that it should be called Skyfall World. A mountain was a world. There were mountains and rivers, and there were native creatures. As the great Tao shook and spewed out its Tao, these native creatures went crazy. Nyo Doubtu frowned and looked annoyed. She was actually besieged by a swarm of mosquitoes. She didn't know if it was because they had absorbed the Tao, but these arm-sized mosquitoes were all golden, as if they were cast from gold. Their defense was extremely amazing. The flag that she had laid down was destroyed by the crack, so its power was greatly reduced. It couldn't resist the attack of these mosquitoes. Nyo Doubtu! It's her, Nyo Dingtian's most beloved junior. The Long Mountain Territory's Shu family was exterminated overnight because of her. It is rumored that this woman has the qualifications to become a true emperor. She is feared by all sides. Low exclamations came from the surroundings. Many cultivators who had been attracted here looked dignified at this moment. But deep in their eyes there was a burning desire. Because in addition to those terrifying mosquitoes that were crazily besieging Nyo Doubtu, there was also a large amount of Tao floating around her. As she breathed, the Tao was constantly merging into her body. The Tao is gathering by itself. Could it be that Nyo Doubtu is the cause of this change? Is she the cause of the great Tao shaking in Tianluo Mountain? That's very likely. She is indeed a woman with the qualifications to become a true emperor. Now is not the time to talk about this. Are you and I going to watch her take the great Tao? Everyone fell into silence. No one said anything, but their gradually heavy breathing and the coldness in their eyes had already made their attitude clear. The Nyo family was indeed terrifying. Nyo Dingtian was the current true emperor, known as the #1 rogue cultivator. But today, in Tianluo Mountain, they were fighting for the great Tao of the true emperor. Anyone who got it could reach the sky in a single bound. Who would be willing to give it up to others? What was more, there was a saying that the law couldn't punish the masses. Today, if they wanted to besiege Nyo Doubtu, they would have to join hands. The Nyo family was indeed terrifying. Nyo Dingtian's method of slaughtering the Shu family was frightening. But how could the Nyo clan become their enemy? Chapter 1737. Nyo Doubtu could feel the icy cold gazes from all around her. She naturally knew what these people were thinking. She nearly cried from anger. These people didn't have any other skills. Just look at others, they were the best at ganging up on her. Although she had already narrowly escaped death once, she hadn't been alone at that time. She had Qin Yu and Ruru protecting her. So, even though she held the trump card given to her by the old ancestor and told her not to be afraid, Nyo Doubtu still couldn't help but panic. In her panic, she lost her composure and was nearly pierced through by a mosquito's proboscis. This scene caused the hearts of the surrounding people to calm down. Then, their gazes became even colder. Nyo Doubtu was only SOSO. Even though her talent was outstanding, she was still a delicate flower raised in a greenhouse. There was nothing to fear. Even if she held the trump card Nyo Dingtian gave her, as long as they attacked, they might be able to kill her in a single move. Attack! With a loud roar, the dozen cultivators attacked without holding back. Because they had calculated that Nyo Doubtu would have a trump card she had obtained from Nyo Dingtian to protect herself, they naturally wouldn't hold anything back. Every treasure erupted with radiant divine light. The rumbling sounds shook the heavens and earth, setting off raging waves. They had come to Skyfall Mountain to seize the Great Tao's lucky chance. At such an important moment, anyone with some wealth would generously reward them with treasures. At the very least, they would give their disciples some time to use them. Therefore, when everyone attacked at this moment, it was truly a terrifying sight to behold. The first to suffer were the arm-length mosquitoes that surrounded Niu Daodu. Even though they shined with a golden light and had amazing defensive capabilities, they still couldn't withstand the combined attack of over a dozen powerful cultivators using their treasures. In an instant they disintegrated into powder. They couldn't be more dead. Ah! Niu Daodu screamed out loud. She was still thinking about what she should say to scare away these malicious cultivators. She never imagined that before she could even speak, they would already attack. Seeing the raging waves howling towards her, about to swallow her up, Niu Daodu's body was suddenly covered in a layer of golden armor. Bang, 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 heaven-shaking explosions rang out one after another. The various treasures that smashed into her body shattered into pieces. This scene was like picking up an egg and smashing it against a millstone. Niu Daodu was safe and sound, not moving an inch. The surrounding people who had brazenly attacked spat out mouthfuls of blood. Their widened eyes were filled with shock, anger, grievance. All sorts of emotions intertwined. Golden armor of the Great Path. This meant that Niu Dingtian had put all his defense on Niu Daodu. What could they, who hadn't even crossed the threshold of the celestial being, do? You can do this, you can actually do this. This is too much. He was filled with anger, but in the depths of his heart, he was filled with envy and jealousy. After all, not all true emperors in the world were willing and had the guts to turn their own defense into the Great Path golden armor and bestow it to their juniors. The weight of this was heavier than the heavens. But now it was already too late to think about these things. Niu Daodu had the golden Tao armor to protect her, so there was nothing they could do. Thinking about the treasure that had shattered his body earlier, he felt a sharp pain in his heart, and he spurted another mouthful of blood. Run! Let's go! Do not provoke Niu Daodu. Just a moment ago, she had teamed up with the crowd, but in the blink of an eye, she had fled in all directions. The scene in front of him made Qin Yu, who had been hiding in the dark and waiting for a chance to save her, twitch his mouth. Niu Dingtian was really a ruthless person. He could even make a legendary thing like the Great Path golden armor, and he really dared to give it to Niu Daodu. Wasn't he afraid that the matter in Skyfall Mountain would be exposed, and someone would come to the Niu family and kill him while he was in a bad state? Qin Yu thought for a moment. Niu Dingtian probably wasn't afraid. Maybe he was waiting for someone to come to him. He raised his hand and rubbed his face. His head smiled bitterly. It seemed that the hero saving the damsel in distress was not going to work, so he had to get out of here quickly. If Niu Dingtian gave Niu Daodu some detection treasure, and she found out that he was hiding nearby, it would be really hard to explain. Swish, Qin Yu's figure moved, and he took the initiative to show himself. Niu Daodu, who still had a lingering fear, subconsciously widened her eyes. When she saw that it was Qin Yu, her face suddenly relaxed. "Zhou Huan," she shouted with a sobbing tone and directly rushed towards him. Qin Yu was startled. He quickly stepped back and said loudly, "Miss Niu, they have run away. You are safe now." Niu Daodu stopped. Qin Yu heaved a sigh of relief. If she had really rushed at him, the active defense of the Great Path golden armor would have been activated. Hiss, that would have been terrible. Just thinking about it made him feel pain all over his body. "Zhou Huan, all of them wanted to hurt me. I didn't do anything. Why are you so slow? I even helped you before." Qin Yu wryly smiled. "You were the one who stood there without moving, and yet you managed to roll over him. But now, it seemed as if you had suffered a great loss. As for why you are so slow, I know the reason, but I dare not tell you. Ahem. Miss Niu, we have made too much noise. Let's get out of here quickly. I will explain it to you on the way." Niu Daodu nodded repeatedly. Let's go, in case more bad guys come. It's a pity that Uncle Nyo is not here. Otherwise, we won't have to be afraid. Qin Yu felt uncomfortable. With the great path golden armor, she was invincible under the true Emperor realm. What was there to be afraid of? On the way out, he observed the trajectory of the Dao accumulations as he explained them to Nyo Dao. Of course, Qin Yu didn't point out that this was a plot of that clan. Otherwise, if Nyo Daodu asked how he knew, wouldn't that expose him? Moreover, regarding the Dao accumulations, he had made some changes and removed himself from it. Nyo Daodu was suddenly enlightened. In other words, it is because I perceived the great Dao of Skyfall Mountain that this phenomenon occurred, causing the Dao accumulations to spew out and gather towards me? Qin Yu earnestly nodded. According to what I know, that is indeed the case. Nyo Daodu clenched her fists. I knew that the old ancestor had me come to Skyfall Mountain for a reason. This great Dao is fated with me. She looked at Qin Yu and patted his shoulder. Don't be afraid. Once I obtain this great Dao, I will soon become a true emperor. At that time, no one will dare to bully us. Qin Yu cupped his hands together. Miss Nyo is right. But right now we should hide to avoid being besieged. After all, although the great Dao golden armor is invincible in defense, I fear that someone will use some devious method to prevent you from obtaining the great Dao. Little Meaty's complexion changed. Then, she rejoiced. Zhou Huan, you are too smart. I'm lucky you reminded me, otherwise I might have been schemed against by others. She turned her hand and a sphere appeared in her palm. This is the void bead that the old ancestor bestowed upon me. After opening it, it can temporarily evolve into a special small world that can hide within and isolate the aura of the outside world. Perhaps it can help us conceal ourselves. Old Nyo's family was truly rich. They even had this sort of treasure. Qin Yu's eyes brightened and he nodded again and again. Nyo Daodu reached out a hand. With a light hum, the surface of the void bead lit up with runes, swimming about as if they were alive. They were extremely small, but if one looked carefully, each rune would be incomparably clear. There were so many of them that it was impossible to count. The small world was indeed very small. It only covered an area of 10 feet around the two of them. Qin Yu had already tried to mobilize the small world to conceal himself, but he had failed. This time it was very good. The Dao accumulations that were gathering were now retreating. It was working. Nyo Daodu said, "How is it?" Qin Yu gave a thumbs up. "Very good, it's already working. Miss Nyo's actions are truly extraordinary." Nyo Daodu's smile bloomed like a flower. Qin Yu sighed inwardly. He thought that it was lucky that such a naive girl was born in the Nyo family, otherwise she would have been harmed by others. Thinking about it again, he realized that he was using Nyo Daodu's naivete. Even with Qin Yu's formidable mental fortitude, he still couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed and ashamed. Indeed. But, he was a good person with a conscience. He wasn't born to play tricks and schemes. Zhou Huan, what should we do next? How about we find a place to hide? Nyo Daodu gave her own suggestion. Qin Yu shook his head. That won't do. Although the bead has temporarily concealed our aura, there might be some changes afterward. Moreover, the Dao accumulations are related to the struggle of the great Dao, so how can we not use them? Miss Nyo, don't forget that this phenomenon was caused by them. Even though he felt guilty, he still had to do something. This was the vexing part of lying. After you said one, you had to use more lies to cover it up and make up for it. Of course, Qin Yu wouldn't give up because of this. When it came to his own safety, he wasn't pedantic to such a degree. In the future, he would just compensate her a bit more. Moreover, Skyfall Mountain's great Dao was destined to be his. Nyo Daodu absorbing a bit more of the great Dao's aura was her only harvest. It was better than returning empty-handed. Nyo Daodu nodded. All right, we'll do as you say. Little girl, do you know how easy it is to deceive you? Where do we go? Here. Qin Yu lifted a hand and pointed. That clan's plot had succeeded. Besides their own people, everyone that had a connection to the great Tao had fallen into trouble. Besides Niu Daodu, there was also Baiji and Miaoyu. If he didn't help them, there would definitely be problems. What happened just now was the best evidence. Even Niu Daodu and the others dared to touch them. The temptation of the true sovereign great Tao had already caused everyone to go crazy. As for Li Ruhua first, Qin Yu still didn't know what was going on between the two of them. Second, the 13th tower stood above the 4 sects and 4 families. There might not be anyone that dared to do anything to her. Moreover, the 13th tower had 12 people that entered Skyfall Mountain. Even if something happened, they should be able to protect themselves. So, he wouldn't worry about her for now. But if there was a chance, Qin Yu wanted to figure out just what had happened in Nank Golden Millet Mystic Realm. He always felt that Little Meaty knew something and was deliberately hiding it. On the other side, Li Ruhua grasped her immortal sword. Several corpses lay around her and the air was thick with the smell of blood. Chen Shangol's face was pale. He was half kneeling on the ground, gasping for breath. The 13th tower was indeed a land of immortals. Their status was transcendent, even above that of the 4 sects and 4 families. But this wasn't enough to scare away the greed in everyone's hearts towards the true sovereign great Tao. Blinded by greed, it was only natural that they would do things that they normally wouldn't dare to do. Thus, there was this scene on the battlefield where several people had died. But this wasn't the end. Li Ruhua could feel the covetous gazes coming from all around. Cold and hot. It was just that they were temporarily stunned by the deaths of those people just now and didn't act rashly. Chen Shangolf, send a message asking for help. Yes, miss. Whoosh, flames shot into the skies. Rumble, rumble, beneath the skies, a giant hand suddenly appeared, trying to block the flames. But even though it was grasped, the flames vanished and then exploded in the skies. Bang, a massive lotus flower bloomed. It was crimson and dazzling to the extreme. From afar, it was like a red sun had suddenly appeared. Humph! After a cold snort, a deep voice resounded through the world. Everyone, the 13th tower's lotus flower, has already sent out a distress signal. Do you and I still want to wait? Shwa, a figure appeared in midair. The 13th tower is indeed incomparably powerful and isn't something that you and I can contend with. But this doesn't mean that we have to hand over our great Tao lucky chances. This person held his hands behind his back. His sword aura was nearly tangible and his killing intent soared to the heavens. Kill the 2 of them and use a great supernatural ability to sever their aura. Even if the 13th tower takes action, they won't be able to find us. If that's the case, then let's begin. Rumble, rumble, the skies began to seethe. Wild fluctuations of strength swept out in all directions like heaven-shaking waves. In an instant, Li Ruhua and Chen Shangolf were submerged within. Chapter 1738. Outside Tianluo Mountain, several blurry figures stood in the air. They were right here, yet there seemed to be 1,000 mountains and 10,000 rivers separating them, causing others to be unable to see them, much less sense them. It involved the struggle of the great Tao and whether or not there would be new members at the peak of the world. This was a major event that no one could ignore. Even if they themselves were supreme existences that stood at the peak of the world. The silence was broken. One of them suddenly spoke up, his tone indifferent. Patriarch, there seems to be something wrong with the changes in Skyfall Mountain. Do you have an explanation? Humph, can't you be more direct? As soon as he spoke, he knew that the shadow was Niu Dingtian. His tone wasn't friendly. Patriarch, I'm warning you. If anything happens to my precious granddaughter here, don't blame me for turning hostile. Shwa, space flickered and a phantom appeared out of thin air. It was the patriarch of the Skyfall Mountain tribe. He was a tall man and his voice was calm. I have already given an explanation for the strange events that occurred in Skyfall Mountain. As for Patriarch Nyo, if you don't want your granddaughter to take the risk, I will send her out now. Nyo Dingtian sneered, How dare you? The clan leader said faintly, Of course I dare. His gaze swept across everyone present. Everyone, if you have any similar concerns, I will satisfy them all. No one spoke. Give up? Of course not. Today, something strange had happened to Heavenfall Mountain. Regardless of whether or not that clan had secretly done something, it was definitely related to the Great Tao. Perhaps the new master of Tianluo Mountain was about to appear. At this moment, even if they knew that the Skyfall Mountain range had become a purgatory, no one would give up. Patriarch Nyo even gave his golden armor of the Great Tao to Nyo Doubter. Do you really think something will happen to her? The clan leader suddenly stabbed him in the back. Mount Tianluo itself was a great path. Even though it was currently sealed, it was on the same level as everyone else present. As a result, they were unable to clearly see what was happening in the Skyfall Mountain range. Since that clan had been in control of the Skyfall Mountain for so long, they definitely had some trump cards. Everyone was well aware of this. Therefore, the credibility of his words was very high. The air suddenly became quiet. The true emperors who had reached the peak of the world fell into deep thought, and their auras suddenly changed. Vaguely, the situation of joining forces to suppress that race began to change. The birth of a true emperor was enough to shake up the entire Middle Wasteland. Therefore, they had gathered here so that they could be informed at the first possible moment and respond accordingly. For the same reason, the fall of a true sovereign could similarly set off a wild celebration that swept through the world. Countless benefits would be divided up and swallowed up. Nyo Dingtian laughed. I can't help it. I love Lil Peace so much that I can't bear to see her get hurt. His laughter suddenly vanished. His phantom's eyes surged with a sharp light as he swept his gaze over everyone. His tone was calm as he said, This old cow has a set of Great Tao golden armor on Lil P's body. Right now, my condition is extremely weak. If anyone wants to kill this old man, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Do not miss it. No one spoke. The clan leader said calmly, Old Ancestor Nyo's physique is strong, almost the best in the world. Even if he gives up the Great Tao golden armor, he will only lose 20 to 30% of his combat power. He didn't say too much and didn't go too far. But that was enough. Old Ancestor Nyo sneered, his eyes icy cold. The conflict between him and that clan had nearly torn apart all pretense of cordiality. At this time, space shook and a faint angry roar echoed out. That clan, there are actually people in Skyfall Mountain who dare to join forces to kill the disciples of the 13th Tower. If there is an accident, it will be difficult for you to escape investigation. The clan leader frowned. He flicked his sleeves. With a loud bang, the space shaking was erased. As for the elder of the 13th Tower who had attacked from the outside, he was sent flying far away. Skyfall Mountain involves the ownership of the true sovereign Great Tao. Since we've entered, the struggle for it is up to the heavens. Draw back. If you dare to be rude again, I will kill you. His voice was like a thunderclap, shaking the world. When Qin Yu found Baiji, she was in a much more distressed state than Nyo Daodu. If it weren't for the fact that she had broken through her sword Dao bottleneck in the Infinite Temple, she might have already perished. Nyo Daodu's eyes widened. She can also galvanize her Dao accumulation. She had a shocked expression. Qin Yu coughed. It must be because of Miss Nyo. You caused the great Dao to awaken, thus she had this chance. Nyo Daodu thought for a moment. Is that so? Qin Yu nodded. It must be. Miss Nyo, there is no harm in saving her. Once the void bead's strength is exhausted, she can help us share the pressure. Nyo Daodu said, Is there any need? The old ancestor told me that after this void bead is used, it can last for at least half a month. This old cow's family was rich. This sort of treasure could last for 1 or 2 days at most, But this void bead could last for half a month. Just from this alone, it wasn't too much to say that it was priceless. Cough. Qin Yu braced himself. Even so, no one knows how chaotic the situation in Skyfall Mountain will develop. Moreover, I don't think that clan is willing to give away the great Tao of Skyfall Mountain. With the eruption of Tao accumulation this time, they will definitely be tempted. I wonder if they will do something. We must guard against this as soon as possible. Niu Daodu nodded. What you say makes sense. Qin Yu, what reasoning? Even he didn't know. Miss Niu, please make your move. Qin Yu didn't know what would happen after he left the range of the void bead. It was best to be cautious. Moreover, Niu Daodu had the golden armor of the great Tao. It was simply an invincible weapon. It would be a pity not to use it. How should I make my move? Niu Daodu shrank back, a nervous look on her face. Qin Yu thought for a moment and took a deep breath. He stepped forwards and shouted, Miss Niu Daodu is here. If you don't want to die, then scram. The cultivators who had their treasures destroyed had already fled without a trace. As for Niu Daodu, the matter of her wearing the golden armor of the great Tao was no longer a secret within Skyfall Mountain. To oppose her, unless one's head was kicked by a donkey. Niu Daodu. It's really her. You can't provoke this woman. Hurry and run. In the blink of an eye, the people surrounding Baiji retreated in panic. Niu Daodu. She blinked and finally regained her composure. Her face lit up with excitement. So I'm so fierce now? Just by saying my name, I can scare people away. Qin Yu cupped his hands together, his face full of admiration. Miss Niu is amazing. With your reputation, all evildoers flee. Niu Daodu blushed. Of course she knew that these people were afraid because the old ancestor had given her the golden armor of the great Tao. She quickly waved her hand. It's not like that. Qin Yu smiled. He turned to look at Baiji. Miss, there are strange changes occurring within Skyfall Mountain. I wonder if you would be willing to come with us so we can look after each other. He pointed a finger. This is Miss Niu Daodu, the #1 wandering cultivator of the present age. She is Niu Dingtian's most beloved granddaughter. She can guarantee our safety. Baiji frowned, a look of vigilance on her face. Indeed, not all women in this world were named Niu Daodu. Qin Yu sighed inwardly. He said with a sound transmission, I am one of Miss Ruru's people. Baiji's eyes brightened. Good. Niu Daodu lowered her voice. Zhou Huan, she suddenly changed her name. I think it's strange. Qin Yu coughed. Miss Niu is worrying too much. This woman was just hesitating. When she thought of how everyone fled because of your reputation, she made up her mind. Believe me, it's fine. Baiji walked over. She glanced at Qin Yu and frowned. Qin Yu was startled. It couldn't be. Was a woman's intuition really so fierce? Soon, he let out a sigh of relief. Where did you meet the madam? Qin Yu calmly replied, Swallow Mountain. How is the madam? Very good. Without waiting for her to continue asking, Qin Yu directly said, I have a mission to carry out in Skyfall Mountain. You must cooperate with me and not act on your own. Baiji glanced at him. Qin Yu was expressionless. He said, You and I are under Miss Niu's protection in Skyfall Mountain. Naturally, we will follow Miss Niu's orders. Baiji coldly snorted, tacitly agreeing. Niu Daodu thought for a moment. Then should we continue absorbing Tao accumulations? Qin Yu nodded. That would be for the best. Where are we going? This direction. Baiji frowned. She looked at Qin Yu, a bit confused. What sort of magic potion had he fed Niu Daodu that made her so obedient to him? However, this was also normal. Those chosen by the madam naturally had their own method. But looking at the current situation, it was a bit despicable to be used on a woman. Her eyes became even colder. Qin Yu was disinclined to pay attention to Baiji's icy gaze. It's already good enough that I saved your life, but you still dare to throw your face at me? The range of the void world bead expanded a bit, covering Baiji within. Her complexion changed, but she didn't say anything. The three of them quickly left. Mingzhe was the first disciple of the 13th tower to rush over. In order to rush over, he had even left his attendants behind. Junior apprentice sisterly, don't panic. I'm here. He lifted a hand and a brilliant divine light erupted, piercing through space and forcing back a cultivator who was besieging him. The cultivator vomited blood. Not good, it's Mingzhe, a disciple of the 13th tower. This is bad. Run. Let's leave this place first. The complexions of those besieging him changed. They turned and fled without hesitation. It wasn't just because Mingzhe's strike had severely wounded one of the besiegers, but also because of his reputation. He was one of the 4 gentlemen of the 13th tower. He was known as the 3rd strongest person in the world below the Emperor realm. Mount Skyfall itself was a great Tao that denied entry to any Emperor realm cultivator who had crossed the threshold of the diviner realm. Otherwise, it would cause a war of the great Taos. Thus, in the hidden Mount Skyfall, Mingzhe was a nearly invincible existence. Kill him? That's right, it was possible. But all of them would likely be buried with him. Moreover, Mingzhe had already arrived. Could the other disciples of the 13th tower be far behind? Chen Shanglu was half kneeling on the ground. His entire body was bathed in blood, and he only had the strength to gasp for breath. He looked at Mingzhe with gratitude. Li Ruhua grasped her sword and stood there gracefully. Besides her pale complexion, there was nothing wrong with her. She put away her sword and bowed. Thank you, senior apprentice brother Mingzhe. Mingzhe waved his hand. Junior apprentice sister, there is no need to say anything. If you feel anything wrong, you should quickly adjust your breathing to avoid delaying your injuries. Li Ruhua shook her head. I'm fine. My Li family's old ancestor gave me a protective treasure before he left. Mingzhe nodded. That's good. Whoosh whoosh, the other disciples of the 13th tower arrived with the sound of air being torn apart. The Lotus distress signal meant that the situation was dire. Any disciple of the 13th tower who saw it had to rush to the rescue immediately. Junior sisterly. The newcomer spoke with a solemn expression. What happened? Su Wei was one of the 4 gentlemen of the 13th tower. He was ranked 7th among the strongest below Emperor realm. His eyes swept over Mingzhe without batting an eyelid. Li Ruhua said, Senior brother Su, senior brother Mingzhe knows about this. I will first adjust my breathing. Please protect me. Su Wei said, Junior sisterly, don't worry. He took a step forward. Mingzhe's expression was calm. Junior sister, rest in peace. He had naturally noticed that Li Ruhua was on guard against him. She had waited until Su Wei had arrived before choosing to adjust her breathing. But this was very normal. He would have done the same if he were in her shoes. One must always be on guard against others. 2 hours later, all the other disciples of the 13th tower had arrived. Apart from Mingzhe and Su Wei, there were 2 senior sisters and a senior brother. She was the last to enter the 13th tower. In reality, Li Ruhua was quite famous in the 13th tower. The tower master's evaluation of her had long since spread. This woman's luck was extraordinary. Today, this judgment had obviously been verified. They had learned of the siege from Mingzhe. Adding their own experiences, they naturally understood what had happened. Li Ruhua had clearly seen the great Tao of Skyfall Mountain and formed a connection with it. It was an enviable feat. Although disciples of the 13th tower were true geniuses, it was precisely because they had enough experience that they knew what it meant to be at the peak of the world and to have boundless glory. True emperors were existences that stood at the peak and could enjoy the scenery of all mountains. They might seem to be dragons and phoenixes among men, but it was uncertain if they could cross the threshold of the celestial realm. Moreover, they had the confidence to become true emperors and set foot on the peak of the world. Li Ruhua had grasped a single possibility today: if she succeeded, she would be able to leap into the sky and become a true emperor. How could she not be envious? Junior brother Ming-zhi, the eldest senior sister, who held the highest position in the crowd, spoke slowly. The air was silent. Everyone could sense that under this calmness was surging some sort of uneasiness and restlessness. The great Tao was before them, Ming-zhi said in a low voice. Although Skyfall Mountain is a place beyond the heavens and is a world formed from the great Tao, it is still under the eyes of a true emperor. There was a contradiction in his words. The disciples of the 13th Tower had a deep understanding of Skyfall Mountain. They knew that even true emperors couldn't casually probe it. Ming-zhi's words were obviously referring to, for example, the true emperor of that clan. It was difficult for anything that happened in Skyfall Mountain to escape his perception. Everyone subconsciously looked into the distance at Li Ruhua, who was meditating with her eyes closed. As for Chen Shanglu, he was just a minor character that no one would care about. At this moment, a calm voice suddenly sounded in everyone's hearts. I swear by the great Tao that I will not reveal a single word of what happened today. This voice belonged to that clan's true emperor. A great Tao oath. No one dared to violate it. The higher one's cultivation, the more it was so. With a great Tao oath as an endorsement, one was completely trustworthy. The air fell silent once more. No one spoke, but everyone knew that they had all heard what had just been said. This silence, in the current situation, had become profound and terrifying. Chapter 1739. After Sun Chongqing entered the Tianluo mountain, he confirmed that he had no fate with the great Tao and felt extremely disappointed. However, he soon withdrew his thoughts, as the peak leader had given him a strict order. After that, Sun Chongqing was like a gust of wind, blowing through every corner of Tianluo mountain. He only had one goal, to find Zhou Huan. He didn't know why the peak master was suddenly so interested in this person, but he could faintly guess that it was related to the feeling he felt when he saw Qin Yu. Then, there was a rough explanation. Zhou Huan was related to the peak master's great Tao imperfection. It was precisely because he realized this that Sun Chongqing didn't dare to delay at all. Otherwise, how could he easily accept his fate in Tianluo Mountain? Especially when the Taoist accumulation was soaring into the sky and everyone was fighting for it. His life was in the hands of the Peak Lord. However, the most vexing thing was that the Skyfall mountain range was a world of its own. It was shockingly large. Sun Chongqing had already done his best, but he still hadn't found Zhou Huan's whereabouts. The Peak Lord had been silent the entire time, and had not urged Sun Chongqing. However, to Sun Chongqing, this silence was like a silent mountain. He did not know when it would smash down and shatter his bones. Found you! The voice of the peak leader suddenly appeared in his mind. In the next moment, Sun Chongqing lost control of his body. Mount Tianluo was a world of its own, and anyone who had crossed the celestial door could not enter. However, this did not mean that there was no other way to send power into it. Niudingtian's golden armor of the Great Path was like this. Now, on the cloud-sweeping peak, the Peak Lord who was only a step away from the Emperor realm could also do something similar. Bang! Space instantly exploded, and Sun Chongqing instantly accelerated. His body was like a phantom, whistling into the distance. Black clouds began to churn in the sky, and wisps of terrifying chi scattered down. They intertwined with each other like a huge net, trying to pull Sun Chongqing into it. Patriarch, what are you waiting for? Sun Chongqing shouted. In the next moment, a large hand appeared out of thin air, and it waved into the sky to disperse the black clouds that had converged there. Qintian, I can only help you fight for half a day. Half a day was enough. Bang! Sun Chongqing's speed was even faster, smashing through space and whistling into the distance. A throbbing feeling gushed out from the depths of his heart. He stopped and looked up into the distance. There was nothing there, but he could feel an extremely strong uneasy aura that was growing stronger and stronger. Danger was approaching. Who was it? Qin Yu's first thought was that his identity had been exposed, causing that clan to kill him. However, he soon realized that he was wrong. Rumble, an earth-shattering explosion came from afar, and a black line appeared in his vision. It was him, Sun Chongqing. Qin Yu frowned. He couldn't figure out just how this person could erupt with such a formidable strength. More importantly, given the current situation in Mount Tianluo, instead of fighting for the Great Tao, he came to find trouble with him. This kid must be crazy. Niu Daodu also recognized Sun Zhongqing, and her expression changed. Zhou Huan, he's looking for you. Qin Yu nodded. He took a deep breath, but before he could speak, Niu Daodu pulled him behind her. His aura isn't right. Don't come out. As she spoke, she took a step forward. Sun Chongqing, I, Niu Daodu, am here. If you don't want to die, hurry up and scram. With a loud shout, her momentum was extraordinary. The rapidly approaching Sun Chongqing didn't say a single word. He clenched his fist and punched out. Bang! Thunder exploded like a waterfall, instantly piercing through space and smashing into Niu Daodu's body. Brilliant golden light erupted. The thunder cracked apart and scattered in all directions, vanishing. It disappeared. The golden armor of the Great Tao appeared on its own, protecting Niu Daodu. Even though she was struck by the terrifying thunder, she was still unharmed. Scram! Sun Chongqing roared out, his killing intent wild and cruel. Niu Daodu was stunned, as if she hadn't regained her composure. She had already revealed her name, and yet Sun Chongqing still dared to attack. He isn't Sun Chongqing. Miss Niu, be careful. Qin Yu loudly warned. By the time Niu Daodu regained her composure, Sun Chongqing had already arrived in front of her and punched out. Bang! A terrifying strength crashed into the earth. Where Niu Daodu was, the earth was instantly torn apart, turning into a complete mess. As for her figure, it was smashed deep into the ground by this fist. It was already impossible to see her again. Sun Chongqing didn't stop. His feet fell as he hurtled towards Qin Yu. At this moment, his cold eyes were filled with murderous intent. In samsara, the sun and moon in those eyes were within Qin Yu's body. In other words, it was this person who had ruined the plans he had laid out for 10,000 years and forcefully destroyed the turning point of his great Tao. How could Venerable Sky not hate him? He was also pleasantly surprised that he had regained what he had lost. As long as he could kill Qin Yu and take back the sun and moon in his eyes, he would be able to make up for the flaws in his great Tao and break through his bottleneck to become a true sovereign. Sun Chongqing's ankle was suddenly grabbed and he was pulled back. You want to kill Zhou Huan? Dream on. The palm covered in the golden armor of the great Tao suddenly exerted strength and swung Sun Chongqing up. With loud bangs, he smashed into the ground, creating countless craters. Sun Chongqing held his head in his hands, his eyes ice-cold. With a loud cracking sound, his leg was broken off at the ankle. Then, he borrowed the strength of Niu Daodu's throw to hurtle towards Qin Yu. Bang! His fist smashed into the void bead. The small world it opened began to wildly twist and cave in, as if it would shatter at any moment. But at this time, faint traces of golden light appeared on the surface of the void bead. Shock and anger appeared in Sun Chongqing's eyes. He turned his head, his icy cold eyes covering Niu Daodu. As expected, the golden armor of the great Tao on her body had dimmed by a great deal. In order to save him, you diverted the strength of the golden armor of the great Tao. Do you want to die? Sun Chongqing slowly said. The sole of his foot that had been cut off had already grown back. Niu Daodu paled. She was clearly afraid, but her eyes were firm. I will not allow you to harm Zhou Huan in the slightest. Sun Chongqing frowned. Then I will kill you first. Bang! The ground instantly shattered. He hurtled towards Niu Daodu. At the same time, millions of bolts of lightning broke out from his body, weaving together into a massive pool of thunder that submerged her. Rumble, rumble, terrifying fluctuations of strength wildly erupted from within. Baiji furrowed her eyebrows. What sort of bewitching potion did you feed her? In order to save you, she is willing to give up her life. Qin Yu bitterly smiled. If I told you that I didn't know, would you believe me? Baiji coldly sneered. She glared at him, her intentions obvious. But this was the truth. Just what was Niu Daodu thinking? Qin Yu discovered that even he wasn't sure what was going on. But there was no doubt that the favor he owed her this time was growing larger and larger. Originally, he had planned to give Niu Daodu some compensation after the matter at Skyfall Mountain was over. But in the current situation, how could he compensate her? He couldn't just say that he had saved her life, and now she had risked her life to help him. Then they could call it even. There was no such logic in this world. And as a person they had to have some dignity. Luckily, Niu Daodu's golden armor of the Great Tao was a heaven-defying trump card. It was equal to the defense of a true emperor. Sun Chongqing's current strength was indeed terrifying. But as long as it wasn't a true emperor, there was no way to break it. From this point of view, Niu Daodu would at most be a little frightened. Her life wouldn't be in danger. But he was afraid that someone would think of a way to break the current situation, the golden armor of the Great Tao. If the armor was given to Niu Daodu, Niu Dingtian would have a flaw. And in the current Central Desolate, there were many people who wanted to deal with the Niu family. Within the pool of thunder, Sun Chongqing's eyes turned silver-white. They were cold and indifferent, like a god from the highest heavens. "Let's do it," he said in a low voice. His voice was covered by the roar of thunder. But these 3 words were destined to set off a storm in the world. The birth of a true emperor was difficult. But killing a true emperor would be 10 times or even 100 times more difficult. But even so, there were still cases of true emperors dying in the records of the Central Desolate region. This showed that although they were peerlessly powerful and had reached the peak of the world, they could still be killed. For example, Niu Dingtian at this moment. His physical defense was the best in the world, comparable to that of the survivors of the ancient times. But after all, it was only physical defense. After losing the golden armor of the Great Tao, as the leader of the clan had said, he would lose at least 20 to 30% of his combat strength. For a powerful true emperor like Niu Dingtian, this was already an extremely weak state. The opportunity couldn't be missed. It wouldn't come again. Outside the Tianluo mountain, Niu Dingtian's phantom suddenly snorted coldly and disappeared. The surroundings were quiet. The air was filled with an emotion known as knowing what was going on. Someone had made a move. And the person who had made a move was right here. After all, for a true emperor with one thought 10,000 li, the consumption of strength to maintain a projection was negligible. Niu Dingtian directly dispersed his phantom. It was obvious that the situation he was facing now was very serious. And between true emperors, once the Great Tao involved life and death, there would be irreconcilable hatred. If they weren't confident, they wouldn't make a move. Perhaps there would be a world phenomenon today, and a true emperor would die. The phantom of the clan leader was silent. Only a sharp light flashed in the depths of his eyes. On the sweeping cloud peak, Sky Bearing had made a deal with him. As long as he succeeded today and became a true emperor, he would become a guest of that clan. That was why he had made a move in 300 years. This was tantamount to another strong safeguard for that clan. It would be best if Niu Dingtian was killed. That would give that clan more breathing room. Otherwise, they would at least force him to take back the golden armor of the Great Tao. Killing him might be difficult, but the latter wasn't. As long as the golden armor of the Great Tao was taken back, Sky Bearing's spiritual master could easily achieve his goal. As for Niu Dingtian's revenge afterwards, it was inevitable that he would have a headache. No one wanted to offend a true emperor to the point of no return. But now, between life and death, that clan had no other choice. Heavenly Bull Region. Niu family's base territory, Heavenly Bull City. At this time, black clouds hung low in the sky, ready to overtake the city. Thunder rumbled, releasing tens of thousands of bolts of lightning that pierced through the skies. A terrifying aura arrived, suppressing everyone to the extreme, making it hard for them to breathe. Niu Dingshan's complexion was calm. He shouted out loud, "Children of the Niu family, follow me to form the Heavenly Bull Great Array to protect the old ancestor." He certainly knew that the reason his enemy had come today was because the old ancestor had placed the golden armor of the great Tao on Niu Daodu's body. The old ancestor was protecting his daughter. Niu Dingshan's eyes were firm. He was ready to die. However, before he could make a move, he suffered a kick and was sent flying. Niu Dingtian was annoyed. He cursed, "I'm fine. It's not time for you to risk your life yet. Hurry up and get the hell out of here." He looked up at the tumbling black clouds. Lightning illuminated his face and excitement filled his eyes. "Come at me. My hands have been itching for a long time. I'll use you all to stretch my muscles." Bang! With a heaven-shaking explosion, the entire Heavenly Bull City sank 3 feet. Niu Dingtian shot into the sky, smashing through space and tearing apart the lightning. Chapter 1740. The darkness was like a tide, and the lightning was like a prison. Niu Dingtian's laughter was so loud that even the thunder couldn't drown it out. "Even if I lose the Great Path Golden Armor, I can still beat you into a corner. Come on, hit harder. Are you drinking milk? Ha 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 ha. Don't go. Fight with me today. Take my Heavenly Bull Demon Fist." Boom. A huge sound rang out, and a figure could be vaguely seen being sent flying. Apart from the true sovereigns, no one in the world could clearly see the battle between the 3 true sovereigns in the 9 heavens. Niu Dingtian was terrifyingly strong. Even without the Great Path Golden Armor, he still had the upper hand against 2 opponents. Although the 2 true sovereigns didn't really want to fight to the death, his strength was still frightening. But his strength was still frightening. Maybe he had already touched the level of the true sovereigns. He had reached or was infinitely close to the current level of the Qin Emperor. No wonder he dared to give the Great Path Golden Armor to Niu Daodu. Outside Heavenly Bull City, far away from the battlefield, the phantom of the Imperial Master sighed. What a pity! If Niu Dingtian fell into a disadvantageous position today and showed signs of defeat, he would kill Niu Dingtian without hesitation. But now, he didn't dare to make a move. No one was sure whether Niu Dingtian still had strength left. Even if he didn't, Niu Dingtian's level would definitely not wait for death if he was really in a desperate situation. It wasn't difficult to drag people to the grave with him. That was why the Imperial Master said it was a pity. Because this should be the best chance to kill Niu Dingtian. But even he didn't dare to make a move, so the others who were watching wouldn't take the risk. In the inky black clouds, the true sovereign from the Antiquity Age was shocked and angry. Niu Dingtian was stronger than he had imagined. Unless he risked his life, he couldn't kill him. But he didn't want to risk his life, especially when his courage had been broken by Niu Dingtian. He was the one who was sent flying by the Heavenly Bull Demon Fist. A mouthful of blood rushed to his mouth, but he swallowed it back. "It's over. Let's go." The ancient remnant turned around and left. In an instant, he broke free from the black clouds. With a punch, he shattered the space and disappeared within. Trash! The other true emperor roared angrily. No wonder the ancient remnant would end up in such a state. How could a bunch of cowards accomplish anything? He had always felt that Niu Dingtian's strength was not that strong. Without the golden armor of the Great Path, he had lost 20 to 30% of his battle prowess, yet he was still able to fight 1 against 2 and put them at a disadvantage. He didn't believe that Niu Dingtian had reached the level of a true emperor. However, the ancient remnant true monarch had already fled. If Shaoqian remained alone, he would really be in danger. Niu Dingtian laughed. "Old man Wujie, You're the only one left. Why don't you run for your life? Are you waiting for me to beat the shit out of you? Of the two people who made a move today, one was the ancestor of one of the four sects, the Boundless sect. Niu Dingtian, don't be too arrogant. I don't believe that you've reached the Emperor realm. You will pay the price for unleashing your strength today. You better not reveal any flaws, or else the Ox family will definitely be exterminated. Old Ancestor Realmless roared, his voice spreading in all directions. Sinister intentions. These words were bound to fall into the ears of those with ulterior motive. Once there was a problem with Niu Dingtian, the entire Niu family would not be able to escape. Ha 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 ha. Niu Dingtian laughed. Old man Wujie, in terms of eloquence, I am indeed much stronger than you with your cultivation. That's right, I am very weak right now. If anyone wants to attack, then come. Look, no one dares to attack. Then let me send you out of here. Boom, there was a heaven-shaking explosion. Niu Dingtian punched out. The Boundless sect's old ancestor was sent flying, blood spurting out from his nose and mouth. This punch was more than twice as strong as the heavenly bull demon subduing fist. It had severely wounded the Boundless sect's old ancestor. Niu Dingtian, I swear I won't let you go. With an angry roar, the Boundless sect's old ancestor spat out blood and tore through space to escape. 1 against 2, a great victory. Within Heavenly Bull City, there was a sudden burst of cheers. Niu Dingshan shouted at the top of his lungs, his voice louder than thunder, Old Ancestor is mighty, number 1 under the heavens. Niu Dingtian laughed with his hands on his hips, his grin reaching the back of his ears. Don't be so arrogant. I don't care if I'm number 1 under the heavens or not. The Imperial Advisor's lips twitched. He looked deeply at Niu Dingtian, who was laughing into the heavens. 1 glance. 2 eyes. 3 eyes. He frowned and took a step back. He cupped his hands together and smiled. Mr. Niu is unparalleled under the heavens. This poor priest admires you greatly. Farewell. He turned and left, his phantom directly dissipating. The Imperial Advisor didn't see anything wrong. But that punch just now was indeed ridiculously strong. Did Niu Dingtian really break through? As the Imperial Advisor turned and left without hesitation, the gazes that were focused on Heavenly Bull City turned away. Niu Dingtian sneered. He turned and returned to Heavenly Bull City. Niu Dingshan and the other Niu family juniors knelt on the ground, kowtowing and shouting, Old Ancestor's cultivation is heaven-piercing. Humph humph, as long as you know. As long as I am here, our Heavenly Bull City will never change. Niu Dingtian waved his hand. Go back and do what you need to do. Niu Dingshan respectfully nodded. He sent everyone away and hurried towards the Old Ancestor's cultivation area. It's fine. Just as he finished speaking, he coughed and his face flushed red. Niu Dingshan hurriedly said, Old Ancestor. Niu Dingtian glared at him. Get out of here and wander around. You're the one causing trouble for the Niu family if you stay here. It's just a small injury. I'll be fine after a period of seclusion. His realm hadn't reached the peak of the Emperor realm. The Boundless sect's old ancestor had guessed correctly. But unfortunately, there was only an injury and no reward. Of course, even if he hadn't reached the peak, the gap was extremely small. That was why Niu Dingtian could fight 1 against 2 and beat the Ancient Remnant and the Boundless sect's old ancestor. But he had used too much force in the last punch. It was a self-inflicted wound. He didn't feel good when the Boundless sect's old ancestor was seriously injured, but he couldn't say these words out loud. Otherwise, it would be too damaging to his prestige. Moreover, this punch was a deal between him and Meaty. It was worth it to exchange a small injury for a promise from her. A perfect, immortal species. She truly coexisted with heaven and earth. Whether it was strength or fate, she was the most powerful and noble existence in the world. Even if Meaty's fate had fallen and she was no longer perfect, in Niu Dingtian's eyes, she was still far more worthy of being close to him than a true emperor. So when Midi sent a message asking him to push the boat with the current and punch, Niu Dingtian agreed without hesitation. Outside Skyfall Mountain, the true emperor projections were in a tense atmosphere. Niu Dingtian had won. His victory was clean and unexpectedly beautiful. The strength he had displayed was terrifying, and the boundless sect's old ancestor's serious injury was a silent threat and suppression. Shua Niu Dingtian's phantom appeared out of thin air. He laughed loudly, full of confidence. Ha 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 ha! You dare to come to my heavenly bull city? You have no idea of death. Just you wait. Once the matter at Skyfall Mountain is over, I will take back the golden armor and visit the boundless sect first. Cold intent filled the air, and killing intent radiated. Niu Dingtian had always been a man of his word. The boundless sect was in trouble. In the past, Niu Dingtian had attacked them and destroyed half of their sect. This time, it was even harder to say. No one spoke. The boundless sect's old ancestor had joined forces with the ancient remnant true emperors. 2 against 1. Niu Dingtian, who was not in his best condition, had been beaten into a sorry state. This was the price they had to pay. However, this did not mean that they would sit back and watch Niu Dingtian destroy the boundless sect. The 4 sects and 4 families were in confrontation with each other. There were conflicts of interest, but there were also deep ties of interest between them. In particular, as the last of the 4 sects, the boundless sect had signed a series of clauses in order to become one of the 4 sections. They had voluntarily given up part of their interests in exchange for the approval of the other members of the 4 sects and 4 families. If something happened to the boundless sect, or to put it more bluntly, if they were replaced by the Niu family, it would directly harm their interests. Of course, from another point of view, the boundless sect being hated by the Niu family was equal to sharing the risk for them. At the very least, the Skysplit, Daoyuan, and Black Marsh sects could breathe a sigh of relief. If the Niu family wanted to establish a new sect, there would be no conflict with them. This would certainly ease the tense atmosphere between them. And this was the effect that Niu Dingtian wanted to achieve by opening his mouth. It was too low class to simply say harsh words. As an existence that could become a true emperor and cultivate to the point of being on the verge of the strongest, it was naturally impossible for him to be as crude as he appeared. The patriarch suddenly said, "Old ancestor Niu is full of vigor. He has just beaten back 2 true emperors, and he is already declaring revenge. It seems that he still has strength to spare." There was a hidden meaning in his words. Niu Dingtian looked over with a faint smile. "Patriarch, if you think that this old ox is bluffing, why don't we have a fight?" He took a step forward and laughed. "Great, I haven't had enough just now. This old ox is willing to do it. There is no need to trouble Patriarch." As he spoke, his phantom quickly became solid, and an astonishing aura burst out from it, instantly suppressing the surroundings. The patriarch's expression changed slightly. "Niu Dingtian, I have to preside over the affairs of Mount Tianluo today. I don't have time to accompany you in your madness." His eyes were filled with anger, and at the same time, a trace of deep fear. "Old ancestor Niu, please calm down. Don't ruin the opportunity for the younger generation to ascend to the heavens. That's right. Mount Tianluo is right in front of us. Once a battle between true emperors breaks out, it will definitely affect it. Patriarch doesn't mean anything else. Old ancestor, you think too much." The other true emperors said one after another. If it was in another place, they wouldn't care about the fight between the 2, and they would be happy to see them fight to the death. But not now. Niu Dingtian hesitated for a moment, and then stopped his action of descending with a cold snort. The phantom's aura gradually dissipated. "Patriarch, I will go to the boundless sect first. After smashing their mountain gate, I will come to the Chongshan domain to fight with you." The patriarch nodded expressionlessly. "I agree." He turned around and looked at Mount Tianluo with a trace of gloominess in his eyes. No matter what, he had been humiliated today, and Niu Dingtian's words were obviously a threat. Spiritual Master Qingtian's plan had failed. Now, the best result was that they obtained the great Tao in Mount Tianluo, and the clan would have another true emperor. The second was that the great Tao was taken away, and the clan would have another true emperor for 300 years. If both of them failed, the clan would have a harder time. Chapter 1741. Within the Thunder Pond, Sun Chongqing's heart gradually sank to the bottom of the valley. Half a day had passed, but Niu Daodu's great Tao golden armor showed no signs of being taken back. Just what was going on? With the current situation, the agreement between him and that clan would not be violated. Niu Dingtian was actually powerful to this degree. Even without the great Tao golden armor, he could still fight two people at once. There was a high chance that his plan had failed, and it was impossible to conceal what happened at Skyfall Mountain today. Once this matter came to an end, Niu Dingtian would surely condemn him. But Cloud Sweeping Peak would face a great calamity. Sun Chongqing hated this. The first hatred's great Tao was right in front of him. As long as he could obtain it, he could become a true sovereign. Although the heavens were high and the waters were wide, he would never be able to reach them. The second hatred's clan might have already calculated beforehand. Whether they cooperated with him or not, Cloud Sweeping Peak would have no other choice. If they didn't want to be destroyed by Niu Ding Mountain, then the best way out was to join forces with that clan. But he wasn't a true sovereign, so he would inevitably be reduced to a vassal. The third hatred's Qin Yu had ruined his chance to become a true sovereign. Now that he was in front of him, he couldn't kill him. He didn't dare to personally descend to Skyfall Mountain. This was because Niu Dingtian's projection was likely here. Once he discovered him, he would surely kill him. Niu Daodu's heart settled. With the defense of the great Tao golden armor, she was in an invincible position. Even if she stood still and let Sun Chongqing hammer her, she could still tire him to death. Without fear, her attacks were even more direct and forceful. Sun Chongqing was forced to constantly retreat and evade. Today's matter could no longer be accomplished. Leaving was the best choice to avoid damaging his own strength. But Sun Chongqing didn't want to. He wanted to stay and fight one last time. What if there was a chance? After all, his great Tao flaw was right in front of him, and Skyfall Mountain was like a purgatory right now. At any moment, unexpected dangers could erupt. And sometimes, danger also meant opportunity. With a roar, Sun Chongqing punched out, sending the armored Niu Daodu flying away. At the same time, he borrowed the rebounding force to rapidly retreat. With the great Tao golden armor, Niu Daodu was in an invincible position. Continuing this stalemate was meaningless. Don't run. Ah, weren't you very arrogant and wanted to kill me? Niu Daodu laughed excitedly after obtaining victory. Within the Void Realm bead, Qin Yu let out a breath and secretly gave Old Cow a thumbs up. So awesome! It seemed that Niu Dingtian's strength was much stronger than he had imagined. It was no wonder that Little Meat had chosen him as her partner. Other than character, strength was also an important factor to consider. Baiji looked at Niu Daodu with a dignified expression. She knew very well that if the two of them became enemies, she would be in an invincible position. Great Tao golden armor, what a bully! So what if you have a powerful background? That's right. Today, Niu Daodu would use facts to prove that she was amazing. Miss Niu's strength is unparalleled. You were able to force back the villains of Sweeping Cloud Peak. You are truly fierce. Qin Yu loudly said, his face full of admiration. Although that was indeed the case, Baiji could not help but roll her eyes at his tone. This person might have some tricks up his sleeve and be valued by Madame, but his character was terrible. He could not be trusted in the future. Niu Daodu's face flushed red. She awkwardly said, "This is all because of the High Ancestor's great Tao golden armor. I know this in my heart. Soon, she stuck out her chest. But no matter what, Zhou Huan, you don't need to be afraid in the future. If Sun Chongqing dares to come again, I will hammer him to death. Qin Yu nodded again and again. With Miss Niu here, I naturally feel relieved. As he spoke, he looked up and then looked away. That race's true sovereign was spying on this place. But it was clear that he hadn't sensed anything wrong with Qin Yu, nor did he know that Qin Yu had already sensed his existence. This was because as time passed, Qin Yu and that race's 24 people were doing their best to help him unravel the Tao. In other words, they were helping him refine the great Tao. Now, Qin Yu could already feel the existence of that race's true sovereign. And before long, once he refined more of the great Tao and his connection with Skyfall Mountain deepened, he would be able to shield himself from his perception. Humph humph, at that time, that race would be blind to everything that happened at Skyfall Mountain. Qin Yu had already prepared a pleasant surprise. Miss Niu, the commotion just now was too great. It will definitely attract attention. Let's leave this place first. Niu Daodu nodded. Lead the way. Qin Yu was stunned. He looked at Niu Daodu. She looked back at Qin Yu, a curious expression on her face. She could roughly interpret it as, "What are you looking at me for?" Qin Yu coughed. If that's the case, then let's go this way. Something was wrong, something was very wrong. If it weren't for the fact that he was certain that Little Meat was currently in his soul space, Qin Yu would have suspected that Niu Daodu had been possessed by her. She was too cooperative. She simply agreed to every request. Qin Yu didn't even need to explain anything. Even a naive girl shouldn't go this far, right? Moreover, according to Qin Yu's understanding, while Niu Daodu was simple and naive, she wasn't stupid at all. Has my identity been discovered? Qin Yu thought about it several times, but he didn't say anything. Niu Daodu's cooperation couldn't be any better. As for the reason, he would think about it later. Qin Yu led the way and the 3 people quickly left. On the 13th floor, 6 official disciples and 6 personal attendants gathered. Chen Shangolf had already fallen asleep. His eyebrows were tightly furrowed, a pained expression on his face. Li Ruhua paled. She slowly said, "Senior apprentice brothers, senior apprentice sisters, do you really want to do this?" Her eyes fell on Mingzhe. Mingzhe lowered his head, avoiding her eyes. The elder senior apprentice sister sneered. "Junior apprentice sisterly, since things have come to this, what need is there to say any more? You and I both know that there is no way out." In the 13th floor, it was strictly forbidden for fellow disciples to kill each other. Once discovered, they would be severely punished. At the very least, their cultivation would be crippled and they would be expelled. So, what she said wasn't wrong. From the moment they thought of this to the moment they took the first step, they had already lost all paths of retreat. Su Wei slowly said, "Junior apprentice sisterly, you are very smart. You should know what to do. Tell us the truth about the great Tao of Skyfall Mountain. Why suffer so much pain?" "That's right. In my 13th floor, there are many interrogation methods. Junior apprentice sisterly might not have heard of them, but I advise you not to try them. You will have to speak sooner or later. Why suffer such evil? Junior apprentice sisterly, please consider this carefully." Li Ruhua was silent for several breaths of time. She slowly nodded. "You are right. I agree. But there is only one great Tao. Senior apprentice brothers and sisters, how do you plan on distributing it?" Everyone's expressions changed. The disciples of the 13th floor still maintained their silence. But behind them, the attendants who had shared honor and disgrace with them, whose lives and deaths had already begun to shine with a cold light. The great Tao was right in front of them. Since they could touch Li Ruhua, that naturally meant that there was no one they couldn't kill today. Mingzhe suddenly said, "Junior apprentice sisterly, you don't need to worry about this. You only need to tell us everything you know." "But I have to remind junior sister of something." It's best if you speak truthfully about everything because it involves the Grand Tao. You can't conceal anything at all, and once we notice that something's off, then junior sister will definitely regret it. Li Ruhua said, "Thank you for the reminder, senior apprentice brother Mingzhi. I will tell you everything I know." She lowered her head and looked down at the earth beneath her feet. In truth, the 13th floor's judgment of Mount Skyfall was somewhat wrong. This is because the Great Tao has always been right in front of us, or, to be more accurate, we are currently within the Great Tao. She lifted a hand and pointed at everything around her. The sky, the earth, the air, the vegetation, the mountains and rivers, all living beings, all of this is a part of the Great Tao. These words caused the expressions of the 5 disciples of the 13th floor to change. They felt that it was incomparably profound, but also appropriate. Li Ruhua wasn't lying. So it turned out that Mount Skyfall was the Great Tao, not that the Great Tao was hidden within. Although it seemed simple, it was like piercing through a window paper that had been blocking everyone's vision. They felt their eyes suddenly light up. Su Wei's eyes were fervent. He took a step forward and said, "Li Ruhua, speak more clearly." He felt as if he had faintly touched upon something. Li Ruhua said, "Mount Skyfall is the true sovereign Great Tao. According to my judgment, perhaps the first time I saw it, I could determine whether or not I had fate with the Great Tao. If there is fate, then I can see the essence of the Great Tao. Otherwise, even if I am within it, I will not be able to understand it." Eldest senior sister's expression changed. "What do you mean?" Li Ruhua lightly said, "What I mean is that senior brothers and sisters are wasting your time. If you cannot see the Great Tao, then you are not fated with it. This is not something I can help you with." Eldest senior sister's pupils shrank and her face paled. Her intuition told her that Li Ruhua wasn't lying. Damn it! Why didn't she say this before? If they knew this, they wouldn't have done anything. Then now, it would be a different situation. They would protect Li Ruhua with all their might and help her obtain the Mount Skyfall Great Tao. Unfortunately, they couldn't go back. Mingzhi took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. "Junior sisterly, why must you do this?" From the start, he had harbored the thought of using Li Ruhua. But he couldn't deny that a beautiful woman could always stir up the possessiveness in a man's heart. Mingzhi had seriously considered becoming Tao companions with her in the future. But then, the situation changed too quickly. He had no choice but to make a choice and cut off all possibilities between the two. Li Ruhua said, "Senior brother, are you blaming me for not telling you in advance?" Her lips curled up in a mocking smile. "But even if I told you in advance, would senior brothers and sisters believe me?" Everyone's faces stiffened, their hearts silent. They wouldn't believe it. Instead, they would think that Li Ruhua was worried they would make things difficult for her and deliberately came up with an excuse. So, regardless of whether she said it or not, as long as they had such thoughts, things would develop to this point. This was inevitable. Eldest senior sister gritted her teeth. "Junior sisterly, are you mocking us? You may have succeeded, but this will not change your fate today." She took a deep breath, her white robes icy. Junior apprentice Sister Li Ruhua was surrounded by powerful enemies in Mount Skyfall and unfortunately perished. We couldn't save her in time, and could only hunt down the culprits to comfort Junior apprentice Sister Li's soul in heaven. No one spoke. This was tacit agreement. At this point, there was no turning back. Li Ruhua had to die for them to be safe. Eldest senior sister stepped forward. "Junior apprentice Sister Li, go on your way." She lifted a hand and pointed a finger. It didn't matter who killed her today. Everyone had committed a great crime of the sect. Once exposed, no one could escape punishment. So, she didn't mind killing Li Ruhua herself. After all, Mingzhi had been close to her in the past. Over this period of time, Mingzhi's emotions couldn't escape her eyes. What a lewd and lowly whore. But at this moment, eldest senior sister's expression changed. Her finger was frozen by an invisible force. Moreover, this freezing force was spreading rapidly. Quick, kill. Before she could finish her sentence, the head of the furious eldest senior sister exploded into pieces. It's Li Ruhua. She comprehended the great Tao. Kill her together. Together! The disciples of the 13th floor roared and attacked without hesitation. No one begged for mercy because they knew that there was no possibility of reconciliation between the two sides. Today, either Li Ruhua or they would die. Li Ruhua's expression was calm. She lifted a hand and pointed. The space suddenly solidified, turning into an invisible mountain that blocked the four of them. On the other side, Mingzhe's pupils constricted violently. He turned and fled without hesitation. A scream came from behind him. It was Su Wei. They were both in the lower 10 Emperor realm. Although Su Wei's ranking was slightly higher, there wasn't much of a difference in strength between them. Su Wei was killed in the blink of an eye. If it were him, he would have suffered the same fate. Face pale, Mingzhe gritted his teeth. His body suddenly exploded into a scarlet mist of blood. His fleeing speed skyrocketed. But at this moment, his vision suddenly distorted. When his vision recovered, he was back at his original spot. Everyone but him had died a violent death. Mingzhe knelt down when he saw Li Ruhua. Junior sisterly, please be merciful and spare my life. From now on, I am willing to follow you and pledge my loyalty to you. Li Ruhua said indifferently, Senior brother Ming lived until now to tell you that my strength just now was only enough to kill 3 people. If senior brother and Su Wei had attacked together, I would have been the one killed. Mingzhe's eyes widened and a trace of regret crossed his face. He knew that Li Ruhua wouldn't spare his life if she said these words. If you want to kill me, then let's die together. Mingzhe's pale face twisted with anger. Boom! He rushed over and self-destructed. A terrifying shockwave drowned out Li Ruhua. It took a long time for it to slowly disperse. She still stood where she was. From the surface, she didn't seem injured at all. Her eyes were cold. Li Ruhua swept her eyes over her surroundings. She flicked her sleeves and took Chen Shanglu away. After she left, several figures appeared on the battlefield, their faces dark and uncertain. The disciples of the 13th tower had been almost completely wiped out. If this matter spread out, it would surely set off waves. After all, the image of the 13th tower had always been that of a transcendent, immortal realm. It turned out that there was such a secret killing within the sect. But this wasn't the important point. Li Ruhua had already grasped a portion of Mount Skyfall's great Tao. Otherwise, there was no other explanation for what had just happened. Should they chase after her? Everyone hesitated, struggling in their hearts. But in the end, no one dared to take this step. This was because Li Ruhua's performance just now had been too terrifying. Of the 5 disciples of the 13th tower, Mingzhe and Su Wei were even ranked in the top 10 below the Emperor realm. If it were them, they would have died even faster. As for Li Ruhua's claim that she only had enough strength to kill 3 people, who would dare believe her? Mingzhe's self-destruction hadn't harmed her at all. The great Tao of Mount Skyfall was likely to fall into Li Ruhua's hands. Chapter 1742. Puff, she spat out a mouthful of blood. The red plum blossoms on her chest bloomed in the wind. Li Ruhua's face was pale and her eyes were dim. She had indeed grasped a portion of the great Tao of Skyfall Mountain. But using it wasn't simple at all, it was like an exchange. She could use it, but she had to pay a corresponding price. At this time, Li Ruhua's condition was terrible. She was truly an arrow at the end of its flight. Although it seemed easy to suppress and kill Mingzhe, Su Wei, and the others, the truth was that this was her limit. If it weren't for the fact that she had deliberately used Mingzhe's self-destruction to deter those spying on her, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Li Ruhua took a deep breath. She lifted a hand and pointed a finger between Chen Shanglu's eyebrows. Ah! He cried out and suddenly woke up. Miss, how are you? Li Ruhua said. I must immediately heal myself. I cannot be disturbed during this time. Help protect me. As she spoke, blood gushed out from the corners of her lips. Good. Miss, hurry and heal yourself. Chen Shanglu had a firm expression. Unless they step over my dead body, no one can harm you. Li Ruhua closed her eyes, her aura gradually falling silent. This was a secret healing technique unique to the 13th floor. It was similar to the turtle breathing art. It could cause one to fall into a state of suspended animation, stimulating one's potential and rapidly healing injuries. The advantages were obvious, but there were also flaws. Once this secret technique was used, one's perception of the outside world would be cut off and their 5 senses would fall into a deep sleep. Someone had to protect them in order to ensure their safety. Otherwise, once they closed their eyes, it was likely they would never be able to open them again. Chen Shanglu looked up at Li Ruhua's face. Some unknown emotions surged in the depths of his eyes. His current identity was a disciple of the 13th floor, a servant of the Li family elder Li Ruhua. He was a small and unremarkable character. But in the past, he was the beloved son of Guanhai City's city lord Qin Yuanshan, the future leader of the Qin family. In this world, there was no such thing as success without reason. For Qin Yuanshan to rise from the wilderness and become a city lord of a main city in the western wasteland, he naturally had his own lucky chance. And this lucky chance was passed on to his son Chen Shanglu. Of course, everyone thought he had fainted, but he hadn't. Even nobodies had their own trump cards and fortuitous encounters. He was very clear about everything that was happening in the outside world, and if he wanted to, he could break free and wake up at any time. But Chen Shanglu did not. He had patiently waited until now, waiting for Li Ruhua to kill all the disciples of the 13th floor, waiting for her to lose so much of her strength that she had no choice but to use her secret technique, turtle breath, to enter a state of suspended animation. And now, his chance had come. Chen Shanglu licked his dry and cracked lip. His pupils suddenly dilated, swallowing all the whites of his eyes. His eyes were pitch black like a bottomless abyss, strange and terrifying. Taking a deep breath, Chen Shanglu suppressed the agitation in his heart and raised his hand to grab Li Ruhua. Hiss, he took a deep breath, bent back, and raised his head. His face revealed a carefree, blurred expression mixed with violence and bloodthirst. Li Ruhua, who was in deep sleep, was like a piece of dead wood, without the slightest reaction. Wisps of blood-colored light flowed out of her body and into Chen Shanglu's. Through this process, he finally understood what Li Ruhua had said before. Resplendent and dazzling gold finally appeared in his world, coming from the earth beneath his feet and the sky above his head. So, this was the great Tao of the unfalling mountain. It was the great Tao, and now, this great Tao of the Emperor Realm would belong to him. Once he obtained the true Emperor Realm, he would become the most powerful existence in the world. At that time, all of his hatred would be repaid. The destroyed Li family would be reborn in his hands, becoming far more powerful than before. Father, do you see this? Your son has already obtained the opportunity to step onto the peak of the world. From today onwards, I will make the entire world crawl and tremble beneath my feet. Qin Yu suddenly frowned and looked into the distance. Baiji had sharp senses. What happened? Niu Daodu looked over. Qin Yu thought for a moment and said, "There was an accident. I'm considering whether or not I should intervene." Now that things had come to this, he could no longer conceal himself. Baiji was one of them. Niu Daodu trusted him completely. There was no point in acting coy anymore. Baiji frowned, dissatisfied with Qin Yu's half-truths. This made her feel even worse. Humph. He didn't say anything else. Niu Daodu was more attentive. What is it? Tell me. Maybe I can help you think. Qin Yu took a deep breath and exhaled. No need. I've thought it through. He looked at Baiji and said, "Continue in this direction and you will soon encounter a man and a woman. The woman's name is Miao Ye and the man is a sword cultivator. Help them and don't let anything happen to them. We'll be back soon. Baiji's eyes were cold. Qin Yu said lightly, I think I've already made some things clear. You can refuse, but you'd better think about the consequences. Humph! Baiji coldly snorted. Her sword hummed and she instantly flew far away. Niu Daodu shrunk her neck. Zhou Huan's sword is so powerful. Few sword cultivators I've met are sharper than her. So, you shouldn't provoke her too much or something might happen. Qin Yu smiled. I'm not afraid. I have Miss Niu Daodu to protect me. She can't hurt me. Niu Daodu beamed with joy. She stuck out her chest. That's for sure. Sun Chongqing is fierce, but he still lost to me. Qin Yu earnestly nodded. Let's go and save her. There are some things I still don't understand. I don't think I can let her be killed like this. The latter words were spoken in a soft voice so Niu Daodu didn't hear them clearly. But she could feel Qin Yu's complex mood and didn't say anything. The two changed directions. Qin Yu grabbed Niu Daodu's hand and howled away. I never thought there would be an inheritance of the abyss-swallowing law. A calm voice sounded out in his ears, a hint of surprise in it. Chen Shanglu opened his eyes, revealing pitch-black pupils. He wasn't surprised by this voice. The true emperor of that clan didn't hide the news from him when he first spread the news. Perhaps he had already sensed it at that time. Patriarch, if I succeed today, I will leave the 13th tower and join that clan. With Li Ruhua included, all the disciples of the 13th tower besides him had been exterminated. This would inevitably arouse suspicion. He didn't have full confidence he could hide from the various tracking methods of the 13th tower. Escaping like this was the key. After all, even if he obtained the great Tao of Skyfall Mountain, it was impossible for him to immediately become a true sovereign with his current cultivation. He needed time to digest and absorb it. The patriarch smiled. Of course, I welcome you to join us. Chen Shanglu, I will remember your name. To be remembered by a true sovereign was a great honor. But at this moment, Chen Shanglu's expression was calm. Calm. This was because he had seen the great Tao and was confident he could seize it. At that time, with the great Tao in his hands, the true sovereign realm would follow. All he needed was a little bit of time. The true sovereign suddenly said, Chen Shanglu, let me give you a reminder. You should hurry up or you will be in trouble. Chen Shanglu frowned. I ask the true sovereign to make a move and buy time for me. The true sovereign refused. I can sense the situation within Skyfall Mountain, but I have no way of interfering. Take care of yourself. He wasn't optimistic about Chen Shanglu's chances. The reason he spoke to him on his own initiative was only to make sure there was a possibility. If Chen Shanglu was killed in the end, that was fine too. If all his competitors died, then the great Tao of Skyfall Mountain would belong to that clan. This was the best result. Chen Shanglu's face darkened. Where did this trouble come from? All of the cultivators in the 13th floor had been killed, and those who had come before were scared out of their wits. Could it be that it came from Skyfall Mountain itself? Soon, Chen Shanglu discovered that no matter how much he thought about it, it was useless. Only by seeing it with his own eyes would he know the truth. Zhou Huan, Niu Daodu. The moment Chen Shanglu saw these two people, alarm bells sounded in his heart. He grabbed Li Ruhua's hand and used even more strength to swallow her up. Stop. I am helping the miss heal her wounds. If you dare to approach and cause something to happen to the miss, then you will be the enemy of the 13th tower. Niu Daodu hesitated. She looked at Qin Yu. Qin Yu had a calm expression. He lightly said, swallowing Li Ruhua is also helping her heal? Chen Shanglu, who are you trying to fool? He recognized me. He actually recognized me. Chen Shanglu's pupils shrank. Deep in his heart, an intense restlessness rose up, as if he had encountered a natural enemy. His mind trembled. Before this, he had thought of attacking him, but he never had the chance. How could he have imagined that this person already had thoughts about him? Otherwise, he wouldn't have called out his name. Who are you? Chen Shanglu angrily roared. The swallowing process had already been mostly completed. In another hour at most, he would be able to take everything from Li Ruhua. But something had happened at this critical moment. Chen Shanglu's heart was filled with hate. In particular, the Zhou Huan in front of him gave him a bad feeling. His heart was suppressed to the extreme, as if he were facing the tumbling black clouds in the skies. Qin Yu said, "Who I am isn't important. What's important is that you want to delay for time." The corners of his lips curled up in a mocking smile. "Dream on." "Ah!" Chen Shanglu roared out loud. Space instantly froze and a terrifying suppressive strength erupted. Before this, Li Ruhua had used this move to kill the elder senior apprentice sister of the 13th floor. She had been caught off guard and had erupted in an attempt to end the two of them. When Chen Shanglu attacked, he had used his full strength. But what a pity, the target he chose today was Qin Yu. Before, Li Ruhua's feelings weren't wrong. This was because the great Tao that she saw and grasped wasn't something that belonged to her. Rather, through the connection between them, she borrowed Qin Yu's strength. This great Tao was his to begin with. Now, Chen Shanglu had used the abyss-swallowing law to plunder Li Ruhua's strength and barely obtained the qualifications to borrow the strength of the great Tao. But if he were to use the strength of the great Tao that he borrowed to deal with the true master of the great Tao, it would only be a joke to himself. Qin Yu didn't attack. The great Tao's annihilating strength erupted. As it approached him, it annihilated and dissipated. He looked at Chen Shanglu, his tone faint. "Now it's my turn." Par Qin Yu lifted a hand and snapped his fingers. Chapter 1743. In the next moment, everything within Skyfall Mountain was cut off from the outside world. The expression of the true emperor who had been spying on Mount Tianluo changed drastically. He discovered that his perception of Skyfall Mountain had been cut off. There was only one explanation for this. The great Tao of Skyfall Mountain had chosen a master. After a brief moment of anger, the true sovereign revealed a thoughtful expression. Gradually, excitement appeared in his eyes. Because of the eruption of the Tao accumulation, the entire Skyfall Mountain had become a mess. In order to compete for the ownership of the great Tao, cultivators from all over began slaughtering each other. Including Li Ruhua, everyone that was connected to the great Tao of Skyfall Mountain had fallen into trouble. They could no longer solve the great Tao in peace. And from beginning to end, the only ones that hadn't been disturbed were the 24 people of that clan. They had gathered together and worked together to solve the great Tao, and now they had succeeded. This was the most reasonable explanation that the true sovereign could think of, and it was also the result he was most willing to believe. But the matters of the world couldn't be changed by a single person's will. Not even a true sovereign could. He had to confirm it. Shuar, the true sovereign's figure, instantly vanished. In the next moment, he arrived in the giant space beneath the city lord mansion. The 24 stone statues were covered in countless blood vessels. They wove together in the air, turning into blood-red eggshells that wrapped around the stone statues. Patriarch, the elder that had been guarding here, bowed. The true sovereign said, "I have lost my perception of the interior of Skyfall Mountain." The elder's complexion changed. Then, he reacted. His eyes widened and excitement appeared on his face. Patriarch, the true sovereign nodded. "Right now I don't have 100% confidence, but there is a high probability that this is the case." He closed his eyes and his divine sense instantly spread out, covering the 24 stone statues. Soon, the true sovereign opened his eyes, a smile on his face. "They've succeeded." True sovereigns were all existences that had stepped onto the heavenly great Tao, so they could sense each other. Now, the true sovereign could feel the aura of the great Tao from the 24 stone statues in front of him. It was confirmed. The elder's face flushed red. He knelt to the ground and laughed into the heavens. "Ha ha ha ha! Ha 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 ha! Good, the heavens haven't forsaken my clan. From today onwards, our race will have one more true emperor, and we will be able to suppress the world. Who would dare to covet it? The true emperor also had a big smile on his face. He was glad that he had made the decision to abandon Mount Tianluo. It was fortunate that he had staked everything on a single throw, resulting in such an outcome. If he had continued to keep it in his hands, he might not have been able to obtain any results even after thousands or tens of thousands of years. However, he didn't know exactly who obtained the acknowledgement of the Grand Tao this time. 327? Indeed, among the younger generation, he was indeed the best, the one with the greatest possibility. But 480 isn't bad either. The true emperor of the clan had never felt so happy before. No matter who it was, the one who obtained the great Tao of Tianluo Mountain was a member of that clan. That was enough. Finally, in the Middle Wasteland, they could straighten their backs and speak. The battle with the Western Desolation over the broken world of the Southwest Desolation region had come to an end. One clan and two true emperors, how could Shi Huang not lower its head? Believe it or not, they can directly attack the imperial capital, unite the western wilderness, and overthrow the rule of Emperor Zhou. On Mount Tianluo, after Qin Yu snapped his fingers, Chern Shangolv across from him trembled. Fear gushed out from the depths of his eyes. He suddenly discovered that he had already lost control of the great Tao. It was clearly in front of him, but it seemed so far away. It was unreachable. Qin Yu wasn't in the mood to waste time with Chern Shangolv. He still had many things he needed to do. He flicked his sleeves. Space instantly twisted, sucking in Chern Shangolv. No, I can't accept this, I won't. His howls came to an abrupt end. Space twisted and flattened, as if it had never appeared. Like this, Chern Shangolv would forever vanish. In the end, a minor character would always be a minor character. Even if they were fated to become the bringer of the tide, they still couldn't escape their final fate. Pudong, Li Ruhua paled. She seemed to have lost too much blood and her aura was extremely weak. She fell to the ground. Niu Daodu looked at Qin Yu. The one you want to save is her? She subconsciously bit her lip. Qin Yu nodded. Miss Niu, there is no need to think too much about it. She and I do know each other, but our friendship isn't too deep. The only reason I saved her today is to resolve a doubt in my heart. As he spoke, he realized that there was no need to explain anything. He didn't have any reckless thoughts towards Niu Daodu. The old ox family couldn't be provoked. But Niu Daodu was clearly overthinking things. After listening to Qin Yu's explanation, she said in a soft voice, I believe you. Qin Yu, what? You believe me again? No, he had to hurry and stay far away from Niu Daodu. If he stirred up trouble and the old ox family accused him of using her and then abandoning her, would he still be able to live? As he thought about the strong men of the ox family and then about Niu Dingtian, his heart trembled. Luckily, the matter of Skyfall Mountain was about to come to an end. Cough. I'll have to trouble Miss Niu to take care of her for the time being. Niu Daodu nodded. She pulled Li Ruhua into the range of the void bead. She looked at her chest and then at herself, her smile becoming increasingly bright. She was big. Qin Yu's lips twitched. He pretended not to see. Let's go. There might be problems if Baiji goes alone to save her. Okay. Outside Skyfall Mountain, within the 13th tower, the martial sovereign no longer cared about the true sovereign's warning. That clan. Nearly all of my tower's disciples have died. We will definitely investigate this matter to the end. You true sovereigns look down on my boundary, but my 13th tower also has more than one true sovereign. He took out a talisman. With a flick of his finger, it ignited and turned to ashes. He bowed and respectfully said, I ask the true sovereign to descend and uphold justice for the disciples of my 13th tower. Bang! Space shattered in the skies. A giant vortex appeared out of thin air. It rumbled as it revolved, setting off a heaven-shaking momentum. A figure stepped out from the vortex. He wore black robes and held a white jade horsetail whisk in his hands. Divine light surged in his eyes, as if there were 4 moons and rivers of stars swirling within them. I already know of this matter. I have come on the orders of the Tower Master to demand an explanation. The Taoist slowly spoke. Each word was like an explosion of thunder, reverberating through the world. On the ground, the complexions of the cultivators responsible for maintaining order changed. They revealed pained expressions. Bang, 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 heads exploded on the spot. Then, their bodies disintegrated, turning into blood energy that howled away. That clan had no name, no surname, no roots, no root. They didn't belong to the 5 elements of the 3 realms, they had jumped out of samsara. To them, death was also a new life. This was a nearly eternal and indestructible state, an incomplete state of being a long-lived species. Of course, everything in this world came with a price. In order to obtain this sort of undying and indestructible ability, what survived were the mortal body and soul. But their consciousness was constantly destroyed and reborn. That clan was still the same clan, still upholding their original aspirations. But besides the true sovereign patriarch and a small number of powerful elders, how many people were still the same as before? This was the sorrow of that clan. It was also the driving force behind their desperate desire to change their destiny. No one hoped that as they lived, they would become someone else. Bang! Space shook. Like a giant stone falling into the sea, a towering figure arrived in time once more. The true sovereign of that clan was enraged. Cheong-ji, if you dare to touch my clansmen again, I will not let this matter rest. The Taoist named Cheong-ji, who wore black robes and held a white jade whisk, had a faint look in his eyes. I would like to know just why the patriarch will not let this matter rest. He stepped forwards. With a loud rumble, the world surged and a wild aura shook the world. The patriarch didn't take a single step back. The auras of the 2 true sovereigns were like 2 towering mountains that collided together. In that instant, a destructive strength was released that swept out in all directions. The scene in front of them surpassed everyone's expectations. First, they didn't think that the one that came from the 13th tower would be the one with the heaviest murderous nature, Cheong-ji. As soon as he arrived, he killed so many cultivators of that clan. Second, they didn't think that the patriarch would be so forceful today, directly confronting Cheong-ji. A great battle between true sovereigns was about to begin. Once again, this wasn't the right time. If it were somewhere else, the true sovereigns present would love nothing more than to see them shed a mouthful of hair. They wouldn't care even if their heads were broken. But now, Tianluo Mountain was right in front of them. Niu Dingtian suddenly took a step forward. Like an axe that could split open the sky, he slashed down and forcefully thrust into the 2's auras. If you want to fight, no problem. You can go to the sky beyond heaven or somewhere else. But not here. His tone was resolute and sonorous. With the powerful aura of 1 against 2, no one dared to ignore Niu Dingtian's attitude. Especially after they suspected that he had reached the peak of the great Tao Emperor realm. That's right. The 2 of you should restrain yourselves. Don't ruin the opportunities of the juniors. Fellow Taoist Cheong-ji, the Tower Master called you here today to investigate the truth, not to provoke a battle between true sovereigns. There are opportunities of the great Tao in Tianluo Mountain. Naturally, there are hidden dangers. Once you enter, it will be up to fate. How can we cause trouble for you? The projections of the true sovereigns expressed their attitude. Cheong-ji sneered and his eyes fell on Niu Dingtian. I don't think you had enough of the previous battle. When this matter is over, I will ask the Tower Master for permission to fight you. Niu Dingtian's expression was calm. Sure. His tone was extremely calm. The clan leader took a step back, his face expressionless. Cheong-ji, I will not let you off the hook for killing my clansmen. Everyone looked over. They suddenly felt that the clan leader was very confident at this moment. They were all old and shrewd characters. How could they not notice that something was amiss? Now their eyes were filled with surprise. Could it be that the great Tao in Tianluo Mountain had been obtained by that clan? After all, if it was just a mere emperor realm cultivator of 300 years, how could he have such confidence? Niu Dingtian was unperturbed. He didn't care about any of this. He sneered inwardly. He didn't know if the clan leader had gone mad or something. He dared to openly challenge the 13th tower, but the great Tao in Tianluo Mountain, humph, he could forget about it. Because Little Meat had arrived. Although Niu Dingtian didn't know what the once perfect immortal species and the amazing young man were planning and what they were secretly planning, Niu Dingtian didn't know at all. But since Little Meat had made a move, there was no chance of a fluke. That clan absolutely couldn't escape her schemes. Losing one's wife and one's soldiers was probably the lightest punishment. Perhaps they would even be tricked and suffer a great loss.